This live stream is unfiltered. It contains content not suitable for minors, the elderly, those of middle age, young adults, pregnant persons, anyone nursing a child, those who may become pregnant, balding individuals, individuals operating heavy machinery, driving an automobile, flying an aircraft, using any electronic device, or who are or may begin breathing. Viewer discretion is advised, but let's not kid. You'll watch anyway.
So let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell if it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Flag Day stream. It is not a birthday stream, even if it is on my birthday, because why would I celebrate my birthday when there are flags to celebrate? Like, American flags, I guess, maybe. I don't know. It's very confusing. Flag Day has never been a holiday that made a whole lot of sense to me. But, it is a holiday. And also, Isabella Tracer for $4.99 says, it was really nice of Dapper to throw a birthday stream for me. Now, let me just check the news to see if it's anyone important's birthday. Yeah, nope, no one important has a birthday today. Except maybe me, but again, not a birthday stream. Now, I know, I've done birthday streams on previous years on this day, but that is irrelevant. This is not a birthday stream. So, let's see. I am not starting at least off with drinking because 1, it is early. 2, I drank yesterday. And 3, I am going to have that set as a super chat goal. We're actually going to have a few super chat goals as we go. So this first one here is to get me to put on my stupid human suit. Because for some reason people like that. So if we get it, I'll go put on my human suit. And I'll put the human suit on camera. If we don't get it, then I won't do that. It's up to you guys. Any super chat will work for that. So there you go. If you are the kind of person who is inclined to give Flag Day presents, which is a thing that I understand from my experience is a thing that people do. Do be aware that there are some options. There are some wish lists in the description if you want to. There is my Throne wish list and my Steam wish list if you would like. And if you don't, hey, that's okay too, because you know what? I'm just happy you're here. And also, we are getting a lot of pride flags and trans flags, which are in fact some of the best flags that we should be celebrating here on Flag Day. Because they represent, things like equality and treating people well, despite maybe being different from you. Imagine that. Imagine treating people well despite differences. I know. My hat is transparent because of how I have this set up with the chroma key. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is, and it will be what it will be. So I guess que sera sera. So yeah, that is. Thanks, Selu, for that question. All right, so today I have sent out invites to a number of people. I know that a lot of people are busy. It is a busy day for a lot of people, but I'm hoping that at least a couple people might come by. Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $2 says, "What is the best flag, country or not?" I mean, a big part of me wants to say Mexico because it has a dinosaur on the flag, and there aren't that many flags that have like cool dinosaurs, like clutching snakes and perching on a cactus. So I think just for the cool dinosaur factor, it might just be Mexico. I mean, the US doesn't have any animals at all. Most flags don't have any animals at all, and that's kind of lame. Wales has a dragon, and that's pretty cool, but it's not a dinosaur. I think that a dinosaur would be pretty cool. I guess you could argue that there are some European flags that have, like, very stylized eagles. And, like, there's still one state in Greece that flies the Byzantine flag that has a double-headed eagle. I think it's like a black eagle on a yellow field. I think. That's kind of cool. But none of them are as cool as an eagle holding with a snake and perched on a cactus. Like, yeah. California does have a bear, as Zerolon points out. That is pretty cool. But, like, bears aren't dinosaurs. So, all right. So, we don't currently have the drinking rules in force, but that is going to be the next super chat goal, or maybe the one after, I have to remember. Will be to activate the drinking rules. In the meantime, though, I do actually have some caffeinated beverage here because, my goodness, I'm tired. I'm going to need it because this is going to be a long one. So, let's see. Sapphire, Big Swamp Big Swamp Light, yep, Sapphire Big Swamp Light for $2 says, "Happy Flag Day," with hearts emoji, a trans pride flag, and a pride flag, and Dapper Day. Thank you very much. Okay. So, I actually do have a video because I don't know, videos help me have something to say when I'm doing streams like this. So, the video is actually a talk by one Jerry Bergman. In case you don't know, Jerry Bergman is a man who claims to have a PhD. I have my doubts, but I haven't looked into it. If anyone wants to look into it and find out for me, feel free. But he is indeed a young Earth creationist, and occasionally he seems like he might be a Jehovah's Witness. But I think that actually what happened is, like, his mom was a Jehovah's Witness, and his father and she, like, divorced early, and so he was sort of raised in the Jehovah's Witnesses, but, like, not officially, I think? I don't know. It's very confusing. Let's see. I'm gonna hopefully not butcher the, like, intonation here, but Mid Bamarel for $10 says, "Happy birthday, Dapper. Thank you very much, but do remember, this is a Flag Day stream. I know it happens to be on my birthday, and I have been making a really big deal out of the fact that it happens on my birthday, but trust me, this is not because I'm turning 80 million years or anything like that. Nope. Alright, so let's bring on Jerry Bergman and see what he has to say while we see if anyone wants to pop in. I do remember, it is very busy, so, like, it's okay. All right, mutations and Darwinism.
And basically, what I'm showing you, and this is not a controversial, this is well recognized.
Oof, that looks horrible. I did not realize it would look that bad. Let's fix it. Okay, that's not going to work very well. Give me a second. You know, they used to make this easier. I want you guys to know that. StreamYard has made it harder to do this. Oh well. I tried. C'est la vie. Okay. Back to Jerry.
In science today. I teach this. I teach at a medical school as well as at a college where most of my students are nurses, and it's absolutely clear that mutations result in degradation of the genome.
Okay, so a few things here. I'm gonna have to say that talking about the degradation versus the quality of the genome, sounds a little eugenics-y, if that's a word, which it's not, but it does sound a little bit eugenics-y. And I would recommend to creationists who like to talk about how much they are actually the the real anti-racists. We're the only ones who really have a good basis for not being racist, unlike the evolutionists. Yeah, if you want to take that tack, maybe don't sound like a bunch of mid-20th century eugenicists, you know? Maybe you don't want to sound like, I don't know, Adolf Hitler or Margaret Sanger. Both prominent, famous eugenicists. I don't know. Templar Warden for 10 Kiwi dollars says, "Happy level update. Thank you very much. I am level 150 million something. It's a high number. A very high number." And now Chesh claims that she might be here. Maybe Chesh will show up. We'll see. Let Chesh in? I gave her the wrong studio? Am I in the wrong I'm in the wrong studio. Well, Dapper's a super professional. I will be right back. Here, enjoy the intermission. Well, Dapper's still a professional. This is going terrific. This is why I need that caffeine drink, everybody.
This is a good Flag Day. Good Flag Day, everybody. Good Flag Day. Thanks for coming.
Happy Flag Day. Happy Flag Day, everybody.
We can't hear shit, but that's not a bad thing.
Rough.
Valid. I get it. It's fine.
Nah, it's fine. Yeah.
It's on his way. Apparently, we're in chat.
Yeah, I'll let him in.
You missed it. I was telling Dapper that. Oh, you're gonna let him in? Okay. Yeah. I was gonna give him the right link. I like how you gave me the right link, but then you went to the wrong place.
Yeah, everyone got the right link. I went to the wrong link.
You went to the wrong one.
I'm the one who messed up.
I sent you a screenshot because I know it said like not a birthday thing at the top. Yep, and that's how I knew I had the right one and you were wrong.
Yep, that is correct. I looked at the title of the room I was in and I was like, oh, that says Triceratops horn. That's the one I was using for the Mark Armitage Triceratops horn thing that I forgot to delete.
Oh, valid. Yeah. Yeah, I was just telling him that he's wrong about the best. Although he has some good suggestions, he's wrong about the best flag, and the best flag is the pirate flag, the classic black skull and crossbones flag. The white flag, also a very good one.
Claude Simeon for $2 says, "I reward competence and ships named Enterprise."
Happy everybody. I don't have a super long time that I can hang out, but I was coming by.
No, Chesh has to be here for the entire 6 hours. It is contractually obligated.
I actually, yeah, I know, right? I'm actually, the game, the short I was running for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm running that at my home game, and that's tonight. So that's happening soon, TM.
During my birthday? I mean, Flag Day?
During Flag Day. They did the pirate ship fight that you guys did, but their Warforged ended up sinking into the ocean because he decided he was 400 pounds and then jumped off the side of the ship. And I was like, okay, goodbye. So long. Enjoy sinking into the depths forever.
I will be honest, when I ran it with you and I was a Warforged, I considered, I was like, you know what? All this whole ship combat and people floating around and sharks and all this, what if I just walked to the island?
What if I just walked to the island?
Yeah.
You could have tried that. I would have allowed that.
I mean, I don't need my character didn't need to breathe, and he doesn't get exhaustion from suffocation or drowning. So sure. I could just walk.
Yeah, you could just walk.
Yeah,
you could certainly try. I would have allowed it.
I mean, I probably would have gotten into a sticky situation with a bunch of Sawagan or however
you pronounce it.
Yeah.
You definitely, if you decided to walk, wouldn't have run into anything else in the ocean, of course.
No, obviously not. The ocean is a barren, lifeless place, especially in D&D land.
Yep, there's nothing there. Empty.
Gordon Loves Science for $19.99 says, "Happy Flag Day." Thank you, and happy Flag Day to you, too. Bitcourse, who's been a member for 40 months, my goodness, says, "Dapper, it's your Flag Day. Happy Flag Day, Dapper. Thank you very much."
So, are we going to get a Dapper flag? Are you going to design a flag?
I mean, would it just be me on a flag? Because
no, it should better not just be you on a flag, because you already sell a blanket. That's basically that.
You know what? What if it's me holding a snake perched on a cactus like the eagle from the Mexican flag, except the snake has Ken Ham's face on it?
And you're also holding a flag.
Yes.
That also has the same image on it.
Yes, we'll make it a recursive flag. Yes, the recursive flag. We can do an infinite zoom on the flag.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Were you listening to some guy? Is there a dude here? What's going on?
This is Jerry. This is Jerry Bergman. He's a guy. Jerry. Yeah, he's not a great guy.
You missed a super chat, apparently.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think you
Claude
did.
Simeon's. No, I probably read it while I was muted. Claude Simeon for $2 says, "I reward competence and ships named Enterprise." Sorry, I did in fact read it, but it was while I was muted. Because again, professional here can't even get in the right room on his own channel. And then for $2, Weirdo Rock Hyrax Evan says, "Happy FD to the guy stealing my uncle's birthday."
Oh. Honestly, I'm curious to know how long it would have taken you to figure out you were in the wrong room if I didn't show up.
I don't think I would have ever figured it out unless someone alerted me that someone was trying to get in and couldn't.
It would have been like another hour.
Yeah, until someone was like, "Hey, Dapper, I can't. You're in the wrong room. I'm here and you're not."
You didn't even see me saying that. You saw someone else saying that I.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a good day. I like this day so far. It's wonderful.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Perfect. No notes. 10 out of 10. Would fap again. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Oh, I
This is
put-
my channel.
I put the warning up before this stream.
Oh, right.
So
good. Yeah.
this is an R-rated stream. So as long as you don't violate community guidelines, I don't care.
Sounds good.
I mean, just earlier today, I sent one of my supporters a link to a review for a not safe for work TTRPG. Because one, I clicked on that video thinking, okay, this is being described as a 18 plus lesbian mech TTRPG, and while that doesn't actually super interest me, I have to know if this is real or if this is just a joke, right? Like,
Is this
because
debate? Yeah.
yeah, and it turns out not only is it real, apparently it's actually an extremely well thought out and well designed TTRPG with like carefully considered mechanics for all sorts of things that might need a lot of trigger warnings and are definitely not safe to be discussed on YouTube, but like it's actually still
And you
right there.
didn't send it to me?
Do you want me to send it to you?
Kinda, yeah.
All right, I'll send it to you, don't worry.
I want to know. Now I'm curious.
Okay.
I don't know how I could give you more chaos than what's already happened today.
Oh yeah, no, today's been total chaos the entire time. All right,
I've been packing.
packing.
I'm moving.
I know, I've heard. And then
Yeah.
I tried to not say that on Friday, and because I wasn't sure how public that was, but now I guess I didn't have
Oh
to
no,
worry.
people know that I'm moving. Yeah,
Okay.
no. People have known that I'm moving. That's a public piece of information. I just not being very specific about what it looks like or where it is. I'll give you guys more details later. I do have some plants I got to figure out. In fact, the place that I'm moving to has a flag. It has 3 places for flags.
Wow.
There's like poles on a deck, but there's like only 1 pole. So now I need some flags and some more poles.
I know the
I figured
secret.
I'd come here since it's Flag Day.
I know the secret. Chesh has shown me her new place, and in fact, it turns out that because she's so short, she managed to get into a Hobbit community and is going to be living in a Hobbit hole now.
Yeah. Yep.
That is the truth.
Yep.
I'm definitely not lying to anyone right now.
Which is why this is definitely a Flag Day stream and nothing else.
Exactly. Aiden Polemoeo who's been a member for 22 months, is at the emerald level, says, Happy Flag Day. Thank you very much. Right now, I am repotting orchids. Ooh, later I think I'm going to put up a Cascadian flag on my house. All right. We don't see too many Cascadian flags.
I need at least 2 more poles. That will definitely only put flags on and nothing else. And they will be appropriate, I promise.
I mean, maybe if I feel really generous, I'll send you my Klingon flag, and you can fly a Klingon flag.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a flag with dick butt on it. One of my walls in the living room is just like a big flat wall that's kind of like this one behind me, and I kind of low key want to put a mural on it. So if you have ideas about what a mural should be,
I mean,
let me know.
You just gave an idea. Giant dick butt.
I definitely want to have like a mural that's got dick butt hidden in it somewhere.
Oh, okay, not front and center.
Yeah, it can't be obvious. Or it has to be so big that it's not obvious when you look at it right away. But if you like take your time and actually look at it, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's gotta be hidden dick butt.
Get like a photo collage dick butt, but like mural style.
Yeah.
Okay. Borgenporia wants me to send you the Klingon flag. Okay. I wish that international shipping weren't such a pain in the ass, though. Like,
especially now, it got worse. It was way easier until somebody decided who's the giant dick waffle decided to be in power.
Yeah, I shipped something internationally recently, and it was just like some paper, just that. Like it wasn't like a book. It wasn't like it was just some sheets of paper, and I think I put some of them in manila folders. $100.
That's cracked.
Yeah, $100 US, not like New Zealand dollars or Canadian dollars, US dollars, which are one of the highest value of the dollars in terms of just like exchange rates.
God, I can't. We were talking about this on Rum and Coke. You should definitely watch the part of Rum and Coke after you left because it got crazy.
Okay.
It was good. It was like old school. Anyway, play your
Oh, okay, I'll play it. Here we go. Well, actually, first I have a couple things to read out. Pegajace, the Carbon 14 mythicist, for $5 says, My city's official flag is all the frontrunners of a competition mashed together. That sounds really hard to look at. It even has a smaller flag on the flag. Awesome. Shipfish, who's been a member for 50 months, says happy birthday with a Clay Dapper, a drink, and a Godzilla. And I will take a sip of this caffeinated beverage. Thank you very much. Let's see. Are there any other things to read? Not currently. All right, here's Jerry again.
And this is not controversial. This is well recognized in science today. I teach this. I teach at a medical school as well as...
By the way, the thing he's saying is that mutations degrade the genome. The thing that is actually true, that is taught, is that there are a number of genetic disorders that can be caused by mutations. Right? If I remember, it's a single point mutation that can create the allele for sickle cell anemia. But mutations also often do nothing to the genome because they occur in neutral regions. Or occasionally, although not always, not even very often, but occasionally, they do actually have beneficial results, which can even include the sickle cell anemia mutation.
At a college where most of my students are nurses, and it's absolutely clear that mutations result in degradation of the genome.
Can I say something
Absolutely
about this
clear.
guy?
Yes.
He sounds like a cartoon of a nerd.
Yes, he does.
You know, like when you have a character that's just supposed to be the nerd.
Mhm.
That's what this guy's voice sounds like to me. Is that just me?
No, it's...
Am I the only one picking up on this?
I agree. I picture him as like a Looney Tunes character who is a like a basset hound with like droopy skin and floppy ears, wearing glasses, and who is like wearing like a tweed jacket with like the leather elbow patches.
He's like a mix of that professor dog and like the sad dogs from like Yogi Bear.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Joshua Geese, for 20 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. My goodness. That is awesome. If you are now a new member and you would like to join the Discord, here is how you do it. First, log into your Discord, go to settings, go to connections, add the YouTube account that just got the membership. Then there should be a list of servers in that connections part that you are allowed to join as a result of having that having memberships in YouTube. Mine should be on that list. Click the button, and you should be added. Olivia Williams, Purple Fairy for $6.99 Beaverbuck says, "Ah, yeah. As a nurse, I will confirm we are experts in genetics." Sarcasm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure nurses take some classes in genetics as like just a general biology thing. But oh, hold on a second here.
I'm sure it comes up. Hey!
We got another dinosaur here in his human suit.
It's the good Doc Dino.
Oh, you're muted.
Who's muted?
Yep. Don't know why, but you are. I'm sure that whatever Doc Dino was saying, it is very fascinating and enlightening, and you are all much worse off for having not heard it.
Much the lesser, as
Yeah, much the
people,
lesser.
in
Yes,
fact.
yes. In fact, you might be the kind of person who Jerry Bergman says is degraded for having missed what Doc Dino said.
You mean we're degenerates?
Yes.
Degenerates?
Yeah,
Degenerates.
degenerate. Yeah. I mean, just look at us.
Is degenerate, can confirm.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I've seen your DMs. I know.
I'm just a goblin smushed between two dinosaurs. What am I supposed to do? What do you want from me?
Well, I mean, if you look at Katie Lewis's fanfic, there's that.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah. That's what at least one person wants from you.
Valid. Oh, Chris Shelton just saw what I said. He posted the picture in the Debate Hub Discord, and I said, please tell me you looked at the name of the author of the book that he posted,
yes.
and he didn't.
I saw it. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah. He posted a picture of a book titled How to Be a Very Good Master Debater. Master Debate Like a Champion with these 69 Easy Steps by BJ Nom Nom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, testing.
Oh,
Is
I
it
can hear
working?
you.
Okay, god damn it. Sorry. Sometimes when my computer updates, it mutes my mics in the settings.
Oh, boo.
Don't know why.
That sucks. That is lame.
Anyway,
Did I miss much stupid? I don't know. I'm here, so yeah.
I was just saying howdy, hope y'all are doing well, and happy birthday, Dapper.
Thank you very much. I do
Why
appreciate
is
that.
everybody saying happy birthday to you on Flag Day?
I don't know. They haven't realized that this is my Flag Day stream. In fact, Doc, if you look up at the title of this room, you will in fact say that it says not a birthday thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
I might as well still
So
say
happy
it.
Flag Day, Doc. Happy Flag Day.
Yes, happy Flag Day.
We are celebrating
All right.
America with a Canadian.
Oh, fine. I'm leaving. Bye. I see how it is. I wasn't wanted here in the first place. I get it.
Yes,
It's
that is.
cool.
I definitely didn't want you here. That is why I sent you the link. Doc, would you like to hear Dr. Jerry Bergman talk to us about, well, genetics and mutations and why mutations are actually horrible?
Sounds like a fun time. Let me guess, they always lead to cancer or something.
I don't know if he's
Isn't
going
that
to
what
say
he usually says?
always cancer, but I'm sure it's going
We're
to be
gonna call
always
that a
bad
prediction.
stuff. That is a prediction,
Definitely
yeah.
call that a prediction.
All right, here we
Forever
I gotta
and
go, though.
always bad things.
You guys have fun.
Wait, for real? What a loser.
Yeah, but don't forget to let Kip in when he shows up, because you have to have a Canadian for your American holiday.
That's true. That is a rule.
Well, while we're doing that though, I'm going to be
I-
working on a little project here.
Ooh,
I'm starting to make a little clay dinosaur.
nice.
This is the base. Yeah, it's
Alright.
a hobby I've picked up lately, and I really enjoy it. This is gonna eventually be a Maiasaura curled around a nest.
Aw, that's awesome. All right, here's some Jerry Bergman. It's
Alright.
actually kind of disappointed that his name isn't Birdman, because that would be more fun, like Jerry Birdman. Like, come on. Jerry, if you ever watch this, change your name.
I mean, most of my experience with him is like him and Erica's back and forths.
Yeah, he's definitely interacted with Erica a fair bit. And you know what? If you want to know Erica's opinion about all that, just go ask her. I'm not going to tell you about it.
Yeah.
Okay? And also, I've pointed out research proves evolution is true, but it's going the wrong way. Oops.
Which, by the way, there's no particular way that evolution is supposed to go. It's a natural process. You can make a judgment call and say, I don't like the way it's going, which, like, okay, cool. No one needs you to, but like, yeah.
Is he gonna say that devolution is a thing? Is that gonna be
I
his?
think he might, because he
main
did already
thing?
say that mutations degenerate the genome.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate that term. It's so misleading. It's
Yes, it
just
is.
aggravating.
Joshua Geese for $5 says, Jerry Bergman, attorney at law. I wish that would be more fun. Instead, he's just like some kind of nursing school teacher, I guess, allegedly. I'm not super sure I believe him about that. Because, like, I'll just say this. If I were in charge of a school and we had someone who was spreading this much pseudo-scientific nonsense that absolutely had nothing to do with reality, but who was teaching people in the medical field about science, I would fire him. Just like if I was doing like flight school and I found out that one of the guys who was teaching navigation was a flat earther, I would fire him.
I mean,
Well, problem.
is he saying stuff like this while actively employed? I thought he was retired these days.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, fair point. I don't actually know if he's retired or not.
Yes. And let me define evolution. The best definition,
okay.
it's short
Here we
and
go.
pithy, and of course that's what people remember, but the best definition
I'm gonna say he's going to say nothing about changing either alleles or heritable characteristics in a population over time. I'll bet that won't be in there.
Probably a safe bet.
was given by Jonathan this morning, or yesterday, I guess, and that is from the goo to you by way of the zoo.
Yep, confirmed prediction. If you have drinks, take a drink, everybody.
I unfortunately do not today.
Well, my drink right now is just some caffeine. I mean, it's not just caffeine, but basically I put some caffeinated flavoring in some water because I'm a little tired and I'm planning on doing this for a while. So
Yeah,
let's see.
All 6 hours?
Jillian Wren says he does not appear on the website of the community college he lists in his resume. All right, that's fair. So he probably... So if he taught there, which I think there's a fair chance he actually did, he probably no longer does.
I mean,
Okay, we start out with
schools
goo.
usually like even assistant professors.
Yeah.
So
with a bunch of organic compounds. The organic compounds somehow got together and we ended up with cells.
Oh, look, we're talking about things that happened before evolution when there are no populations whose heritable characteristics can be inherited. Cool.
yeah, it's also not really that much of a mystery of how they got together. We just have competing hypotheses that are all viable.
Right, yeah. It's I like to use an analogy to explain like what that's like. And it's sort of like if, let's say, Doc decided to visit Casa Dino here, right? And so he pulls up in his car. And then I say, no, you couldn't have possibly gotten here in your car because I noticed that there were at least 20 different routes that you could have taken to drive here. And because there isn't just one that you could have taken that I can definitively point to, that means you didn't drive here. That's not how anything works.
Yeah, it's a little questionable logic, slightly. Also, I gotta. So when I'm making my dino here, like I'm making the center out of foam, and in order to cut it into the right pieces, I'm using a scalpel, and it's
Is it effective?
It works.
Are you remembering
decently
to cut away from yourself?
most of the time?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Well, when you stab yourself with a scalpel, don't cry to me.
All right, I won't.
All right.
I might curse a bit though, but I hear that's okay on this stream.
Yes, this stream is rated R. So Metageeky Platypus Librarian says, I'm looking up his dissertation, dissertations are yes, 2. Okay, his human bio one is from a discredited and shut down California university. I can't say that surprises me. Although, on the other hand, like, I do know that people who go to now discredited universities, a lot of them are tricked into going to this university thinking it is a genuine, like, place where they will learn things. And also, I do think it is possible to go and learn things at an unaccredited university that actually has courses, and your degree isn't real, but that doesn't mean you didn't learn things. So like if you go and you actually learn how to read, like, I don't know, ancient Greek or something at an unaccredited Christian seminary, and like you actually did learn how to how to read Greek, the fact that the people who taught you were at an unaccredited school doesn't mean you didn't learn it. So, you know.
But your degree should be seen with a lot more scrutiny still.
Yeah, your degree is basically the same as someone saying, I taught myself Greek. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's possible. That's fine. And like I like to point out, you do not need degrees to do science.
Sure.
Degrees are just training that help you learn how to do it. But if you've learned how to do it outside of that system and you're able to do it, then that's great. And in fact, there are plenty of famous scientists who did not go through the formal science training pipeline, but who did science anyway. There are no degree requirements to publish. Anyone can submit any paper for publication, and if it meets, and actually, they usually during peer review, you can't even check to see if the author has a degree because the peer reviewers are not told who the author is. So that's at least the standard practice.
Interesting.
That's so that they don't like try to inject personal bias against or for the author. Although it does also result in the situation where sometimes authors will get back notes saying, hey, you didn't actually look enough at the work of Dr. So-and-so, when in fact the author is Dr. So-and-so. Yeah. So California does recognize degrees from before 1997. He got his in 1992. So, okay. And then Metageeky also says a distance learning university. I mean, look, distance learning is not in and of itself illegitimate or a scam or anything. You can get a real degree via distance learning. I feel like a lot of people did in 2020, 2021.
Cells eventually ended up with single cell animals, amoeba, and then we ended up with fish.
I now want to go get a drink because he just said single-celled animals like amoebas.
Yeah, those aren't animals, buddy.
Yep.
Animals
They're
are multicellular.
eukaryotes.
Yeah, they're eukaryotes.
But-
They're closer to animals than some other single-celled eukaryotes are.
Like a fungus.
Well, yeah, that would be an example. Yeah, they're more closely related to animals than they are to fungi or plants, for that matter. But yeah, they're so if I remember correctly, eukaryotes, like animals and amoebas, are both in Obazoa, I believe. But I would have to double check. We
I
would need
can
Jackson.
check.
What we really need is Jackson Wheat because he would know.
Let's see.
Reptiles,
Where
and
do
then
amoebas
amphibians,
fall?
and then mammals, and then primates, and here we are. So
I just want to point out that he said reptiles evolved from amphibians there, which is that's not true no matter which way you look at it, but okay.
that's a good definition.
No,
So
Jerry, it's a
apparently
terrible
amoebas
definition. Sorry,
can
go ahead.
Apparently, amoebas can belong to two different eukaryotic groups. The Amoebozoa and Rhizaria.
Ooh.
I don't believe either of those groups contains like the rest, like Animalia.
Well, no,
don't think.
that was not the thing I was trying to say.
Oh, sorry.
They are, let's see. Actually they would be in Obazoa because Obazoa includes let's see. It includes fungi and animals. And actually no, they wouldn't. So Amoebozoa is actually the sister group to Obazoa. Okay. And they're in Amorphia. Neato.
Ooh, that's a fun name.
Yeah. Well, I was wrong about that Clitosix. Although, to be fair, I did say I'm not sure. So I'm going to take this as a qualified loss on that one.
I mean, to be fair, neither of us are experts on like
Microbiology.
tiny things.
Yeah,
I don't think.
no.
Yeah.
I don't even claim to be an expert on anything. I'm an expert on doing okay YouTube science communication debunk streams. That's what I'm an expert at. Also,
as long as you're better than the people you cover, I think that's a win.
Yes, that's a low bar though. I could put a brick on camera and walk away for 2 hours, and that would be a smarter stream than anything that Kent Hovind has ever done.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. Pegajace the Carbon 14 Mythicist says, pictures an amoeba playing an oboe. That is a fun mental image. I like it. All right.
Okay, everyone repeat. From the goo to you by way of the zoo.
No.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
if
going to
someone
repeat.
asks you what evolution is,
From
that is the
goo
standard
to
definition.
you by way of the zoo.
Doc, you did it. Why did you acquiesce?
I just wanted to try to do his voice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you tell anyone who is a scientist who works in biology that that's your definition of evolution, they're probably going to treat you as like a moron, because that is the kind of response you should get. That is a moronic definition.
Yeah.
Okay, what we're showing you, it's abbreviated, but that's the definition. I mean, you could say from hydrogen to people, and there are a lot of other definitions, but that's pretty clear. So evolution is true, but
from hydrogen to people, no. Most of that there, going from the hydrogen that starts forming after, like the Big Bang start and the universe starts to cool down enough. Yeah, that has to go through a whole bunch of stuff like nucleosynthesis before it can turn into anything like organic chemicals that can then later assemble into the first self-replicators, that can then later assemble into the first cells, and evolution can, really start going. Although I suppose it could start going at the first replicators, because that would be a population that can have changes in heritable characteristics.
Yeah.
Yeah. W Swordsman says, but what if you were a 5-year-old? I would be 5. I guess.
Are,
don't-
are they saying like if you were 5, would this argument be convincing? Or definition be convincing? Is that what they're trying to say?
I mean, maybe. If I were a 5-year-old, I presumably wouldn't have any other context for a definition for evolution, so I probably just take it at face value. But I mean, that's just what 5-year-olds are like, right?
Yeah.
Olivia Williams, Purple Fairy, for 279 Beaver Bucks says, so all his definitions are strawmen. That checks out. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
It's going the wrong way. Darwin was right in his 1871 book when he titled it The Descent of Man. He meant the ascent of man. Ascent is going.
No, he didn't. He meant descent,
No.
as in ancestry. He meant the descent of man. This is... Does Jerry Bergman honestly not know that there are 2 definitions for descent, and that one of them is going down, and the other one is ancestry?
I mean, he might not. He doesn't seem to understand a lot of things.
This is very frustrating already. So I want you guys to know like what my process is for figuring out a video to watch, right? So the first thing I do is I look at like the title. Is this a video that I think has the potential to be both dumb, but also like has the right energy that it's not just going to be completely boring to listen to? And then what I do is I listen to that video on 2.5 times while doing something else. And the thing what that lets me do is it lets me hear a bunch of claims, and I can retain like the memory of like my emotional reaction to them. Like, how does it make me feel? But it doesn't stick in my brain in terms of like the actual claims themselves and what they are. And so that way I get like a feel for whether or not this is a video that I should do, but I don't know what's coming when I actually play it at like ×1 speed in front of an audience. And so I've heard all of this talk, but I don't remember every claim, and boy, was that a great one. Let's see. Isabella Tracer for $5 says, Jerry thinks he's so clever, and instead he's giving me a headache. Well, hopefully I'm not giving you a headache. I have had people tell me that I actually have a very soothing voice, which I can't imagine why people think that, because I don't think my voice is particularly soothing. But then again, maybe that's that whole, like, no one ever likes how they sound, like, in recordings, because they don't sound like, in recording, how you sound to yourself.
Yeah.
Could be that.
I mean, like, especially when you start talking about science stuff, like, you sound like a fun substitute teacher. I guess is how I might put it.
I will choose to take that as a compliment.
I mean, it was meant as a compliment.
Okay, good.
Upward. The descent of man, we're going downward.
What a
Okay?
moron.
We are descending. And that's what the research shows. And I'll show you briefly. I'll give you kind of abbreviated.
I want to point out that natural selection is something that tries to push organisms towards high fitness, which means reproductive success. And if humans were going downhill, we're getting less fit, then we would see the population declining. Now, we are actually on track to have that happen. And at that point, you might be able to make the case that at that point, humans are becoming less fit. Cool. But right now, that's not the case.
Presentation here. The problem is not survival of the fittest, of course, but arrival of the fittest. That has always been the problem. That's the problem Darwin had, and that's the problem everyone since had. Where does the arrival of the fittest come from? Where do they come from? Where do we get cells? There can't be any evolution until you have life. How do we get life?
My God, Jerry, you just said the right thing, which is you can't have evolution until you get life. But then previously, you were talking about things before life as part of evolution. Why are you both right and wrong in mutually exclusive ways in the same stream, buddy? Or I guess this is a talk for him.
Because he's a creationist. They're consistently inconsistent. That's
That's
their whole
true.
thing.
It's true. Nailing a creationist down on anything is like nailing Jell-O to the wall. Which, by the way, there are different kinds of Jell-O, and if you need to nail some Jell-O to the wall, you want to get like the firmer kind, because there's like the Jell-O that is supposed to be like put into a cup or on a plate or something, and you're supposed to scoop up. But then there's the Jell-O that's made for like you can cut it into like rectangular box shapes, and pick it up and hold it, that's the kind of Jello that you want for nailing Jello to a wall. Just in case you're wondering, it's not going to go great anyway. But like if you use enough nails and you use that firmer Jello, you might actually be able to make it work. So pro tip.
I mean, it would probably also depend on like what kind of nails you use, because I imagine thicker nails would probably be better than thinner nails.
I actually would argue that a larger number of thinner nails, because it would spread out the weight bearing across the entirety of the Jello more evenly. Because like, have you
Maybe
ever
you should test it.
have you ever seen a nail of beds? Or sorry, bed of nails. That's what I meant. I can't talk. A bed of nails.
I have.
Have you ever laid down on one?
No, I have accidentally set my hand on one though.
Oh, I've laid on one and I did not get poked. I mean, I could feel the sharpness, but it didn't break my skin. And the key to a bed of nails is to have many nails, because if you have only a few nails, they'll go right through you. And so I think I'm using the same. That's my hypothesis, at least. Tree Clam Tap for $2 says, "Why do things happen? Things can't happen." Yeah, that does sound a whole lot like Jerry. Let's see. Claude Simeon for $5 says, "Not sure declining birth rate / population is a sign of lower fitness. Maybe equilibrium is higher fitness, though that's a philosophy, not science." Yeah. So you might prefer that situation, right? Like you might prefer that the population of humans go down, right? You might think that we should just not have so many babies. The population should come down a bit, and then maybe we can maintain at some lower level. Like that's a thing you can argue for, and philosophically and from an ethical standpoint, I think there are some great cases to be made for like not killing people, but just like let's let the birth rate naturally decline and reduce the population just through not having quite the replacement number of babies. But in evolutionary biology terms, fitness just is reproductive output, right? And the reason for that is because what evolution is studying is how a population changes over time, and whatever organisms end up reproducing the most are going to be the ones that contribute their genetics to the populations of the future. And you don't have to have a high value on that philosophically, right? You can have a negative value on that if you want to. That's fine. But it's not what evolutionary biology means by fitness. That is an objective thing because of what evolutionary biology wants to talk about, what it wants to help predict, what it wants to learn about. So, yeah.
How do we get cells? How do we get the arrival of the fittest? It's a problem they have never solved, and it's pretty clear to me they never will solve it.
I mean, it's been solved a while ago. It's mutation, Jerry. It's mutation. Yeah. That's the one-word answer. And I know that you know that because, like, that's what this whole talk is about. And oh my, Dr. Kill l'Infiltré est ici.
Oh no.
Hey, Doc Dino.
Howdy, how's it going?
Have you two ever talked before?
Pretty good. Oh, Doc Dino was on my
channel. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. My goodness.
Yeah, because you were watching, as you always do.
Oh, always.
It's always.
Mm-hmm. Just like you watch all of my shows there, Kip.
All of your shows, every single one, without fail. Mm-hmm. You know me. Happy birthday, dinosaur.
Well, thank you, but remember, this is a Flag Day stream. This is not my birthday stream. I don't know why anyone would think that this is a birthday stream.
What the hell is Flag Day?
It is one of the least important of all the holidays that have ever happened in the United States of America, and it is literally just a day to remind people to go put a flag up outside their house.
Did you do that this morning?
Really?
No. I'm pretty sure I don't own an American flag.
Wow, that sounds very, very un-American of you.
Yeah.
Why won't this work?
I own a Klingon Empire flag.
What if you put that one up outside your house?
I don't, because while it is a Klingon flag, and I'm a big Star Trek nerd, and I do speak a fair bit of Klingon, it is a red flag with a black symbol over a white circle in the middle of it.
That is why.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You're worried that you'd make a whole bunch of new friends.
Well, so
that you don't necessarily
some
want
kind
to
of friends.
Make.
So a few years back, there actually was a news article that came about, and I think it was somewhere like in Washington or Oregon or something, and the cops were called about a person in a neighborhood flying a Nazi flag, and neighbors were concerned, and so the cops went to go check on this, and asked him, and were informed that he was flying the flag of the Klingon Empire, and in fact not a Nazi flag, and that he was just a Star Trek nerd. And so I try, to the maximum extent possible, never have interactions with police. That is one of my goals in just existing, is to just not have to interact with the police if I can help it.
That's
Yeah.
a good policy.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's fair.
so I don't fly it outside, because I don't want to have to interact with police. I don't ever want to interact with police anywhere. I especially don't want to interact with police in the United States, and especially not in a state that is, while increasingly purple, is still a fairly red state. So, yeah.
And my state has gone very red recently, and it's very fun.
Tree Clam Tad for $5 says, I'm related to Betsy Ross, and the only flag I respect is this one, and then puts in a pride flag.
Wow.
Kip, do you know who
Wow.
Betsy Ross is?
Betsy Ross designed and made the first Stars and Stripes, I believe, didn't she?
She is. I'm a little surprised. I can't imagine they teach that in Canadian schools, because like, who would care?
So, can I tell you how I know this?
Yes, because I'm curious.
All right. So, when I was a kid, have either of you guys ever heard of the Calgary Stampede?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I could tell you what it is.
Have not.
Okay. So y'all know about the city of Calgary, Alberta,
Yes,
and
I am,
Canada.
I am aware of the
Yeah.
city of Calgary.
The 1988 Winter Olympics were there. And there is an annual festival in Calgary that is billed as the greatest outdoor show on earth,
Wow.
called the Calgary Stampede. It's a huge rodeo, but there's also like a midway and an animal exhibition, like a livestock exhibition, like huge livestock exhibit. And they have like just like a regular exhibition where entrepreneurs can come and just like exhibit their goods, right? So it's a fun time. It's good. People should go if they ever get the chance. And yeah, so like we went every year when I was a kid, and one year we went to the exhibit, and my parents found a booth where they were selling, I'm dating myself here, these cassette tapes. Do y'all remember cassette tapes?
Yes, Kip. I in fact owned a Walkman, because remember, I am 150 million years old.
Oh, of course. That's still new technology for you. You're still kind of odd.
To be fair, all human
by the
technology is
Walkman.
new technology for me.
It is, and you're awed by all of it. You just live in a world of awe.
To some degree, yes.
So anyways, cassette tapes. They bought these 2 sets of cassette tapes. The first was and they came in their own custom suitcases because there were so many of them. There was 88 in the first one, and those were Bible in drama tapes. So it was the entire story of the Bible from creation to
But like audiobook
the martyrdom.
style?
Yeah, like radio plays.
Oh, wow.
Old style radio plays.
That actually
Yeah.
sounds kind of fun, honestly.
Oh, they were so
Yeah,
good.
sounds neat.
And it was from, creation all the way up to the martyrdom of the Apostle Paul. And yeah, just excellent. The other set of cassette tapes was even bigger, and these were character building dramas, is what it was called.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
And they were like inspirational Christian radio plays, just a huge anthology of stories. And there was of course, this was the late 70s, early 1980s, right? And this was an evangelical outfit that was selling these things. So it was a mix of, just stories, like contemporary fictions, that morality tales, and then there were some historical stories featuring famous modern day Christians, and plenty of wholesome Americana, but
Like Betsy
with
Ross.
with a Christian nationalist flavor. And this is where they did a whole thing about a whole cassette tape about the American flag. They dramatized the history of the American flag.
Oh, that
So
is so American Christian that it actually hurts.
It's-
It hurts
I
the same
know.
way that how if you get like some really really sweet cake with a bunch of frosting and you bite it and you're like, I can feel it rotting my teeth right now as I'm eating this cake.
Yeah.
That's the kind of
Yeah.
feeling that I get from that. Yep.
Yeah, it's true. By the way, I'm just looking in the chat here, and like cassette tapes are older than 8 tracks.
Is that true?
I remember when I think so.
Huh.
Because 8 tracks were supposed to be, I believe 8 tracks were the improved technology. Because I remember, I distinctly remember my grandparents getting a new car with an 8-track system in the car. I mean, we already had a cassette deck in our car for quite a while, so I believe the technology is older.
All right.
Anyways.
By the way, Zelane22 for $5 sends 3 trans pride flags, and I will have to say yes. In fact, trans rights. They are, in fact, human rights. One of the ways you can tell is that if you check, you will find that trans people are human.
Indeed.
Yeah, and therefore deserve to, have human rights, like being able to live unmolested in public, and things like that, or to be able to, rent a place to live without being harassed or discriminated against for being trans, or to be hired without being rejected or later fired for that reason. Yep.
Are there? Oh yes, thank you, April Van Ryn. It's good to see you, by the way. She notes that I am correct about 8-track takes.
All right.
So
I would never have known, because I am not a big audiophile.
Robert Oddstead 5273 says 8 tracks were developed to be more rugged than compact cassettes.
Tree Clam Tan.
There's a lot of. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a lot of good memories with cassette tapes, because when I was a little kid, my grandma recorded dozens of like storybooks, or like her reading them on cassette tapes.
Neat.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
I would fall asleep listening to them for most of my childhood.
Nice. For $2,
Nice.
Tree Clam Tad says most of the trans people I know are superhuman. Given what trans people frequently have to put up with, that sounds about right. And
100%.
then Zelane for $2 says he likes half of us half as well as we deserve, with a winky face. Yeah, you guys got to step it up with the likes. What are you doing? All right.
I haven't liked the stream yet.
There we go. How very dare you?
Yeah, right. It's terrible.
I gotta say, one thing that always strikes me as odd is that when Kip joins these and he has his little sobriquet of D'Infiltré, that despite the fact that I grew up in America and not Canada, I have better French than Kip does, despite him also having French in his screen name.
It's true. That is an objective fact.
I think that makes Kip a national disgrace to the entirety of Canada.
Well, listen, this is not a screen name I gave myself. This is a screen name that was given to me by the French filmmakers who made a documentary featuring me and my work recently. So this is what they called me.
Megan Fox Giant Boob says in reference to the trans people being superhuman, says it's true. I'm still waiting for double dash abilities to develop. Well, if I know anything, if video games have taught me anything, it's that in fact trans women can double jump, as seen in the classic documentary Celeste, about a trans woman who has to climb a mountain by double jumping. in part by double jumping.
Sorry, I'm reading Atomic Squirrel 56 comment here. I like CDs because I never had to retract them with a pencil. And if you know, you know.
Yeah, although I will say that portable CD players skipped a lot, which is something that my Walkman never did.
Oh my god. Yes.
So
I was excited about my first Discman. It wasn't actually it wasn't a Sony. My first one was a Kenwood, and I put it in. I had it with me, and I plugged it in into the audio jack in my car, right? And was dismayed at how difficult it was to find a place to put it where it wasn't going to skip all over the place.
I remember being very excited when Discman started coming out that would they advertise it as basically not skipping. That's not actually true, but what they would do is they would start reading a bit of the track and start put that in a buffer, and then it would play from the start of that buffer, and then if it skipped, it would notice that in there, and then it would your playback is going to be continuous, but it's going to fill up that buffer again. But of course, the thing is, if it skipped too much, it wouldn't actually have time to fill the buffer, and it would in fact still skip. But it skipped a lot less. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Later on, I had a 6 CD changer that for my car stereo in my I love that car. It was in my Isuzu Trooper, and it was mounted on the back wheel well. So I don't know why they put them in the back. They started making later on. I know they started making like multiple CD changers that you can actually just stick in your deck at the front. But yeah.
For $1.99, Vandalia 1998 says, today would have been my mom's 85th birthday. Well, happy birthday
to
your mom. I'm sorry to hear about her passing. But I hope that you are still having a good Flag Day. And you know what, guys? You two talk for a bit. I need to refill my glass because it is hot. Because it is, it's my computer likes to be in Fahrenheit. My cell phone is set to Celsius, like a normal person. So it's 104 Fahrenheit, which is like 40-ish? No, 41. So I need some ice because I don't have my fans on to help with the sound, but that means it's very hot. So I'm going to get out of here for just a little bit. So you two talk about audio or something. I don't know. So, I'll be right back.
I don't. So I wondered. I don't have any flags except for like this. Maybe could be a flag. This is
my. Looks like one. What is it?
This is my Metal Moses. It's supposed to be a bandana, but it is gigantic. So I don't know. Seems like it's better as a flag. So the there it is.
Nice.
Yeah, isn't it cool? The guy who designed the cover did the cover artwork for my last book. Also made the Metal Moses t-shirt that is available for sale at my channel store. And he sent this to me. He had this one. I believe this is the only one that was made, but he had this custom made and sent it to me. So it's super cool. I really like it.
Nice. I do not think I have a flag in here.
What you got that? What you just got a great big green flag hanging behind.
Kinda. I do use it sometimes. I need to figure out how to make my video editing software block it out better, so I can actually use it in more videos.
Yeah.
Because I'm working on one right now, and being able to green screen myself into scenes would be very helpful.
It would be very nice, but right?
Sometimes it artifacts and stuff, and I can't wear my glasses because it'll reflect the green on my glasses and just
really
block out my eyes.
And then that messes. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Wow.
Neat.
Can you see anything without your glasses?
I can. I'm nearsighted, so I can see well up to about 3 feet away, which is about how far back my computer is right now. After that, it starts to blur pretty hard, though.
Right. Yeah. So these are about I think these are about six, maybe 7 years old. And I was also once nearsighted, but as soon as I got these glasses, they asked me if I wanted, because they said you're starting to get a little bit, you're also starting to get your eyesight, your close-up eyesight starting to go a little bit too. So they asked me if I wanted to get some progressives, and I'm like, nah, it's fine. But it's like, I swear, as soon as I got them, within 6 months, it started to get really bad. So I'm at the point now where I have to, I can't wear them if I'm looking at stuff up close anymore.
I came back.
So, yeah, you did.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Now we can continue the Flag Day celebrations by listening to Jerry Bergman, who is himself.
Exciting.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, dinosaur progress. It has a leg now.
Nice.
What are you making them out of?
So this is eventually going to be covered in clay, but the base is foam.
Cool.
So I've been cutting up this flag-shaped piece of foam to make the body.
Perfect.
Yeah, just carving it into rough blocks right now. Gonna make the limbs, then I'm gonna carve it down a bit so it actually has less blocky proportions. Then roll out sheets of clay, cover it, add texture, and then paint.
Brilliant.
It's a lot of fun. I've made a couple dinos already, but
that does sound
some
fun.
of them are better than others.
That's to be expected. Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, Kip, top 5 heavenly metal bands, go.
Oh, right. In no particular order, and this is just a top 5. This is not a ranking of them. Trouble, Theocracy, Believer, Daniel Band. That's 4. I feel like I'm concerned about getting number 5 wrong. Just because there's a few, the old school Resurrection Band.
Okay.
There you go.
I actually came across a YouTube channel recently that was called Voluntary Theocracy. And I thought to myself, I feel like the owner of this channel does not understand the idea of governmental systems. Because voluntary is never part of the equation, even when they say it is.
Yeah. So Theocracy is a phenomenal band, but it is just a very unfortunate band name, and they probably have very bad ideas about some things too. By the way, Rosina, baby metal ranks very high.
Does baby metal count as heavenly metal though?
No, I don't believe so.
I was gonna say, like, I don't think that's in the running, but I am aware of baby metal. Yes.
I'm just a big fan of baby metal.
That seems very understandable. I can't say I've listened to like a whole lot, but what I have heard, I've liked. So, all right.
No, I mean it's crazy, highly technical music.
Oh yeah,
it's very good.
I think the only modern metal band I really listen to is Sabaton. Other than that, most of mine are like from the 80s.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, the 80s did have some of the best music.
Some of the best. So
yeah.
All right.
Actually, speaking of like the 70s, 80s, a Queen album is currently in like the top 50 albums for sales this year in the US.
Wow.
Yeah. So like,
wait. No, I mean Aunt Jared, that's what that was. That was top 5 Christian metal bands. I mean that's how I interpreted it.
Rewind the stream and listen again, and you'll get the top 5 Christian metal bands. All right. Here we go. Let's get some Jerry in.
Okay?
If
So
we
when
must.
someone says, given our definition here of evolution, I am an evolutionist. Evolution is true. But
I'm going to give you a pro tip. You are going to be very hard pressed to find people who say, I am an evolutionist, because that's not a thing
Yeah.
that people normally say. That's like saying, I am a gravitationalist. What does that mean? You're just a normal person who accepts science.
I'm a Holocaustist.
Do you believe that the
It,
Holocaust happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm an extinctionalist.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm an extinctionalist. That's good.
Okay.
I'm a plate tectonicist.
A
Okay.
tectonicalist.
Plate tectonicalist.
Let's see. We've got a few things here. Renee Reborn over and over and over says, happy birthday. Thank you very much. But do remember, this is not my birthday stream. You can see that the word birthday is crossed out. This is the Flag Day stream, actually. So just remember, happy Flag Day, everybody. Happy America.
Why the I am curious though, Dapper Dinosaur, why the strict aversion?
Oh, I'm
Of your-
making fun of the second king of the former United States, who is having a America celebration
Okay.
that coincidentally happens to coincide with his birthday, where he's having what is probably an illegal sporting event on the front lawn of the house that is not owned by him, but that is owned ostensibly by the American public, and is doing so in part to enrich himself, because he owns stock in the parent
yes.
company of the
He
company
does.
that is running
Yes.
this event.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I need
also
to
they're
lis-
getting
I need
corporate
to-
sponsors, because the White House needs corporate
Right.
sponsors, because we've fast forwarded to the second act of Idiocracy.
Yes, we did.
Like, not even joking.
No, I know it. I need to say something here to Aunt Jer. And this is, I mean, people need to prepare for this, and I don't want to crash your stream, Dapper, but
Okay.
everybody needs to brace themselves for this hot take. Might be the hottest of hot takes.
Hotter than the volcanoes you don't believe in?
I do believe in volcanoes.
Mm.
Tourniquet is overrated.
Yeah, actually, what you should really do in most cases
There.
is just apply pressure to the
said
wound.
Said it.
Applying pressure to the wound is usually better. Tourniquets are
You-
pretty much
you
going to
just-
guarantee that you
you-
lose that limb.
You just don't know what's going on. So
Oh, fighting words. All right.
Do you?
Tree Clam Tad for $2 says Yamato by Sabaton rules. My Unfinished Journey for $5 says Hail Daps and his science and I just scrolled down too far. And Patriot Hounds, and hail the once and future Republic. That is very aspirational. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says Kip is not a volcanist. That's true. Kip is in fact a volcano dyer.
Neither is Tad or anyone else here.
I don't know. Regios for $10 says, I leave and you let someone on without a human suit, but it isn't an actual human. Yeah, that's true. Although, hey, you know what? Only a few more super chats, and I am going to go get my human suit on, and I will incorporate into the garb of my human suit some of my recent gifts from Throne. So there you go. It'll also be super hot, so I probably won't stay in that particular getup for very long, but you know. All right, so then April Van Ryn, who's been a member for 27 months, is at the amulet level, says, a third king by my count, and the first two were named George. I would argue that George was never the king of the United States, but I can see where you're going with it. Happy Flag Day. That definitely isn't your birthday, even though it's on your birthday. Godzilla, thank you very much. All right. And then Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, Kip, you don't know what I do for a living. Oh. I'm pretty sure you live in a tree and you use your clam mucus to catch flying animals and that you then reel up and eat. Because that's how tree clams work. Do you know about the tree clams, Kip?
I do not know anything about tree clams.
Yeah. Well, now you know about. Actually, there are no real tree clams, but there are actually terrestrial clams. Also, did you know that there are terrestrial cnidarians?
No. had
You
no
know
Really?
idea.
Do you know what Nidarians are, Kip?
Not a clue.
Nidarians are the group of animals that includes jellyfish and sea anemones and things like that.
Okay, got it.
There are really terrestrial ones, or is this a
There
bit?
are. No, there are actual terrestrial Nidarians. The place that I know that they've been found is Hungary, and they are parasitic mixozoans that have been found infecting shrews in Hungary.
That's really
Guys.
interesting.
You must have known this, eh, Dapper? Boy George is 65 today.
I gotta be honest, I kind of thought that Boy George was no longer alive. So the most
Who's that?
surprising part of
I
that
actually did too.
is you telling me
Honestly,
that
I
he's
think-
alive.
That's what this is according to Jillian.
Okay,
Jillian tends to be right
Boy
about
George
these kind of things.
is in fact a musical artist. And Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says, Happy Flag Day. Happy Flag Sunday. There we go. Sapphire, Big Swamp Light for $2 says, Apex and Abyss by Unleash the Archers are the best. Arrow Dodger says, for $4.99.
Oh my god. Yes. Sorry. So good.
Arrow Dodger
So
for
good.
$4.99 says, non-parasocial super chat number 5041, which means I have to step away and go get the human suit on, which is going to take a little bit. So in the meantime,
Right.
I'm once again going to leave Kip and Doc to talk about things that hopefully will not violate community guidelines, because I don't want the stream shut down, Kip. So behave.
Oh. Was that close when I talked
Maybe I
about
can
what-
teach Kip about dinosaur sex links.
There you go. So by the way, Kip, this is a rated R stream, and you are already unleashed, so don't worry about that.
Oh my god.
You can say fuck
Wow.
right now. Do it.
Fuck.
There you go. See?
Fuck.
Fuck.
And I have a reason to say it. Fuck. Because it looks like Aunt Jur and I might have just broken up.
I didn't know you were
it's,
dating.
Oh no.
Well, not in that sense, but in because in the friend sense,
Oh.
right, because of my good taste in music. And so I mean this might I mean last night I did get a little drunk and went ahead and perhaps a little rashly declared that all my moderators were assholes, which includes Anjur. And so I mean I guess I kind of had this coming, but I hope Anjur, that even if we can no longer be friends, that you can still help to mod my channel, because you truly are one of the best. So please don't quit me. We can work through this. All right. Yes. Teach me about what are you teaching me about?
Have you ever heard of dinosaur sex lakes?
Dinosaur sex links. L-I-N lakes.
Body of water.
L-A-K-E-N. No, this sounds very interesting.
Yes. So, especially in the early parts of the 20th century, like we had, pictures of dinosaurs as these really big, hulking, slow brutes, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
super unagile and just like fat, lethargic creatures. And especially due to some of the more interesting anatomy of certain dinosaurs, it was like people couldn't picture how they could like mate and stuff. Like
Because they're big, lumbering, clumsy oafs, right?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry, just a second. Gotta mute really quick.
Oh no. Now I'm here. So yeah, I don't foresee any openings. Weirdo Rock High Rock 7. So
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for the offer. Anyways.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, we could they couldn't figure out how they could, do it, like get into position. So some people suggested that maybe dinosaurs had sex in lakes because the lakes would help support their body weight.
Okay. That's wow. Like it's like having sex in a hot tub, but
Exactly.
in a lake. Yes.
And this was proposed like I think a big one was Stegosaurus because of the plates on the back. So I guess they thought like they could float on their sides and mate that way or something.
Wow, that's wild.
But it's just a weird idea, like a weird hypothesis from the past that's gone by the wayside.
Well, it's fun that when things go by the wayside. Cool. That's very cool. So how do Stegosauruses fuck? Do we have like I assume what do we do with that now? What are modern paleontologists doing with the question of dinosaur copulation?
So for a lot of dinosaurs, well, there's a few things. First, like a lot of the more basal birds we have, like they have mobile penises. So they should so going by their anatomy, dinosaurs probably had the same thing.
Wait a minute. Mobile penises?
Like long that they can control. Like they can move
Oh, wow. Wow. Like
probably would have helped some.
like that one guy on The Boys.
I have not watched The Boys.
Okay.
But the other part is, like, especially for dinosaurs like Stegosaurus, their tails were actually a lot more mobile than we used to think. So they would have been able to like twist and move to a pretty decent degree. Especially since we now know Stegosaurus was a lot lighter built than we used to think it was. It really wouldn't have been that tough.
Okay. Wow. Fun. Well, that's fun. Oh, he's putting his human suit on, right? Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, so he should be he should be back soon. I'm trying to figure out how to put a foot on my dinosaur now.
So I mean, I was thinking about this. We're gonna do a stream again here in the near future, I think.
I'd like to. I just need to know
what did I
when
say?
you want to.
I think I said either the 26th or the 3rd. I think that's what I said, right?
I think so.
Just trying to fill out my calendar here. Yeah, I mean, I think let's see, because I'm working through this thing on that Inspiring Philosophy is doing now, but maybe we could use a palate cleanser on the 26th, and then I could just continue with him on the 3rd if necessary.
Okay.
Not sure, we'll see. So maybe let's do it on the 26th. We should find another video though, I think.
Yeah. I mean, there was one I was kind of working through on my own show that might be good. They go through a lot of biblical stuff that I just kind of skipped over. I just focused on the science end. But I could send that to you and see what you think.
Yeah, for sure. Just send me whatever. Whatever you find that looks interesting.
Right, I can do that. Let's see. I am seeing we are getting a few super chats. I don't know if
are we allowed to read those?
Yeah, you should read those. Go for it.
I mean, we could. I think. Did he?
Like he didn't forbid it.
He did not.
Do we? Let's see.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's see.
I think the next one is Regios's $5 super chat. Do you see that one?
Yes. Regio says, "Are you sure Kip is a doctor? He doesn't seem to claim to be knowledgeable in fields outside of his expertise, like young Earth creationists do."
Not just young Earth creationists, as it turns out. There's plenty. It's a bit of an epidemic in some places, I think.
Hello.
The king has returned.
Holy cow! What is that?
This is
on top of your human suit.
This right here is my Adeptus Mechanicus hoodie, which is extremely hot, by the way, so I'm not going to keep it on.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be
Yeah.
able to have it tiered to demonstrate that I got these very, very nice things from people.
That's
This is
so
in fact
cool.
this is in fact a Mechanicus bell.
It's so cool. What are you going? What are you doing with the? Do you have a functional thing? Are you doing a thing with your bell? Can you like attach it to your
I can do whatever
your
I want.
door or something? I guess you can. True.
Oh Jesus, that is
It is.
ear
It's
splitting.
dark.
Holy
Sorry.
cow!
It sure
Do it
is.
farther away. My Thurible, which is matching with this set, should be arriving during the stream, and I will break it out. I will do an
Holy
unboxing
cow.
of my Thurible on stream for y'all. And in case anyone is interested, because I'm a sailor, or was a sailor, and I use knots, this is a one-turn slip knot, and this is just a granny knot.
And we covered this yesterday. I believe it was yesterday
Yeah.
or earlier in
We
the
did.
week that you learned how to do all the knots in the Navy.
Actually, we covered that I did not learn how to do all the knots in the Navy.
Oh, right.
So
That's right.
let's see. I know that I missed a whole bunch of stuff.
Because the Navy's woke now, right?
Yeah,
Is
I've
that
heard
it?
about. Well, no, not anymore. Not anymore. So Pete Kegsbreath
Okay.
has fixed the wokeness of the Navy. There's no more woke. We got rid
Phew.
of all. We got rid of all the DEI, basically by just not allowing women or people of color to be promoted.
Oh my God.
And I'm not
So-
kidding about that.
I know. I 100% believe you. Oh
All right.
shit.
So did we get the Regios for $5?
Yes, we
We got
just
Okay.
that one.
Then Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, Kip, did you watch Sanctuary? The Doc Dan is in.
I don't think I did. What was
Okay.
Sanctuary? What was that one about? I might have because it sounds like yeah. Does anybody did either of you watch Sanctuary?
I don't believe I did. No.
I
Okay.
have never heard of it.
Dango
before.
Pive for €5 says, trans flag, we will persist. So instead of what on earth, should we ask what in the lake? Yeah, sure. Then Regios gives
That's
10
good.
Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. And then
Ooh.
Tree Clam Tad says, the Dragon of Mars is here. See, but you should watch out. Because once the Thurible is here and I can cleanse all the heretic spirits, I'm not actually going to light it right now because I don't feel like putting fire in here while I'm doing all of this. But,
Feels too hot for that.
yeah. By the way, have I told you about my preference for indirect burn incense over direct burn incense?
No, you have not.
Okay, this is Templar
Good to
Warden
know.
says absolutely awesome outfit. I am planning on improving this, by the way. This is hopefully going to get better.
Is it satin? It
This?
kind of looks satiny.
No, this is just
Yeah.
some synthetic nonsense.
Oh, okay. It's
Which,
just the
given
way
that
the
it's
lighting
the
is.
Adeptus Mechanicus, synthetic nonsense makes sense because that's their whole
Is it
shtick.
satiny? Does it have like a satin sort of
Yeah, it has
sheen
a-
to it?
A satin
Oh,
sort of
okay.
sheen, and it has a very smooth finish. Like it doesn't have. There's not a whole
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of texture feeling. So,
All right.
So here's the thing about incense, right? Most of the incense that you get at like the smoke shop or whatever is going to be direct burn, which means that whatever is actually going to be smoldering is incorporated in like a mixture with this thing that's going to be producing the desirable smell. And then you light that and you let it smolder, and that just goes. And what's released is a mixture of particulates from what's usually some kind of like charcoal or something like that, as well as whatever the scent is, which means that a significant part of what you're smelling is just the thing that's on fire, the thing that's smoldering. With indirect
Okay.
burn, what you do is you put either like a charcoal briquette or sometimes some powdered charcoal in a receptacle, and then you get that smoldering, and then on top of it, you place bits of just the thing that produces the scent. So sometimes I've used frankincense or myrrh resin or whatever, right?
Right.
And then because the thing that's smoldering is not itself also getting like physically depleted and pushed out into the smoke, you do not get much of the scent of whatever is actually burning. You just get the incense scent. And I prefer that because I find the whatever thing is smoldering in most direct burn incense has kind of a acrid odor that I'm not a big fan of.
Hmm.
So
Makes sense.
All right. Well, good to know. When someday, when I come and visit you, I will remember you know, the not direct
to bring
incense.
because
If
you're
it
bringing your own
happens to come up.
incense.
Yeah, well, I will not. Well, probably not. But you know,
Well, if you do,
it's handy to
um,
know.
I will say I do run a
This
bring your
reminds
own
me-
incense house. Generally speaking, if you desire incense, you're going to have to bring your own. You can't just raid my incense,
Okay.
which I actually do have some incense. I actually have some indirect incense and a censer. I'm not wearing an undershirt because it's already super hot, which means that this is also poking into me because this has like 2 pins with the little round clasp things on it. So this is currently just poking directly into my human suit skin right now. So yeah.
It's fun.
Wow.
Let's see.
Speaking of outfits, I've been using this shirt for my streams for quite a while. I'm gonna have to get a new one soon because the arms are starting to get tight.
Ooh. Oh, also I've got this nice background here. Very hate this. Let's see. Tree Clam Tad for $5 says Dapper claims that he wants us to learn the truth about how the world/universe works, but he won't tell you the truth about the Omnissiah. I will tell you the truth about the Omnissiah, just not your heretical claims about the Dragon of Mars being some kind of Xenos star god. That's crazy talk. All right, let's get some Jerry Bergman, who's going to tell us not the truth about the Omnissiah.
I'm looking for your thing about incense reminded me of something. I'm looking for it now. If I find it, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. I might have just received email notification that my thurable has arrived.
Oh,
Oh my.
very exciting.
Nope. Nope, that's not
Oh.
what that was. That was the New York Times, because at one point I wanted to read an article and they were like, "Give me your email address," and I was like, "All right, fine, whatever." And then they were like, "Oh, and here's the subscription levels," and I was like, "No, fuck off." And then they were like, "Well, we're gonna keep emailing you articles that you're not allowed to read all of." Okay, cool, great.
It's going the wrong
Spam
way.
fun.
And of course, keep in mind the definition I gave you, because a lot of people, when they talk about evolution, they talk about breeding dogs. I know we had a wolf, and now we've got 300 breeds of dogs, and we're getting more every year.
Yes, that is evolution, because unlike your stupid definition of evolution there, Jerry, evolution is not from goo to you by way of the zoo. It is a change in the heritable characteristics of organisms over time, or a change in the allele frequencies, which is mostly the same thing, but not entirely the same thing. And I'm also noticing that because I'm actually capturing my window directly here, that this background is X-mirrored for everyone out in the audience. So there we go, fix that. So sorry about that. My bad there. Yes, the delta and the phi were in the wrong place, and the which side of the skull was mechanical?
Okay.
The wrong side. And that sounds blasphemous to me.
When you were talking, Dapper, I don't know why this reminded me. I kind of know why it reminded me, but it's funny. When you were talking about incense, and I mentioned how, you know, I won't, you know, if I happen to bring any with me when I come and visit, I'll make sure that it's not direct burning. So, a couple years ago, well, I guess it was a little over a year ago, a certain now disgraced Egyptologist was offering a tour of Egypt for his viewers, a guided tour.
Wait, hold on. You just said it was a tour of a tour. Was it a tour of a tour, or was it just a tour?
No, it was just a tour.
Okay,
a guided tour of Egypt. He was going to be the guide, right? And it was like $5,000 or something like that, including flights, I think, right? So, which is, I mean, I guess
including
it's fine,
flights, that's actually not that bad.
It's not that bad, right? So, leading up to the tour, he published a video for everyone who was coming to let them know what they should be bringing with them on the tour, the guided tour of Egypt and the archaeological sites and the culture and the history and everything. So here are some of the items that he recommended people bring with them: a compass, a flashlight, 25 feet of paracord, carabiners, toilet paper, and importantly, he also recommended that everyone leave their transistors at home.
What?
Transistors?
What?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
is this
have
a
no
mountain
idea.
climbing
Don't-
expedition?
No. They were staying in hotels and going to see sites, like when you sightsee in Egypt.
I don't normally bring toilet paper with me when I sightsee.
Or carabiners?
Yeah, or
Or
paracord.
paracord.
Yeah,
Are you ever tempted to bring your transistors with you when you travel?
I mean, yes, because I usually
Those
bring my
things.
phone with me, and that's full of transistors. So
No. He wasn't talking about those.
what was he talking?
I mean, if they're
about?
inside your phone, I have no idea. I just, to this day,
Because I mean,
I'm dying to know where this list came from.
this has like
And-
hundreds of thousands of transistors or something right here.
Sure. Yes. Fair. But I'm fairly sure that's not what he was talking about, though.
That
Just
for some
uh,
reason
he
Skip
runs.
prefers not to say his name.
I worry that he's going to appear. His name is David Falk. He runs a channel called Ancient Egypt in the Bible, and
And if I say his name 2 more
and-
times, he will appear. David Falk. David Falk.
God. But not here. There, he'll appear there.
Oh. So far, so good.
No
Knock
Gordon
on
love
wood.
signs, just transistors.
All right, I got a couple of super chats to read here. Let's see. No Rom to puts for $2 says, I just got here. Did I miss greater than 5 minutes source video?
There's many examples of
No.
We haven't heard more than a sentence out of this guy in like 45 minutes.
My unfinished sock for $2
The
says,
entire
don't
time
burn
I've been here.
incense don't burn self with incense, like and share instead. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna get through one
let's
whole
get through some of
sentence.
Sweet.
that. That's not what we're talking about. We're not concerned about where collies came from. I mean, we know where collies came from. We're concerned
Yeah, but it's evolution. So okay, cool.
about where dogs came from, where people came from, where birds came from. That's the focus. And that's the
We
focus
know
we're
all
looking
of
at
those
in
things,
this.
though.
Yeah, we do. We know all those things quite well. In fact, actually, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dogs were artificially selected for, weren't they?
Well, so kind of. The original dogs were probably mostly the result of just humans chasing away the least friendly wolves and letting the friendlier wolves just kind of hang out.
Okay.
But
Right.
then shortly after that, well, not shortly actually, because we also know that there's a lot of what are called land races, and land races are kind of like breeds, except they weren't bred for by someone. They simply are the dogs that resulted as a result of dogs interacting with humans in a place. And some of the two most famous examples are the Indian pariah dog and the New Guinea singing dog, which is actually itself the closest relative of the dingo in Australia. And these,
Really?
yeah, so
Wow,
these are
that's
dogs
cool.
that have, they're medium dogs. They have sort of all of them have sort of a light tan coat that's solid color on their back, white bellies. They have erect ears and tails that curve over the back. And that just seems to be like the generic dog that you get when people are interacting with dogs, feeding dogs, keeping some of them as pets, letting some of them be feral in cities, but not actively breeding them for anything in particular. It seems like that's just what you get as generic dog. And so,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So the first dogs were not selectively bred for, but the dog breeds were. So like the way that you get like,
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Presentation. Okay, the primary basis of macroevolution is mutations. This is the theory now. Mutations produce the variety.
See, it's such a weird way to say it, like the primary basis. Because if you ask me what is the primary basis of macroevolution, I would have just given you various mechanisms of evolution, like genetic drift, mutation, natural selection. Like the founder effect is a big part of macroevolution in a lot of cases. Like I would go on for a lot of things. Mutation is the way that genetic variation arises, which is, vital to the whole thing. But like it's not like it's more or less vital than genetic drift or like selection.
Right.
Yeah, if,
Right.
if I were to give a list, I would start with the caveat that there's like 6 or 7 major mechanisms
Yeah.
that evolution relies on.
It's kind of like
'Cause
coming up to it like a chair in your dining room set and asking, hey, which one of these 4 legs is the basis of the chair? And it's like, all of them. I need all of them. Don't take any of them or the chair won't work. But wait, no. Don't take away
Dapper,
any of the chairs.
there's a non-trivial number of complaints in the chat about the bell.
I will take the bell off. If I
that
can.
is- it's very high pitched, at least the way it's coming through your
Mhm.
mic.
It's actually very quiet
Mhm.
in person.
Mm.
You know, I might actually be able to remove the clapper for...
Just a visual.
Yeah. No, not oh, wait, hold on. Clapper. Oh, that's staying on. I might, if I'm using it on stream, like, because my actual plan is to use this during the Wrath and Glory games. So what I might actually end up doing, because there's a little clapper in there, is just like put a cotton ball around it.
Yeah, put something, tape something on it, like tape. You could even just tape it.
Yeah.
That helps.
Let's see. Dogs and humans co-evolved recently, says Inquisitive Infidel for $2, and that is accurate.
Yeah.
All right.
Variety that natural selection can select. So the theory is based on 2 different things. Mutation produces variety, natural selection selects that variety. That's evolution. That's evolution, very simply. And
Is it that
Ernst
simple?
Mayr,
I mean,
well-
I understand he's saying natural selection selects the mutation, which is like generally true, but isn't this like...
But like genetic drift is very important. Things like the founder effect for the new populations having different genetics, all that stuff matters. In fact, most evolution is probably neutral, which means it's not under selection, but it is still various alleles drifting to fixation as a result of just chance, right? So like, what is a good example? We'll just use an actual real world thing, right? Like, let's say you have a number of, say, beetles, right? And among these beetles, there are... Is my stream being weird? Stream, you okay? Nope. Okay. Let's say there's 2 different color morphs, right? Some of the beetles are red, and some of the beetles are yellow, right? Okay. And over time, as a result of just random chance, just which alleles get passed on when during reproduction, and we'll say that there's no particular advantage of this, right? Because let's say they're just on an island, they don't have any active predators. Cool. Over time, it is likely that one of those color morphs will just come to predominate just randomly, right? And then as it becomes to predominate, the chances that it becomes the only allele for that color morph, or for color morphs, increases. And eventually, the chances are that all the beetles, if they don't have any new mutations to color morphs, will just all have the same allele, and they'll all be the same color, and there's no particular reason for it. But this can also happen in other parts of the genome, including neutral parts. And sometimes things that fix in a population as a result of just genetic drift can also later on come under selection. So, for example, you might have an allele in a non-coding part of the DNA that's just junk DNA, doesn't do anything, but it exists. And even in there, different, technically it's not alleles, but different variations there will fix in a population as a result of genetic drift. And sometimes parts of that junk DNA can be neo-functionalized and turned into a functional element. And then at that point, whatever drift occurred is going to be incorporated into that now functional element that is selected for. Tree Clam Tat for $5 says, there are far too many autistic community members for the bell to persist on stream, points itself. It is off. Let's see. Nezudev for $5 says, did the government finally catch the T-Rex and replace... Did the government finally catch the T-Rex and replace it with a human actor? Classic cover-up. Who is this sexy dude? I want my dino back. This is just my human costume. Well, it's my Adeptus Mechanicus costume. Dutch Tunicate Official says, the original dogs were like the original cats. Well, in that they were very much like their wild counterparts. Templar Warden for 5 Kiwi dollars says, so is evolution natural selection and mutation, or is it goo to you? Sounds like someone is misrepresenting and lying. Yeah, that's another thing. We now have a third definition for what evolution is.
I mean,
Oh, in the
creationists are
biology-
consistently inconsistent. That's
It
their trademark.
really is true. They just cannot get their stories straight.
Just died. He was 99 when he died. He was a professor at Harvard. He said, ultimately, all variation is due to mutation. So
I would agree. Yeah. Because while there are other things like this horizontal gene transfer and there is chromosome crossover and things like that, it is the case that that variation that is entering into the genome as a result of those things still started with mutations. So yeah, that's fair.
foundation. Theodosis Dobzhansky, who also died a few years ago, he's a
And whom we're not going to mention was a Christian.
Russian scientist. He said mutation.
Sorry, Doc?
No, I was going to.
Wait, which doc?
Good question. Either one. I thought someone said something. I guess not. I'll just continue on.
Mutation is the only source of the raw materials and hence of evolution. Very clear. So if you
Hey guys, do you think there might have been anything in that ellipsis that mattered? Because I bet there was.
This is
Yeah,
it's
most certainly.
like watching a Michael Jones presentation.
Yeah,
Really
it's like, hey, what are you hiding in that ellipsis there, buddy?
Yeah.
In this case, though, I actually don't super disagree with what Theodosius Dobzhansky said there. Also, one of the hints that maybe he's a Christian might be that theophoric name that he has. Because, I don't know if you know, but Theodosius is not a Russian name. That is, in fact, a very Greek name. And the Theo part is, in fact, from Theos, for God. Because he came from a Russian Orthodox family. And as far as I can tell from everything I've read, he was a Russian Orthodox Christian for his whole life. Which, given when he lived, and what his job was, not actually the easiest thing to do. It was not super easy to try to be an academic while also being openly practicing a religious faith in the Soviet Union. Not an easy thing to do. Wasn't impossible, but it was very hard. You had to work very hard to get advanced in any way, in any academic field, if you were known to do things like go to church.
to show that mutation cannot produce the variety we're looking for, evolution is dead in the water, unequivocally. Now, there are other sources of variation, sexual reproduction, crossing over. If you study genetics, you'll understand that, transposition, and so on. But these don't produce new information. They just shift around the existing information.
We got information. Hey, guys, you think we're ever going to get a definition for information?
I was just about to ask
remains
what you mean by information.
Yeah, I don't know. He's not going to tell us because here's the thing. There are multiple ways that you can define information in a way that is objective and allows you to do things like measure how much information is in a genome, compare how much information, tell whether or not a mutation has added or reduced information. But here's the problem with all of them. Every single one shows that it is trivially true that mutation, and even in some cases crossover and transposition and such, adds information to the genome. And so creationists will reject every single definition. In fact, I once, with Jackson Wheat, sat down for nearly an entire hour just trying to get a creationist to agree to a definition for information because he had used it in his presentation talking about creationism so that we could move on. And every single time he agreed to a definition, we would then bring up an example of how that definition allows us to measure information and show that, in fact, yes, information does increase in the genome. And so eventually, after this entire hour, he just gave up on giving a definition for information, and it seemed to be sort of like the famous definition of porn, which is that you know it when you see it. Which, I mean, okay, but that's not scientific, right? Like, it's fine
really
if you want to talk about that
right.
as like a vibe check thing with your buddies, which can be important, right? Like, I do vibe check stuff with buddies all the time. Like, oh, hey, you guys want to play this particular game? It's ultimately going to be a vibe check between me and whoever I want to play with, whether or not we play that game. I'm not going to try and measure the desirability of the game in units or something, right? Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
But in terms of science, if you can't measure it, if you can't put a number on it, if you can't compare it, you're not talking about anything. That's just go away. Do something else. Go do not science.
Nothing new. It's like when my wife redecorates the house, she just moves the furniture around. Okay? It looks different. It
Oh,
looks
funny,
new, but there's
guys.
nothing
Did you
new
hear
about
that? He told a joke about his wife
The thing is,
and decorating of furniture.
okay, so
It's funny.
I actually am not positive that he meant that as a joke. I think it just might be that his wife
Oh.
sometimes redecorates, which, like, okay,
Could
but
be.
I think
Quite, yeah.
the real sexist is the guy who laughed very loudly, because if you notice, there was only
That's
one
it.
person who actually really laughed. And yeah, I think that's I forgot to set up a second super chat goal. My goodness, hold on. We got to set up another one. So we're going to do another
I should let you know I can only stick around for a couple more minutes. and then
How
I got
dare
some
you?
stuff
I
to
need
do.
we need
I know. Look,
Kip, we need a safety Canadian.
I'm sorry. I feel like I've given you what I can. I'm traveling this week, and I still have a bunch of stuff that I have to get ready.
Kip, what are we gonna do? Why would you travel?
I don't know.
What are you
Well,
have people to visit or
fun.
something?
I do have someone to go visit.
Disgusting.
It is.
How dare.
It is.
All right.
house. It's just different arrangement. And Richard Dawkins will look at what he had to say, since he is now the...
I really do not want to look
He's
at
a
what Richard
very
Dawkins had to
young-
say.
Don't
How
care
old
about
is this
Dawkins.
video?
I don't know. It was uploaded about 5 years ago, but that doesn't tell me how old the recording is. Because clearly the
True.
channel that uploaded this, which also uploaded a Jason Lyle talk that was at the beginning of this that we just skipped past, that clearly was not the person who recorded any of this. Inquisitive Infidel, who's been a member for 2 months, says, information is what number 1 wants from number 6, the prisoner. It's been a long time since I've seen
I
The
like
Prisoner. Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, drink for Dawkins. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. So, okay. I have made it a rule that I will not knowingly allow it to go unsaid when someone is mentioned on the channel, whether by me or a guest or in a video that we're responding to, who is in fact what I like to call an Epstein Files alumnus. And before you ask, yes, for the very rare women who might appear in negative light, I would say alumna, because I do in fact know how to do some Latin words. So yes, but they're virtually all men. So we're gonna go with alumnus as our default here. Not only is Richard Dawkins someone who is mentioned repeatedly in unsavory contexts in the Epstein Files, he is also a noted Islamophobe, transphobe. He is he has said that he cannot condemn, quote, mild participation in PDF file activity. His word was mild.
Jesus.
Yep. I don't know what counts as mild versus severe for Richard Dawkins, because I feel like it's all pretty darn severe. But okay. And also recently, he has decided that his chat conversations with a large language model are sentient and seems to be kind of falling in love with one of them, who he's decided to give a feminine gender to, which means, by the way, that Richard Dawkins is capable of understanding the idea of gender when divorced from biology.
Touche.
So
that's good.
That's just bizarre. The hell?
In other words, Richard
It is
Dawkins
bizarre.
did some cool science and did some pretty good science communication a few decades ago, and
A while
also
back,
turns out, and also turns out to have been a giant pile of shit. Because he at one point decided to write a blog post in which he combined his misogyny and Islamophobia in order to complain about a woman who had herself basically said, hey, this new atheist movement seems to be excluding women to some degree. So he decided to jump in and do exactly that while also being Islamophobic.
Poor Muslima.
Yep, that is in fact the blog article. If you want to bother looking it up, which I don't recommend, it's not very good. Yeah. Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, but he's the Pope of evolution. Yeah, that's how the creationists treat him. And I am sick of hearing about him, but because the creationists just loved to talk about him, I have to hear about it every single day.
True.
And mostly because
I mean,
he wrote
the
that.
reason why they're obsessed with him probably is just because he's so inflammatory.
I mean, he is.
He loves stirring the pot.
They do like him a lot better now, though, than they used to. Thanks to all that transphobia and Islamophobia, he gets some better press
From the
in,
Christians. Well, from the particularly bad Christians, not Christians in general.
certain Christian circles. Yes. So,
Yeah.
but I think at this point I'm gonna have to go.
Boo.
Good to see you, Doc Dino. Sorry, I almost said it wrong. Good to see you, Doc Dino. And we'll see you again soon. And once again, happy birthday, Dapper Dinosaur.
Thank you very much, and happy Flag Day.
Happy Flag Day, and cheer up. I'll be back next weekend.
Actually, I think you're going to be back Friday night.
That's true. That's kind of the weekend, isn't it?
I mean, it's not for me because I work on Saturday. So, like,
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too sometimes. But still.
Let's see. Have I missed a super chat? I don't think so. Okay.
Okay. See you guys.
See you. By the way,
have a good stream.
Yeah.
So, I'll mention this real quick. So, the plan ultimately, Kip, you can go. It's fine. You're good.
Okay. Bye.
So, the plan ultimately is basically this is sort of a stand-in, but I have a shirt that has a similar pattern here that's just a t-shirt. And what my ideal is I'm going to get like some actual robes and sew like a cog pattern along the hood and along like the trim of the robe and the sleeves. And then have this be the clasp that keeps the middle of the robe together. And then have probably a deadened bell here somewhere and have the thurible around.
Yeah.
And that'll be my my little costume for when I'm running Wrath and Glory, which is the game that I am planning to run after Star Trek Adventures. So there you go.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to hard to find an outfit that I actually like and looks kind of medieval themed.
I mean, the obvious easy one is just go as a monk because that's just a cloak with like a little tiny poncho around the top and a rope belt. And you're done. You did it. You got like a robe and a little cloak thing and a belt, and now you're a monk. And then you can walk around with beer because monks brew beer. In fact, in some places in medieval Europe, they ultimately ended up having like a monopoly on beer. And that's one of the ways that monasteries became very wealthy, despite the fact that the monks individually swore vows of poverty. The monastery could own property, even if it wasn't something that belonged to any of the monks, technically. Of course, who gets to control that property? Well, the monks. So, technically, yeah, no, they don't own it. The monastery does as an institution. But, like, that's a distinction without a difference in my book. But, yeah, that's also why, have you ever had Trappist beer?
I have not.
Well, if you ever do, or Trappist preserves, actually, for that matter. Those are food items produced by Trappist monks, that is an order of Catholic monks. So if you ever get Trappist beer or preserves, you are supporting the business of a monastery. So
I will say, back when I was out in Wyoming, I became friends with a retired Catholic priest who got like a couple degrees while living in a monastery out in Washington State. Apparently that particular monastery was very well known for their beer.
Nice. The last monastery that I had any interaction with got their money primarily from roasting coffee. Yeah. And selling blends, right? Like roasting and mixing coffee. Tree Clam Tad says, Pentiment stream when, Dapper? I don't own Pentiment, so it would have to be after I own Pentiment. So yeah. Also probably after I get my computer back, because this is still my laptop, and it currently has 4 games installed, and none of them run particularly well. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot of room for more games. Olivia Williams for 279 Beaver Bucks says, there's a reason Vikings targeted monasteries. Yes, there is. It's because that's where all the money was, as well as a lot of the beer. And who doesn't want more beer?
Yeah.
Also, I am going to have to go, unfortunately.
You're going to leave me alone?
Unfortunately, yes. I have to babysit tonight.
Doc,
but it was fun being here. And again, happy Flag Day.
Happy Flag Day.
I apologize. Also, the Maiasaur now has arms and legs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, less arm.
Has legs and an arm.
Okay.
All right. Have a good rest of your day, and goodbye, everybody.
Visionary scientist in the world. He was just voted the most intelligent man in the whole world.
By whom? Whatever, I don't care.
And so we'll have to rely upon what he has to say. And I cut and pasted this right from his website. Okay, the goal is he's British, so methinks is like a weasel. That's from Shakespeare.
Okay. The last time I heard someone describe the Methinks It Is Like a Weasel program, it was the guy who does the Gramps Goes to College thing. And he got it incredibly wrong. So let's see how we do here. Because I am skeptical.
So he has a computer program, and you type in letters randomly, and then the program changes the letters, and if it saves something...
Yep, Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says, Vikings found gold and people without weapons. Yeah, monasteries were basically just big signs saying, hey, come loot me.
Okay, these are the letters. It started out with W, and the program did not save that because it doesn't meet the goal of Methinks Is Like a Weasel. M does, so that's saved. So now we get M saved, and of course D, that doesn't meet the goal, so E does. So eventually, in Act 44 repetitions, we get Methinks Is Like a Weasel.
Well, I have to say thank you very much to Tree Clam Tat, who just got me Pentiment. So, in that case, I guess it is possible for us to have a Pentiment stream. So thank you very much. There we go. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. In case someone else is interested in also doing gifts for Flag Day, like I said in the description, you will find links to 2 wish lists: one my Steam wish list and one my Throne wish list. Throne is for physical items like the Thurible that's on its way, or there's books, there's some snacks, stuff like that. So yeah, and then Steam is obviously for Steam stuff.
So that's how evolution works. Okay, that's his way. The problem is this is a program written by a very intelligent guy.
Okay, and so here, okay. I have to collect myself because this is one of the stupider things that creationists do, right? So, all experiments are designed by someone, right? Or a group of someones. Sure. But that doesn't mean that what you've done is demonstrate that you need people to do the thing, right? Like, if I run an experiment to say, hey, at what temperature does gallium melt? And I design a setup where I design where like the thermometer goes and what heat source I'm using and how I'm going to control it precisely and how long I'm going to let it set at every particular temperature, like all that. That doesn't mean it takes intelligence to melt gallium, right? Like, that seems pretty obvious. So if you set up a simulation that simulates selection on randomly generated anything, right? That doesn't demonstrate that you need intelligence to set up selection on random variables. What it means is that selection on random variables can in fact give you particular outputs. That's it. Doesn't matter that someone designed it. That is immaterial. It matters not at all. So, yeah.
Okay? And number 2 is you're not going to have life with a bunch of gobbledygook. You got to start out with something that at least works.
Okay.
Before it works.
Hey, here's a fun thing. RNA can actually self-assemble, and some self-assembled RNA can reproduce itself as well as catalyze the formation of other chemicals, which can then go on to enhance the ability of that self-assembled RNA strand to reproduce. Which means that if you start with, and I am someone who thinks that RNA world is a likely thing that happened at some point, that all the replicators on Earth use RNA. So you can self-assemble, essentially, genomes that themselves can reproduce and undergo selection, which means that selection starts before cells exist. And it can start with randomly assembled RNA. Further, there are actual experiments that humans have done in figuring out, like, okay, what percentage of just random strings of DNA of X length actually produce function? And one famous example was a bunch of I believe it was, I want to say it was E. coli, but I'm not sure. But their lac operon is, so an operon in a bacterial genome is a set of genes and a promoter and a deactivation sequence, basically, that says, okay, these are the genes that are involved in this process. And you all turn on or off together. And so the lac operon controls the bacterium's ability to digest lactose, which is the sugar that is found in mammal milk. Okay, cool. It has a promoter, and without this promoter, the operon can't turn on. And the promoter is a few hundred base pairs long, if I remember correctly. So experimenters took out the lac operon promoter and replaced it with literal random noise, just random sequences of that length. And they found that about 10% of them actually still had function as promoters for the lac operon, and that another, somewhere around like 20 or 30%, I'm remembering this off the top of my head, so, all these numbers might be subject to a little bit of change, but 20 or 30%, if I remember correctly, were within 1 point mutation of being functional. And some of the random sequences were actually more efficient promoters than the wild type sequence, out of just noise. The problem that a lot of creationists seem to have, or the one that they want lay creationists to think that they have, is that they want to say that the functional fraction of sequence space in genetics, of, the ACTG genetic sequence along the string of the DNA, is similar in size to the functional fraction of character space when using English. And what character space is, like, if you look at your keyboard, right? So all the letters, all the numbers, all the special symbols, spacebar, punctuation, all that stuff, we'll say that each one can have a slot in a one-dimensional string of alphanumeric characters, right? And if you say have 200 such characters and you fill them out randomly, what are the chances that of those 200 characters, you will get an actual sentence that can be understood and that is grammatically correct and has the punctuation in the right space? Well, it's vanishingly small. But that's not the case for DNA. DNA has a much higher functional fraction, and part of the reason for that is that there's only 4 symbols in there, right? So most sets of DNA are going to be able, in principle, to be transcribed into a protein, and chances are it's going to do something. It'll have some biochemical activity, and of those proteins, some small fraction will actually provide a benefit for the organism that produces them. Let's see. Jillian Wren says, I would like to announce that another person Dapper Dinosaur can celebrate Flag Day with is Cliff Edwards, the original voice of Jiminy Cricket. Cool. Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says, there was experiment produced a mini RNA ecosystem. I think you mean there was an experiment that produced a mini RNA ecosystem. Yeah, it's true. And the RNA strands competed with each other for, like, basically the building blocks of further RNA. And they could mutate in that system and improve their ability to self-replicate.
Which makes sense. It's got to work before evolution works. So the problems with this idea of mutations as a source of variation is, number one, we assume mutations are random, and in fact we know they're not.
Okay, we actually do know that they are. What he's about to say, based on this slide, is that some mutations are more likely than others, which is true, but that's not the same thing as mutations being deterministic. We can't predict this particular nucleotide base pair is going to switch to this other nucleotide base pair at this time with this reproduction event. We can't do that, right? Think about it like a dartboard, right? Some of the rings are bigger in terms of overall area than some of the other rings, right? And so if we assume someone who's just going to throw darts randomly, and we exclude darts that miss the board entirely, those just don't count, right? There is going to be a likelihood of which ring is going to be hit. And remember, this person is not trying to hit the bullseye, right? This person is just throwing darts in the general direction of the dartboard. You can estimate roughly the proportion of darts that are going to hit each particular ring by just measuring its area and comparing it to the area of the other rings and the overall dartboard. Okay. But that still means that if someone is not trying to hit any part of the dartboard and they're just throwing darts in that general direction, that the hits are going to be random. But they're not equiprobable. And that's one of the things, is that random and equiprobable are not the same thing. You can also think about, like, if you've ever played XCOM, you know, where you've got, like, one of your soldiers is right next to an alien. They got their shotgun ready. That alien is standing right next to them. And the number on your screen says 99%. You have a 99% chance of hitting this. And anyone who has played XCOM knows that you will miss 99% shots. It will happen. They are not guaranteed. They are not 100%. In fact, actually, sometimes, because of the way that XCOM rounds, sometimes even 100% is actually like 99.9, and you'll miss anyway. A hit versus a miss is not equiprobable in XCOM. But it's still generated by a pseudo-random number generator, which means that unless you know what the seed number is and what the algorithm is for the pseudo-random number generator, you have no way to predict with 100% accuracy which shots are going to hit and which ones will miss. Because sometimes that 33% chance shot, it's going to work. Sometimes that 99% chance shot isn't. It's random. Well, as random as matters, because, you know, computers are bad at true randomness, but that's not very important. Yeah, I've seen some of my players, or some of my viewers have played XCOM, and they know 99% chance shot misses all the time.
Okay, but let's assume for a minute they are random. Okay, if they were random, this is what we would get.
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
See here the different ways of getting serine, and of course these are the 4 base pairs, A, G, T, and C. The 4 base pairs.
No, that's invisible.
4 base pairs, we get codes of 3, sets of 3. So if we look at then the results, we're going to get serine 6 different ways, which is about 9.4% of all the combinations. Okay, of all the possible combinations.
Okay, so I see what he's doing. He's checking every single, like, possible codon. So DNA is broken up into blocks of 3 nucleotide base pairs. Each 3 is called a codon. And every possible arrangement has an assignment in the genetic code, if you will. So each set of 3 codes for either one particular amino acid or a stop. And also start is the same thing as a methionine codon. So, like, it's not a separate codon for start, but whatever. Tree Clam Tat for $5 says, the XCOM devs actually increased the probability on high percent shots because people don't understand probability. Gambler's fallacy all the way down. Did they? I thought it was one of the few games that didn't do that. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. And so what he's saying is, if mutations were random, then we should be able to say that all these codons are equiprobable, and therefore we can say what the chances are of a particular amino acid being the one replaced just based on the number of codons that have that particular assignment. But it's not equiprobable. Certain mutations are more likely than others. Certain places in the genome are more likely to have mutations than others. And so we can't make this just blanket assumption that the chances of a particular amino acid being slotted in is just going to be whatever the proportionality of it is if you just take up all the codons and add how many of them are for that amino acid and then just do the probability math, right? That's not how it works. But for some reason, he doesn't think that leaves it as random, but it does, because random is about whether or not something is deterministic or probabilistic. And it's probabilistic. But probabilities can be weighted, right? Like, another example is, here's my dice. Okay. So let's say I get 2 6-sided dice. 2 of the most generic dice that have ever occurred, because everyone is familiar with 6-sided dice. You probably played Monopoly, or you played Yahtzee, or whatever, right? So you know about 6-sided dice. Okay, here's a couple 6-sided dice here. Cool. I'll make myself big. Okay, so got 6-sided dice, cool. Now, if you roll these, you will find that rolling a 2 is only a 1 in 12 chance, and rolling in 18 is also only, sorry, not 18, sorry, a 12 is also only a 1 in 12 chance. But 7 has a lot more options. And that's because it has the most number of ways to add up the values of these two dice to get to 7. Does that mean that the dice roll is no longer random? Well, no, because it's not predictable. You don't know what you're going to get. Like, I can't say this is going to be a 7. It was, in fact, an 11. That was actually a 12. That's a 6. That's a 10. 7. I got 7 finally. I don't know what it's going to be. But that doesn't mean I can't make statistical analyses about what results are the most common. All right. Let's get back to Jerry.
Combination. So randomly, we'll get lots of serine, lots of arginine, lots of leucine, lots of valine. We'll get hardly any, well, 1.6% methionine, 1.6% tryptophan. So what's going to happen? Mutations are going to move toward this direction and away from this direction. So
wait, hold on. Is it worse than I thought? Does he think that the mutations are actually equiprobable, but then also that because some of the amino acids have a higher number of codons that code for them, that makes it not random? That's worse than I thought it was. Jeez, Jerry. I hate it when I think I know just how stupid a creationist is being, and then they're like, no, actually, I'm being far more stupid than that. You're the dumb one for thinking that I had even a modicum of intelligence. Claude Simeon for $2 says, I support Chartreuse and Benedictine monks. Thank you.
what is going to happen is the genome will degenerate. And this is the work I did at the medical school. I worked on mutations. That was my...
Okay, but you just ignore the thing that you previously set up, the selection, right? So if a gene needs a methionine codon, which is the start codon, right? And that particular gene produces a product that is actually particularly useful to that organism, then mutations away from methionine is going to cause a fitness decrease that will be selected against by the natural selection that he was just talking about. This is another thing creationists love to do. They love to take different aspects of evolutionary theory, isolate them, and talk about the fact that this particular aspect of evolutionary biology cannot explain evolution as a whole. And then say that therefore evolution must be fake. It must not be real. The problem is, like, you could do that with anything, right? Like if I were to talk about how my computer works, and I were to point out that this mouse here, right? Well, I mean, it's got a sophisticated little laser guy here. It's got some pads here so it doesn't catch. It's got some buttons. It's got a mouse wheel. Okay, cool. Great. That doesn't explain how my computer on my GPU. It doesn't explain how my solid state drive stores information as charges that actually can persist even without the power. It doesn't explain any of that, right? Does that mean that my computer doesn't work? No, it's working. Just isolating one aspect of evolution and then saying, well, that doesn't explain the whole thing isn't an argument. Because it was never supposed to explain the whole thing.
Job, and we study mutations all day and all night. That's what we looked at. So we know a lot of this stuff. We know that mutations cause degeneration of the genome. And then another problem is mutation from one base to another is not equal. So one study found...
Okay, so this is the thing that I thought he was talking about before, which is a separate kind of stupid than the one he actually was talking about. So I guess I just jumped the gun on that. I guess that's a confirmed prediction, and even though this isn't alcohol, I'll just take a drink because it's kind of sweaty in this. Okay. I'm going to have to break for another drink soon.
For example, that conversion to thymine was 58% of the total conversions. So mutations occurred. We got a G to a T, and that occurred 16% of the time. A C to a T, 42%, and an A to a T, 0.7%. So that was the conversions. So what's going to happen? We're going to end up with a lot of thymines, not very many guanines, and not very many cytosines, and hardly any adenosines.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is that we're going to degenerate toward thymines. In fact, conversion to thymine is 10 times more common than conversion to adenine.
Okay.
So using Dawkins' model, what do we get? We get, well, we start out with some gobbledygook, just randomly type in the computer, and we're going to end up with all thymines eventually. So that's degeneration.
Okay, I don't know what he did with the program, so like I can't address that particularly. But the fact is that we know about this fact, but we also know that there is purifying selection that occurs in many parts of the genome, and they don't just all go to thiamine over time, right? Like that isn't actually what happens. So we've got like a mismatch between Jerry's model, which again I don't know how to assess because I don't know what he did with the program to get it to produce just a bunch of T's. But we've got reality, and reality doesn't agree with Jerry's model. So what's the solution? What do you do when your model disagrees with reality? Do you prefer the model or do you prefer reality? And the answer that science has landed on is that you prefer reality. Jerry can go enjoy his model for whatever it's worth, which is apparently not much because it doesn't agree with reality. But it doesn't matter, right? Because these are well understood. But again, purifying selection keeps this from being too big of a problem. Now, I suspect that what he did was he just heavily weighted the letter T and heavily sort of downgraded the weight of the other letters, and that just got him to T. But one problem is that if he still has a selection function such that any letter that happens to be the right letter will be preserved, then all he's done is slow down the program. He hasn't actually stopped it from hitting methinks it is like a weasel. The only way we can say that it's actually going to go to all T's is if he also treats that as to be preserved. Which is, I don't know if that's what he's done, right? Which is one of the problems. Like, I can't assess this program on its own. But I can tell you that if you do that, then yeah, you will get all T's most likely. But if you don't, then eventually those T's will in fact mutate away from T and will eventually mutate to the correct letter to be preserved, which will then carry forward. So I don't know.
That's not going to improve anything. And then hotspots, a very important concept. There are hotspots and cold spots. Hotspots are where mutations are more common. Cold spots are where they're less common. And when we look...
And I would like to point out that hotspots tend to be in junk regions that are not under purifying selection, and cold spots tend to be around important genes and promoters. Because if those mutate too much, then you are likely to have dangerous mutations because those are more common than beneficial. And so the genome just doesn't mutate as much there. And this is also a thing that's well known. And if you have mutations that are degenerating your junk DNA, who cares? No big deal.
Look at an example of the CG dinucleotide. It's involved in mutations about 12 times more often than other dinucleotide sequences. And that's only one example.
Okay.
And here, looking at E. coli gene, and this is the number of changes, mutations in the gene, and this is the first.
Red Cedar 425 says Discworld is an excellent model for storytelling. Yeah. Actually, I'll be honest. I think that some of the speaking of like flat Earth things, I think some of the flat Earth stuff that they say, which I know Terry Pratchett wasn't a flat earther. I'm just saying some of that flat Earth stuff would actually be cool world building for like a crazy fantasy world. And I wish some of the flat earthers would just put their effort into that direction rather than the direction that they're actually going, which is just to say just absolute nonsense.
Code, the second, the third, the fourth, and so on. You can see there's a lot of them where one mutation occurred. There is 2 here that's more than 1 occurred. These, no mutations occurred. And here you can see the position 199. We ended up with lots of mutations.
Cool.
And when we look at not just the E. coli genome, but other genomes, what we see is that mutation.
Well, I just noticed this. I want to point out Jerry Bergman here has the incorrect formatting for the name E. coli. First of all, because he has not actually stated in any writing the actual genus name, he needs to put out Escherichia, the whole thing. It needs to be italicized, or if the whole text is italicized, it actually needs to be not italicized. And it's not capital E dash capital C, even for the abbreviation. It is capital E period space lowercase c OLI. So, Jerry, if you want to be taken seriously as someone who is doing biology education, you should get the basic formatting of binomial nomenclature right. I don't usually make a big deal out of this with most people because who cares if you want to put capital T dash capital REX for T-Rex, even though you haven't introduced the name Tyrannosaurus at first, and that's the wrong formatting. But like, this is extra wrong, and you're presenting this as you being someone who knows about the science here. Getting binomial nomenclature right in formatting is one of the first things. I learned it in high school. I learned how to do this in high school. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, E. coli, one word, no capitals. Thank you very much.
Are far more common in certain areas, and they're called hotspots. And that's very important in doing research in cancer. That's a critical thing we have to look at, understanding the source of mutations for cancer. And that's important because there are many different kinds of cancer depending upon the mutation, where it is. So more and more we're treating cancer not according to whether there's a mutant, but where the mutant is in the genome or in the gene. In this case, we're concerned.
What does that mean? We're not treating it according to whether there's a mutant, but according to where it is in the gene? No. If you understood what that sentence is supposed to mean, please at me, because that was incomprehensible to me. I have absolutely no clue what information he is trying to get from his brain into the brains of his audience members. That meant nothing to me.
About, and that allows us to fine-tune our treatment of cancer. So it's very important. So we know there's a lot of hotspots. They're all over the place. And one study found 2 mutations accounted for 94.4% of all mutations out of the 319 that this study identified. So primarily what's going to happen is here's a hotspot, and the hotspots will keep changing, and we'll never get methinks just like a weasel. And that's important, too. This is an interesting thing, which has nothing to do with the presentation, but hotspots are...
But it isn't never, right? Unless you are saying that these cold spots just don't mutate at all, which we know they do, you will eventually get to methinks it is like a weasel. It just might take longer. Okay, Prixie Purple says, he means that we determine the treatment based on which mutations are causing the cancer. I mean, okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay, all right. I will take that as what he was probably trying to convey there. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, quick question, what the fuck? Yeah, I ask myself that a lot. A lot. Yeah. I do kind of wish Dan Stern Cardinal were here because he would hate this and he would have a lot to say. But I do believe that he is currently engaged in family things, given that it is, a weekend and, it's not super late there. So.
Are important because every now and then we get a mutation. Okay? Then the mutation goes back to the original, called a back mutation, and no longer is the mutation found in that genetic line. So spontaneous healing, you might call it. And that occurs because of hotspots. So if we combine these together, what do we get? We'll end up with hotspots, lots of T's, and these are cold spots, not many changes. So given Dawkins' example, what's going to happen? The genome is going to degenerate.
I mean, you say that, but I don't actually see how that's the case because all of those seem to be equally distant from methinks it is like a weasel. And also, I don't actually know how he got any of these, so I can't assess how much, what he's saying actually corresponds to what happened in these simulations he's alleging, because I actually don't have any faith that he actually ran these simulations. Sorry. I would have to actually see, I would have to actually get something like an executable that could run this so that I could actually see that it actually does what Jerry Bergman is saying should happen. So there is that. But also, again, we have a situation where the model doesn't match reality. Now, to be fair, the original Dawkins model also was not a close fit for reality, right? We're comparing 2 models that are only vaguely related to reality in the first place. So, yeah.
And that's exactly what happens. Okay, polarity, and I'll go through that quickly. Polarity is important. In order for the folding to occur correctly, there are 4 different kinds of bonds which hold the protein together, the amino acid chain, to fold together to produce the functional protein.
Okay.
And we need some of these, polar negative and polar positive, but you can see there's not very many ways of getting that.
But I mean, there are ways, and I don't know what point he's trying to get at here. But that, like, if you replace one codon with a codon that codes for a different amino acid, the protein will fold differently. Like, yeah, that's true. But that's how. If that weren't true, we couldn't get new functionality out of mutations, right? So, like, that has to be true. I don't know what the argument is here. If you do, let me know.
And that's a problem for evolution.
Is it though?
Okay, now.
Because that seems like the way that evolution is actually able to proceed in terms of generating new proteins with new functions. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. But you know what? I am going to get myself a new drink. I'm going to cool off a little bit, and I will be back shortly. So in the meantime, we're going to have some intermission, and I will be right back. Please stick with me. And remember, if we can get this super chat goal up to 30, so we need 20 more, and we have an hour and 20 minutes to do it, then we activate the drinking triggers, and my next drink, actually, I will go get a drink immediately. That will be a rum and cola, because that's what I have. All right, I will see you on the other side of the break. Okay, I am back. Thank you for sticking with me, which is most of you, it looks like. Templar Warden for 5 New Zealand dollars or Kiwi bucks says, man has explained the intricacies of how pistons work to produce a straight motion to come to the conclusion, therefore engines don't work. Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Let's see. W. Swordsman says, currently 50 minutes back, but Dapper Dinosaur doesn't speak stupid as well as I do. I usually think I speak stupid pretty well, but like, I don't know. I guess I don't.
Are beneficial mutations common? I did a literature research on beneficial mutations, and I found in Biological Abstracts about 170. This is kind of outdated, so there are more now.
Oh, okay.
Medline, 283, total of about 500,000. Beneficial mutations, 98, 88, total of 186. Some overlap here, so it's not quite 186, but beneficial mutations are not even talked about much in the literature. Because they're pretty rare. Now, let's look at some of these
I mean, yeah, it is true that they're pretty rare. That's fair enough, I suppose, but like, no? Okay.
beneficial mutations. Well, 0.04% is what articles that talked about beneficial mutations. Some of these, several articles talked about the same mutation. So there's not 200 beneficial mutations. There is 200 articles that talked about beneficial mutations.
Oh my God,
and
dude, get to a point.
One good example is this is beneficial for people, but not for in this case, the plant. Seedless fruit. It's a loss mutation.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm okay. I'm gonna take a drink. This is just lemonade. It's just lemonade with a lot of ice. So, or sorry, for a lot of frozen water. No ice. Fuck ice. A lot of frozen water. Okay. I'm okay. Whether or not a mutation is beneficial is not something that is determined by how Jerry Bergman thinks it is. Right? That doesn't matter at all. Completely irrelevant. The question is, did the mutation result in more of the organism or less of the organism? Just that one question, more or less. Now, in the case of seedless fruit, you might think, well, that's going to be less, right? Well, I would normally agree with you that generally speaking, a fruit that does not produce seeds, or at least not viable seeds, is going to be less fit than a plant that produces fruit that do have seeds, right? Seems reasonable. But there's a big weird environmental monkey that is hanging out in this whole picture that we're not addressing. And that monkey is specifically the human monkey. Humans, like this suit is pretending to be, right? Or like most of you are. That's the problem. Actually, I should probably point that way. Most of you are. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Why is it there's a distinction there, right? Why is that important? The way that these plants reproduce is not primarily from having seeds germinate and turn into new plants. It is primarily by humans cloning them through cuttings. Tree Clam Tan for $2 says, Jesus made seedless fruit for your convenience. There you go. That Tree Clam Tad says, sir, I am notably a clam. That's why I said most of you are human. Not all of you. I'm sure we have our clams and our other dinosaurs and cuttlefish or whatever else, right? I don't know why I picked 2 mollusks, but I did. Whatever. Okay, so in a situation in which seeds are not the primary means by which you reproduce, and where another species is picking specifically which members of your species are going to reproduce via cloning, then whatever makes your fruit, which is the reason that this other species is cloning you in the first place, the most desirable for that species, that is what's going to that's going to be what's beneficial. So in the case of seedless fruit, because humans are the way in which they reproduce, that's an extremely beneficial mutation. Because all mutational effects are conditional based on the environment. They are all situational. There are no mutational effects that are just objectively good. Not a thing ever at any point in the history of life. All mutations have a fitness effect that is environmentally conditional. So we'll continue with Jerry here.
Okay, it's helpful for us because, well,
Oh, forgot to
watermelon.
switch it
I don't know.
back.
What do you do? When I eat watermelon, I just swallow the seeds. It's gross to spit them out in your hand. So what do you do?
Just have a cup. Just have a cup and just there you go. Man, can't even figure out how to eat watermelon. What the hell? How do you not know how to deal with watermelon seeds? Like, you just have a separate cup. Just spit them into the cup. Man. I don't even know what to say. Jerry can't figure out watermelons.
Well, so watermelon and other fruits now, we have seedless fruits, but this is a loss. So that's a good point. Yeah, there are a lot of problems. In fact, when I...
That skipped in the original. I did not do that skip. So, whether or not it's a loss, that's just a pretty meaningless distinction. Yeah. It's still beneficial because it helps the plant make more of itself by humans being more inclined to clone it.
point this out to students, they can very readily point out a lot of problems with his analogy. But it's interesting that this is the best analogy he's been able to come up with, which really does a better
I don't know what the analogy is.
job showing the flaws of the whole evolutionary idea. Okay, we got seedless fruit. Another example, this is kind of neat because when I presented this, I was in Sweden where this was discovered. So I didn't know that until I was there. They said, oh, we discovered that here. At the university I was speaking at, actually, is where they discovered it. And this is the Belgian blue cattle, and the advantage is 20 to 30% more muscle. The meat was tender and low in fat. Talk about ideal. It's great.
Actually, I want to point out that generally speaking, the higher the fat content, the higher quality the beef. There's a reason why Wagyu is so expensive, and it's because it's extensively marbled with fat, so that around basically every single little like muscle fiber, you're just getting layers of fat the whole way through. So it might be healthier to eat lean beef. In fact, it often is because it's going to be lower calories, and most people who are eating beef are probably eating more calories than they need to. And yes, I am in fact guilty of that. In fact, my one meal today was probably more calories than it needed to be. But it's my birthday, and I'm not going to have cake. So instead, I had a mac and cheese burrito because I don't like cake. I just lost my train of thought. Right. So yeah, just pointing out there that usually it's actually more desirable in terms of flavor for there to be more fat, not less fat. But
Okay, the Belgian blue cattle. And it's not around today much anymore. Well, there it is.
cool.
It's the Arnold Schwarzenegger of the cattle world. And that's what it looks like.
You have
Now,
a point,
this is
Jerry.
seen as a beneficial mutation, and it is in a sense, but what causes it? Well, there are side effects, including reduction in fertility, and there are health side effects, and the result of this, or the mutation, is actually information loss.
Jerry, how did you determine that? What process did you use to go from, well, most cattle have this much information, right? And the Belgian blue has this much information. How did you figure that out? How did you measure the information? Did you just pull it out of your ass, Jerry? Because I think that's what happened. I think you just pulled it out of your ass. All right. I'm going to go back.
In fact, specifically, they lost a 11 base pair deletion in a coding region in the brakes system.
Okay. All right. So we can derive a definition for information here, right? So if Jerry says that 11 base pairs of deletion is in fact a loss of information, well, it must be because he thinks that base pairs are themselves something that carries information, which means that if we have an insertion or a duplication event, that is increased information, which means that his previous statement that mutations never increase information is wrong. Now, of course, Jerry won't admit to this, right? He will deny this because Jerry is not going to be able to come up with a consistent definition for information. So yeah. Also, I do want to say, I know that my camera is pointing like down a whole lot, but that's because the other option is that it point up a whole lot. Because I only have two things here that I can easily mount it on, and one would have you looking like up my nostrils, and the other one would have you looking like down at the top of my head with the hood. And I just think that the top of my head is probably more pleasant than like my nostrils. So that's why. That's why. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hit play again now that you've known things that you probably weren't even asking about.
Have breaks so that the muscle develops so far and then they stops developing. Or bones develop so far and they stop developing. The breaks are broken. And so the development goes beyond what it's supposed to.
There's no supposed to, right? There is just what is. Genetics doesn't have a purpose. No one's sitting inside the nucleus of a cow cell thinking, okay, this is how I want the cow to look. And so I will make sure that I arrange my genome, my own genome that is me, in such a way. No, there just is what is. The idea of intention comes from humans observing this, right? The humans are doing these things. And the thing is it beneficial? Well, if it induces humans to make more of the cows, then yes. If it doesn't, which it seems like it ultimately didn't, then no. But that's the thing. Domesticated organisms, what is beneficial to a domesticated organism in evolutionary terms is what is beneficial to humans. And often, I don't like what is beneficial to domesticated animals. I think it's gross and cruel. One of my favorite examples of this is the, snout of pugs, which is so brachycephalic and so short that pugs have trouble breathing. I've heard veterinarians describe that when they intubate a pug, they put a breathing tube down a pug, other dogs, when they start coming out of like anesthesia, will fight to get the tube out. Pugs fight to keep it in because it's the first time in most of their lives that they've ever been able to breathe well. Because it has their nose, which is what they normally breathe through, has complicated sinuses, and it's hard to actually get air in through their nose. And that's why they're always out of breath. I think that what humans did to pugs is cruel, and I think humans should stop allowing those pugs to breed, and we should go back to the older pug that had a normal snout that could breathe. But here's the question. Is the brachycephalic snout of pugs beneficial? Yeah. From an evolutionary biology standpoint, it absolutely is, because it induced the main factor in their reproduction, humans, to make more of them like that. It gave them a fitness increase. You don't have to like it. I don't like it. I think it's I think it's horrible. Doesn't matter. We're not talking about what we like. We're not talking about what would be cool in some ideal conditions that don't actually exist. We're not talking about what would be cool in other environments or in the wild for these domesticated animals. All that evolution cares about is what's going to be in the genetic makeup of future generations. And the things that increase the likelihood that this animal's genetics are going to be increased, that's fitness increase. No matter what else it causes. If there was a human who had a mutation, we'll say that this is a female person who's going to be producing babies, right? And it shortened gestation time to like 2 months, and then also allowed this person to have like octuplets every time, and also for some reason induced this person to give birth like 5 or 6 different instances. So now this person has like 32 kids running around out there. But then that person dies at like the young age of 29, but the kids live and the daughters continue on that process. It's beneficial. I sure wouldn't want it for anyone in my family. That sounds horrible. Doesn't matter. That would be a beneficial mutation. Now, fortunately, a mutation like that is pretty much impossible. So like that's not going to occur. But that's the thing. It doesn't matter how much you like it. Your emotional well-being matters not at all to evolutionary biology.
Okay, and that's what causes the change. So is it a beneficial mutation? Well, they thought it was at first, but now they have second thoughts.
No, they don't. We can measure it. You don't need to guess. You can measure. The fact that the Belgian Blue is not a very common cow and that apparently it's on the way out, according to Jerry, means no, it wasn't. It's as simple as that. Also, I'm really tired of all of these being domesticated animals. We've studied wild animals. Like, we could check those, right? But sure, I guess to be fair, we probably have the most information about domesticated animals because they're the animals that are in the closest association with humans. So all things being equal, humans should expect to have the most information about them. So like, yeah, I get that. That's probably a factor. So I guess I can't complain too much about selecting domesticated animals, but like whatever.
Another example is this one Darwin used in 1791. Seth Wright noted a male lamb in his flock that had short, bent legs, resembled a dachshund. And advantage, well, it couldn't jump.
Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, wild animals weren't on the Ark Dapper. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's a good point. I did forget about that. Yep.
Fences, saving the sheep herder a lot of money. And I just came across the reference the other day. This is still talked about as a new species. So Darwin and the others were excited, and this has been in textbooks for years, that here we got a new species, one generation, caused by a mutation. So there's proof of evolution. For many scores of years, this has been in the textbooks as proof of evolution. Well, let's look at this more carefully. There is pictures, actually, from a textbook. And you can see there's the Ancon sheep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easier to keep track of them because you don't need very high fences.
Red Cedar 425 says, think how successful lab mice are. And it's true, though, right? There are so many lab mice. They're a highly successful group of organisms. I wouldn't want to be a lab mouse, but, like, doesn't matter.
Okay, and there's another example. I found this in hundreds of college and high school textbooks. There's another example. And,
Jerry, do you have a point?
This is a lethal, we found out now. It's a lethal deformity called achondroplasia. It's not a new breed, it's a disease.
Okay. The difference between a breed and a disease in domesticated animals is what humans choose to do with it. That's it. I would say that in a sane world, the brachycephalic faces of dogs like pugs or English bulldogs would be considered disease. But I don't get a say in that. Kennel clubs have decided that, nope, that's part of a breed standard. So that's what it is. Now, the difference with humans is that when a disease crops up, usually it's considered a disease by the humans, including often the humans who have that problem. And so it's self-determined whether or not it's a disease. But with domesticated animals, no. Also, it just turns out that these weren't great sheep to keep, so people didn't keep them. They could have. Just didn't. Tree Clam Tat for $2 in all caps says, textbook was from 1951. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And there is no possibility that this talk was given at a time when a 1951 textbook could be considered to be recent.
And they tried to save it because it obviously has advantages for the sheep herder, but they failed.
But they didn't, though, right? Because it turns out that actually Ancon sheep, while they're easy to keep contained, are harder to feed because they still need about the same amount of food, but they have to spend a lot more energy moving around. They're slower. They're also worse at escaping from predators that can get into the pen, like wolves. Or even, wolves and various other things that might eat sheep. So they're just not actually that great to keep. But they weren't actually being used as an example of a beneficial mutation in most cases, because I've looked into when and how these were deployed in terms of science education. And the answer was usually that they were used to demonstrate how dramatically even small mutations could affect the body shape of organisms. And since then, we've also gone on and done a lot of actual experiments with inducing mutations in things like flies and whatnot, and looking at the causes. So we don't really need that as an example much anymore because we have better, more controlled experiments that have given us a clearer view of how things like developmental genes like Sonic Hedgehog or Hawk's genes and things like that can dramatically alter the shape of an organism with relatively minor mutations, or even in some cases simulating mutation by just artificially sending cells in embryo different signals that are not actually being sent by their own biology, but you're just essentially injecting particular hormones or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know that there was ever a time when Ancon sheep were being presented as a beneficial mutation. I have looked into it, and I don't remember finding any, but like, I don't know, I'm sure I didn't check every single source. But either way, what I did find is that, yeah, they were primarily used as an illustration of how one mutation can cause a significant change in the body form of an animal.
There's achondroplasia in humans. Same thing. Short legs, very short legs.
I want to point out that most people who have mutations like that result in very short limbs don't just die. I mean, they do die eventually, right? But like many of them can live to be they don't have a reduced lifespan, at least in the modern world.
And another example is six-finger mutation. I got this when I did a presentation in Canada. And the professor there said, now wait a minute. Here is a beneficial mutation. This guy has 6 fingers on each hand. This allows him to, and there you can see his hand, looks pretty normal. This is the abnormal finger right here.
Got it.
And there you can see even the bones, looks pretty good. And this man is better able to climb trees as a result of this distortion. But ironically, it usually doesn't turn out so well. This is more typical of this type of mutation. And this mutation is actually widely known. It's very common.
Let's see. Fearmonger the Blurry Potato says, happy birthday, Gladfelsidog. I'm not sure what language we're going with, so I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but thank you. Oh, wait, no, that my stupid browser auto-translated it. Oh, okay. Well, thanks, browser. Anyway, thank you, but remember, this is not a birthday stream. This is a Flag Day stream, so happy Flag Day. Sean007AU, who's been a member for 10 months, says 6 fingers probably an AI image. Yeah, probably. I honestly don't know what he's trying to get at here. I can imagine that 6 fingers might be beneficial in some situations and not in others. Also, not every thing like this is always the result of a mutation. Sometimes it can be environmental, which can then like environmental effects, like, you know, chemicals can get into the mother while a fetus is developing, which can then confuse the signals being sent for embryological development, which is why things like thalidomide birth defects are a thing. People with thalidomide, there we go, birth defects did not have mutations. Well, I mean, they did, but that's not what caused the birth defects. And yet they still have developmental abnormalities, because it turns out that sometimes your phenotype, well, actually always, your phenotype is a result of both your environment and your genetics and the interplay between them. And so I'm actually not very confident that these are mutations, because this is the kind of thing that can be caused by environmental problems like pollution, which is one of the reasons why maybe you don't want to just pump a bunch of horrible toxic chemicals into the environment by building, say, I don't know, a whole bunch of data centers that no one actually can afford, that you're just buying on debt that no one actually wants, and that's poisoning the water and giving people cancer and could very well result in birth defects. I don't know. Seems like a bad idea to me. Maybe keep the environment you have to live in clean.
Among the Amish community, and typically when a child is born with a 6 finger, they lop it off.
Okay.
They remove it. And this is caused by what they call a stuttering error. So when the fingers are produced, instead of producing 5, it stutters. Again, you have
what stutters? What do you mean? So, okay. Embryology is actually both complex and kind of simple, right? So, in embryology, there's only a few different signals that a cell can receive and then respond to. So one of them is just divide, right? Which is just make more of yourself, right? And because of the way that embryological development sets up gradients of hormones that set up in bilaterians, like, you know, humans and dinosaurs and whatnot, it sets up an oral to aboral at first, or to anal, depending on which exact kind of bilaterian you are, axis. So an axis basically from your mouth to your butt, and then an left and right axis, and also a top and bottom axis, right? So those are the axes that are established in embryology, in bilaterians. And they're set up by gradients of hormones. Okay. And then other hormones are released that will induce cells in particular areas along those axes to grow by dividing. They can fold, so they can start out as a sheet and then turn inward, which is actually how your mouth and digestive tract actually first starts. It's by cells folding in, and the two folds end up meeting, forming a ring through you. Okay? They can differentiate, which means they can go from, being pluripotent stem cells to some other kind of either subset of some stem cells or ultimately down to a particular cell type, like hematocytes or osteocytes or neurons or glial cells or, muscle fiber, whatever. Okay. And then the other one is apoptosis or death, right? Cells can die. So what happens with digit development is that in embryo, the limb starts to grow out. And then at a certain point, it stops growing out a whole bunch and it starts growing side to side. And so there's a big club, right? And then at a certain point, that club stops growing and there's programmed cell death that occurs to separate out the digits. And then there's further cell death that usually occurs to separate actually the skin, because that stays longer than the rest of the thing. And so all that has to happen for polydactyly is for the situation where growing this sort of fan-shaped club at the end of your limb, just go a little bit overboard. That's it. That's why it's a fairly common mutation in a lot of animals. That's why so many cats have polydactyly. I don't know what it means for anything to stutter. I don't know what's supposed to stutter in this. Tree Clam Tat for $5 says, life is a very inefficient way to turn sunlight into poop. Says with a Mothra. It's actually not that inefficient. It's one of the reasons why it can occur is because it's thermodynamically favorable. So I'll take a little drink for that Mothra, even though there's no alcohol. Which we might not actually even do an alcohol stream today. So we've got 47 minutes to get 15 super chats, and then I will go grab myself some alcohol. Otherwise, maybe not. Which is okay with me. I don't need to drink to have fun on stream and hang out with you guys.
Top section which doesn't work, and as a result, you end up with an extra finger. Is that a beneficial material?
What section doesn't work, Jerry? You don't actually need that, right? In fact, it very well could be just that the section that stopped, because, these are all controlled by developmental genes, right? So it could just be that the activation that tells the limb to stop spreading out with that little club at the end that's going to turn into your hand or foot just waits a little bit longer. That's not broken. That's just different timing. It's not deleted. It's just being timed differently. Tree Clam Tad says, you can just make poop. Sometimes I do. Tree Clam Tad. Sometimes I do.
Well, I guess if you climb trees it is, but on the other hand, these people have a hard time doing other things like writing or many other tasks.
Hey, guess what, Jerry? If you live in a society where people have to climb trees a lot but don't write a lot, then that's beneficial. And guess what? Such people exist. There are currently, right now, people in the Congo and the Amazon who spend a lot of time climbing trees and never write ever. Not even one time. Because the languages they speak don't have writing systems. So it's beneficial for them. Because again, whether a mutation is beneficial is context dependent. And so if being able to climb trees more efficiently to either hunt or gather food is beneficial to you and allows you to get more calories so you can spend more time doing other things like, reproducing, then great. On the other hand, I actually don't know of too many situations where having bad penmanship is a big barrier to reproduction. So actually, I'm not sure that it's actually all that negative in other circumstances. I'm also not actually sure that having 6 fingers significantly reduces your ability to write anyway. Because when I write, it's pretty much these fingers that I'm doing most of the actual thing, right? Do I have a stylus here? What do I have? I should have something around here that I can write with. Maybe I don't. Oh, wait, I think I have a pen here. Oh, that is super. Whatever. When I hold something to write with, usually holding it like this, where the object... I'll make myself big. Yeah. Right, so this is the pen. I'm holding it like this, right? So these are your fingers. What difference would it make if I had an extra finger here? I don't think it would. I don't think it would, Jerry. I think you're wrong about this one, Jerry.
And here we got, boy, this child has an extra arm. Third arm.
Okay, so this is almost never a result of a mutation. And one of the ways you can tell is that mutations in bilaterian organisms tend to be mirrored, right? And so if there were a mutation that somehow duplicated the limb budding process such that there was an extra limb bud, it would occur on both sides. So this right here is almost certainly not a mutation. This is an environmentally caused birth defect because it's not symmetrical. So there you go. Jillian Wren said, I tried tagging you a few minutes I tried tagging you about a minute ago to tell you about Flag Day celebrant Harriet Beecher Stowe. I must have missed that. Well, thank you very much. Let me take a look. Let's see. I'm scrolling up. It must have been a little while ago, because I'm not really seeing it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. I do. When it's just me, it is all a little bit tricky to keep very careful track of chat, so sorry about that. But yeah, so this is almost certainly not a mutation. It's just not.
That would be really useful. I'll tell you, to have 3 arms would be, you know, you could hold your baby with one and cook dinner with the other. Enormously useful. But in this case, neither arm was functional, and they had to lop both of them off.
Okay.
Which is tragic. And there are a lot of these examples, actually. Here's a sheep, which has got...
This is, in fact, an example of failed twinning, where the embryo starts to divide into 2 separate embryos, but it doesn't fully divide. So this is essentially conjoined twins that we're looking at here, where in this case, only one full head developed. So not a mutation, because failed twinning is not a mutational factor. It is, in fact, an environmental thing. Oh, it was you two being screwy, not me? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 7 legs.
Actually, Jerry, it's probably 8, because failed twinning. Yeah. In fact, you can find examples of 8-legged animals that died as infants in museums, and they're the result of failed twinning, not mutations. So we're currently, what, like, you know, among, I think about half of his examples have just not been mutations. And one of them was only maybe a mutation.
And this is beneficial to the farmer because he charges people money to come in and look at his sheep.
Sure, whatever.
So he's doing okay, but not beneficial for the sheep. Obviously, in the wild, well, it can't walk. So in the wild, he would not last long at all.
Doesn't last long in domestic situations either, because the failed twinning usually means that the embryo is not going to be viable.
Because he can't get around. And here, this child was born with a huge brain, and we might have...
Okay, I'm skipping past this. In fact, we're going to skip past a number of further human birth defects because it's just the same point over and over again. But we are going to talk about that last picture. Joshua Geese for $5 says, I've jokingly said often that percussionists will eventually mutate to grow a third arm. It would be handy. Okay, that was not a child with a huge brain. That is a child with hydrocephaly, which is a birth defect that causes large amounts of liquid to fill the brain cavity with a fairly normal-sized brain, and it is generally fatal early on. And I do believe it is caused by mutations, but that is not a child with a giant brain. I actually do remember this bit because when I watched it originally on times like 2.5, it actually pissed me off quite a bit. So first of all, fuck you, Jerry. Fuck you for making light of the tragedy of people whose children die young as a result of these diseases and disorders. And also, fuck you for just getting it wrong. At least have the decency to talk about these medical problems accurately. Sorry. That I kind of forgot that this part was in here, and I remembered it and how much it pissed me off as it happened. So, yeah. Fuck Jerry Bergman. Yeah, piece of shit. like, it's fine to talk about congenital defects and genetic diseases and stuff like that, right? That's okay. Those are valid things to talk about. But one, do it with some goddamn sensitivity, and two, get it the fuck right if you're going to talk about it. Just that's all I ask. Apparently, Jerry Bergman can't be fucked to do either one. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, domesticated animals don't last long in the wild. That is generally true. It depends on the level of domestication and which particular one we're talking about. So like horses and cats do pretty well. Dogs, they can do okay. Cattle don't seem to do very well. Sheep don't seem to do very well. So yeah, it depends. Bees do fine. Honeybees are fine in the wild. So yeah. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to actually warn people that was coming up, because I forgot it was coming up, quite frankly. So, yeah, my apologies on that one. And this guy's, yeah, I'm comfortable calling him a piece of shit.
This one, and this is only beneficial for the bacteria. This is the ribosome, which is what coordinates the production of protein. And this is a regulatory system here. And the regulatory system helps regulate the amount of protein produced. And streptomycin fits right in the regulatory system. And streptomycin happens to turn it off. So the bacteria dies. That's how streptomycin works.
Okay.
Fits right in there, and the bacteria dies. Okay? A mutation here changes the receptor site so it no longer accepts the streptomycin. So this bacteria is resistant against streptomycin.
Okay.
It's a resistant strain. They call it a...
Sounds highly beneficial in a situation in which streptomycin is prevalent in the environment. So, okay. Sounds like a beneficial mutation to me.
superbacteria. The problem is, though, it is damaged in a normal environment. This guy cannot compete with normal bacteria.
Once again, Jerry, you are missing the fundamental fact that all mutations have a fitness effect that is conditional. And what is the condition that determines whether or not it's beneficial? It's the environment. When you adapt for one environment, you necessarily become less well adapted to other environments, right? We don't say that polar bears suck, because if you drop them in a forest in, like, Germany, they probably wouldn't do too well. It's true, they wouldn't. Camels don't suck because they wouldn't survive well in, like, the northern Yukon. Doesn't matter. One of my favorite plants I got growing outside over there, saguaro, would do really well, really poorly, if you tried to plant it and grow it in my hometown back in Massachusetts. Does that mean saguaros suck? No. Everything that adapts to an environment adapts to that environment, and it becomes less well adapted to other environments that are different. Now, it might do well if introduced to a similar enough environment, right? That's why, like, lionfish are doing really well in the parts of the Atlantic, because it turns out it's similar enough that they can do well there. But they do pretty shitty if you just drop them off in the Southern Ocean, because they're not built for surviving freezing temperatures. So, of course, the bacteria that become resistant to various, antibiotics are not as well adapted to environments that don't have those antibiotics. But that's not the environment they're in. Jerry Bergman is starting to annoy me in a way that I wasn't actually expecting him to when I started the stream. Which sucks, because the stream is only like halfway or so based on my original goal for this. So, like, Little Epa Girl for $5 says, who we listening to? Jerry Bergman. Besides, their second name is piece of shit. Also, nice hoodie. Thank you. Yes, this is my, well, this is not an official Adeptus Mechanicus hoodie, but I'll stand and let you guys see more of it. Okay. Okay, for $2, Tree Clam Tad says, a Venus flytrap can't live in my kitchen. It sucks. I think that might be a skill issue, but maybe. Jeez. What I am getting from this is not only is Jerry Bergman a bit of a piece of shit who can't handle things like talking about human tragedy with any sensitivity or even accuracy. But he's also just an idiot who just does not know the most basic things about evolutionary biology, right? Does not know what a beneficial mutation is. Just doesn't know.
So now in a medical situation, what is often done is they'll send the patient home. The patient will be exposed to normal bacteria. The normal bacteria will wipe out the so-called superbacteria, and the patient's okay. It's one reason they send patients home early.
Okay. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. I'm not anyone who's ever worked in the medical field. But I have a feeling that some of you are in the audience. If you're a doctor or a nurse or anything like this, does this accurately describe anything that you're aware of? Please let me know, because this sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. But maybe I'm wrong. Fearmonger, the Blurry Potato, says, I mean, we already know he's a schizo, given how often he thinks the entire world is after him. Well, first of all, I don't want to use mental health problems as a pejorative, and I don't actually know that he actually is schizophrenic. Because it turns out that you can just have a persecution complex without having a mental disease. Just can. So, but also, yeah, he certainly does have at least a persecution complex. Tree Clam Tad says, it's not a skill issue. It's too cold here most of the year, and we didn't have insulation when this building was built. See, that insulation, that's the skill issue. I'm just kidding. What was the claim exactly, says Petite Flower? Basically that people who have bacterial infections that are resistant to an antibiotic are sometimes sent home without that infection being cured, so that wild type bacteria that are not antibiotic resistant can come in and wipe out the antibiotic resistant bacteria somehow. Tree Clam Tat says, fight me in Temecula. Fight me in Phoenix. No, it's too hot. I don't want to fight in Phoenix. Sounds terrible. I also don't want to fight in DC. Hot and humid. And also tornado-y right now. Well, actually, I don't know if there's any tornadoes, but there was a possibility of tornadoes. So, you know. Yeah. Maybe tornadoes. I don't normally root for tornadoes, but if a tornado could strike a very specific spot in the DC area, I'd be okay with it. It's very specific, though.
One of the worst places to be when you're sick is in a hospital. Because
Yeah, why would you want to be around people who know how to treat you and have medication and training to keep you alive? That would be terrible.
you've got all kinds of resistant strains of bacteria in a hospital. And it is a mutation.
Let's see. Petite Flower says, I'm a nurse and no, nothing about that resembles reality. Yeah, that's what I figured. But, like, I don't want to jump to conclusions, because you know what? Maybe there's just a medical thing I don't know about. It's happened before. I'm sure it'll happen again. Can lightning strike the octagon, says Red Cedar. Probably not. That's because there's a claw structure above it, which is going to be much taller and also much more conductive than anything between the claw structure and the actual octagon, which itself I don't think is made of conductive material. So if lightning were to strike the UFC event for Cheeto Hitler's birthday party, it would almost certainly hit the claw, and that could cause problems with, like, blowing out lights and having, like, that glass rain down and stuff. But the chances of it actually striking directly the actual octagon, pretty damn low. I can't think of a way where that would be likely to happen. But that being said, if it struck the claw, that would probably be pretty disastrous for anyone sitting in that, like, arena area. So, yeah. And because a bunch of those people are just going to be random ass service members who were voluntold to go, I am not rooting for that. So
It is damage, but you can see it's not beneficial. We have in the long run for the bacteria.
it is beneficial, though, because in the environment that particular bacterium finds itself in, that will allow it to go on to produce more offspring.
Beneficial only in an environment which has a high level of antibiotics.
Yes, Jerry, that's what beneficial is. That's what beneficial is. It's like saying, oh, you know what? Dapper can't speak because if he goes to an environment in which all the people are monolingual Mongolian speakers, he won't be able to communicate with them. So therefore, Dapper can't speak. Sorry, that's not what speaking means. It turns out I can speak, and there are in fact communities, even of monolingual English speakers, where I can be understood quite well. What? You're just getting the definition wrong, Jerry.
That's all. And they call that a fitness cost. So there's a...
No, they don't call that a fitness cost because it's a fitness benefit. I'm taking a drink. This is dumb. And actually less hot than I was earlier. I think it's the extra frozen water that I put in here because I filled this thing with as much as I could. That's not quite true, but I filled it with much more than I usually do. So, hooray! You know what, Tree Clam Tad? Had I considered... no, I had not. Manya, you have a link. Get in here. Come say hi. Wave to everybody.
advantage in one situation, but in a normal situation outside of the hospital, there is not an advantage.
Yep.
And there's another example we'll skip. This is probably my favorite example. This is the HIV virus. The HIV virus, to get into the cell, you may not know this, but viruses have to have the key to get into the cell, like I have to have a key to get into my house.
I mean, they need proteins that are that can go across the membrane in order to open up the cell so that they can then put their genetic material into the cell so that they can then hijack the cell. But like, okay, sure, key. Also, I don't remember hearing this high-pitched, whiny click, click, click sound when I was originally listening to this, so sorry about that. But part of that is probably that when I was listening to this, I'm pretty sure I was playing a video game and had enough background noise in the video game that persistent whine didn't come through. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay? And the key in this case, actually, there are two locks. It's got to have a key for both of them.
Okay.
And so when this one, the CCR5 receptor, is damaged, and you can see here it's damaged but the gene is premature truncation, and as a result, the whole thing is not produced. As a result, it's not inserted into the cell membrane. As a result, the HIV cannot bind, and this guy, therefore, is resistant to HIV.
Okay.
And there are a number of cases of these. The one I remember is some guy, he lived with his lover, and his lover got HIV and died, and he was checked out, and they said, oh, you're fine. And his second lover got HIV and died, and they checked him out, and he said he was fine. And he said, wait a minute. The first two lovers are dead. I'm okay. What's going on here? Either somebody up there really likes me, or there's something else going on. And then they researched, and they found out, indeed, this is a mutation which causes him to have HIV resistance.
Okay, so a few things. I want to say that while I generally do not like Jerry Bergman, and he is generally a piece of shit, he did manage to talk about what was presumably some gay men without it becoming a homophobic rant. So I will say good job, especially during Pride Month, because, Jerry, I expected that if you were going to talk about some gay men, especially some gay men who died of HIV, or I suppose AIDS, that it would have been a long rant about the evils of homosexuality. And maybe even how you think that this is a punishment from God. And you didn't do that. And I will say thank you, because I have seen a lot of people who will do that. And I appreciate that you didn't. Manya's going to head out before I go. Oh, come on, Manya. Come in the show. But anyway, it says happy birthday. Well, I can't say happy birthday to you, Manya. It's not your birthday. But also you get the block finger. So yes. Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, I don't need a key to get into your house, Jerry. Probably not. Shano07AU for $2.99 redues says that persistent whine is just Jerry, to be honest. You got me with that one. That was a good one. Yeah, I appreciate that one. It is just Jerry. Oh.
But on the other hand, the damage here results in a higher rate of certain kinds of cancers. So it's not a benefit in the long run. It's a benefit.
No, it is. If the cancers are less likely to cause you to not be able to reproduce than the HIV is, which is going to be the case in some places. Now, for this guy, probably not, because this sounds like it was probably a guy in like the 80s or the 90s, where there were not a lot of like treatments for HIV and AIDS. There weren't antivirals that were effective at reducing the viral load and basically making it so that you're not detectable. And there were probably fewer things like PrEP treatments and things like that, and maybe education also wasn't as good. So like condom use wasn't as emphasized as perhaps it should be. And also, generally speaking, this guy sounds like someone who probably wasn't having kids in the first place. But there are situations where that's not the typical story for HIV infection, right? So there are countries out there where the HIV infection rate is gigantic, and where it is not particularly isolated to like certain sexual demographics, right? So like when HIV first hit the United States, it was predominantly among gay men. And it did get into other communities, but at lower numbers. And it has never really gotten into, say, like straight people or lesbians to nearly the same degree as it does with men who have sex with men. It doesn't have to necessarily be gay. Like if you're bisexual or pansexual, you can also have this become a problem. It turns out, basically, if you have sex with someone with a penis, is more dangerous than if you have sex with someone who doesn't, in terms of spreading a number of sexually transmitted diseases. Which is why, kids, use condoms and practice safe sex. Anyway, and so if you are in a country where people are dying of AIDS in their 30s and 40s because the proportion of the population that has HIV infections is like 30 to 40%, which it is in some cases, and where medical treatment is ineffective because your country happens to be poor and no one is willing to send you the drugs. Like, by the way, I just want to point out that Space Karen cut funding for HIV prevention in sub-Saharan Africa that had been set up by George W. Bush. That was one of the best things that president ever did. And as a result, millions of people will die who otherwise would not have. So, fuck that guy. Anyway, if you happen to live in one of these countries, then dying of cancer in your 50s versus dying of AIDS in your 30s, hey, that's a beneficial mutation. It just is. Would you... Oh my goodness, Anonymous Pie has just gifted me something over on Steam. Let's see what we got. Thank you very much, Anonymous Pie. What did we get? The Rogue Trader, the Infinite Museum DLC. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that has two of my favorite things in Warhammer. So in case you don't know, Rogue Trader is a Warhammer CRPG with like a tactical turn-based combat. And that introduces not only a Mechanicus, represent follower that you can add to your party, but it also sets up a storyline in the domain of Trazyn the Infinite, who is my favorite Necron character, and Necrons are also one of my favorite factions, which is one of the reasons I really like the game Mechanicus, because it's Necrons versus Mechanicus. So, there you go. All right, let's see what else we got here.
If you're exposed to HIV, but it's not a benefit if you end up with, of course, cancer. So all of these mutations that I've looked at, there are some that are really beneficial, but they're not evolving, they're not improving, something is damaged. So
no, Jerry, they are improving in the environments where the thing that they're changing is beneficial. Mutations aren't going to produce Superman, right? You're not going to get bigger and stronger and faster and be able to fly and shoot laser beams and see through walls and have cold breath or something, and then have no downsides, not have to eat more, not have to be any more massive, not have to expend more energy on anything, just be better, right? That's not a thing. The real world is full of trade-offs. We don't get to have X-Men. If you have a higher bone density, you are now heavier and you have to spend more calories walking around. If you get bigger muscle mass, well, again, the same thing. You have to spend more money maintaining it. Or sorry, not money, energy, maintaining it. That's why people like bodybuilders or people who are like athletes are frequently eating like 4, 5, even 6,000 calories in some days, because they have to expend that much to maintain ridiculous amounts of muscle mass and whatnot. Think Arnold Schwarzenegger was eating like 1,500 calories a day when he was Mr. Universe? No, he was eating a lot more than that. And that's a problem, because if you're in a situation where you're calorie limited, which most humans aren't, thank goodness, but many of them are, and most humans throughout history had been, then you don't get to do crazy Mr. Universe giant muscle stuff because you're calorie limited. So everything is a trade-off. There's not going to be a mutation that's going to make an elephant that can just fly perfectly that also doesn't cost it anything. That's not how anything works, Jerry. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, Dapper is the Caiaphas Cain of YouTube. You know what? I'm okay with that. I like Caiaphas Cain.
The end result is we now know that 99.99% of all mutations are either harmful or what they call near neutral. Near neutral.
That number sounds iffy, but like, okay, sure, maybe. Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $5 says, Jerry would object to wearing bike helmets because they increase the rate of TBI among cyclists as opposed to, death, and that's traumatic brain injury. Yeah. Followed by two disgusting pelagic tunicate emojis. Gross. But also, let's see, go check back with Steam because thank you very much for Amario, who just gifted me Lords of the Fallen. Awesome. Thank you so much. Guys, I'm going to get to I'm going to have so many games to play when that computer gets back, which, by the way, in case you missed it, the computer has been repaired and it is in the ship it out section, but they finished the repairs Friday afternoon or something, so it's probably not going to get shipped out till tomorrow tomorrow, because tomorrow's Monday. So I usually take this Sunday and Monday off, so it's sometimes hard for me to remember that tomorrow is actually Monday, and for most people that's a work day. So thank you very much, Mario. That's actually a game that I had been looking at for a while, because I don't know if you guys know this, but I like Souls-like games, and I'm generally okay at them. I'm not great, but I can usually get through them, which is more than I can say for some people.
Neutral means that by themselves they don't cause a problem, but they add up. Okay, it's kind of, I did marriage counseling for a number of years in Toledo.
Okay.
I worked for a clinic, Arlington Psychological Associates, and I found that most couples, the divorce was precipitated in most cases by a bunch of minor things that all added up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because in the case of divorce, they're all minor bad things that add up, right? Like, if you're married to someone, right? Let's say I marry someone, and this person has some quirks that I just don't care about, right? Maybe they like green walls, and it's a weird, stupid green that I don't. No, because that's bad. So let's say something else, they like all the walls to be blue. I don't care. I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter to me. Or they really, really, really like ginger as a spice. I'm fine with that. I like ginger sometimes. I don't use it in everything, but I'd be okay eating a lot more ginger. It wouldn't bother me. That stuff's never going to lead to a divorce. But on the other hand, if it's one of the things is that my spouse, makes loud chewing noises when they chew, and then also they always load the dishwasher wrong, right? So that things don't get efficiently cleaned, right? Or also then they also always, when they replace the toilet paper in the bathroom, they put it the wrong way around so that the part that hangs down is behind. Yeah. Those are all negatives. And those can add up. And that might end up leading to a divorce. But if it's neutral stuff, then whatever. That's not going to ever lead to a divorce if it's actually neutral. So what you're saying, Jerry, is that negative things can build up. But here's the problem. Negative things are selected against. Even in the so-called no selection zone, because I feel like he's going into genetic entropy, which then deals with Moto Kimura's work, which includes a concept of the no selection zone, where the strength of the benefit from the mutation is weaker than the signal from genetic drift, which means that we call it not selectable, because that allele will most likely drift to fixation or will be eliminated on the basis of genetic drift rather than selection. But that's a bias. And in large populations, that zone shrinks. And even in small populations, if the fitness effect is real, it still biases the population towards fixation in positive cases or elimination in negative cases. Even though sometimes genetic drift will override it. Tree Clam Tap for $2 says, Jerry Hallowell, Dapper's least favorite Spice Girl. Sorry, Jerry.
It wasn't a big thing. It wasn't one thing and had a great marriage and all of a sudden this happened and that's it. Typically,
I mean, I do know cases where that kind of thing happened, and usually what it was cheating. Don't cheat. Which is not the same as don't be polyamorous. Just make sure everyone is okay with everything that's going on. And everyone knows about what's going on.
it's a whole bunch of minor things. Well, the same thing happens with people. And here's the result of the non-functional CCR5. And beneficial mutation frequency, 99.99% are lethal or near neutral. And what happens is that the number of near neutral mutations adds up until we have what they call genetic catastrophe or genetic meltdown, and the species goes extinct.
Yeah, here's the problem. That's never actually happened, ever, anywhere. We've never actually seen that occur, right? Because like at the most basic, right? What this suggests is that the more genetically diverse a population is, the more likely it is to go extinct. But in real world observations, the opposite is true, right? Like cheetahs are not a particularly healthy population because they're all about as closely related to each other genetically in terms of genetic difference as human siblings are. Now, I want you to think about the negative effects that can happen with human inbreeding, which can be significant and in some cases severe. Now, I want you to imagine if the only people on Earth were your siblings. Yeah, that would be a dangerous situation in terms of continuing on the species. In fact, cheetahs are so genetically similar to each other that any cheetah can accept a skin graft from any other cheetah. You don't have to test for compatibility. They're all compatible because they're all almost genetically identical, and that's a problem, right? There's a reason why when you're doing conservation breeding in zoos, that you bring in organisms, animals, generally because it's a zoo, from different parts of the range so that you can maintain high genetic diversity in your captive population. But here's Jerry coming and saying, no. The more mutations that occur, the more the genome degrades and the more likely you are to go extinct. Well, then how come it never happens that way, Jerry? Once again, we're in a situation where Jerry has a model and then here comes reality and they don't agree, they conflict. And Jerry's like, yeah, well, I'm going to go with the model, actually. I'm not going to go with reality. Get out of here, reality. I don't need you. Sorry, Jerry. Science is going to go with reality. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Oh, we have 12 minutes. And if we can get 6 more super chats, I'm going to switch over to some alcoholic beverages. So, if that is something you're interested in, 6 more. And they can be any color. They can be the teal, like $1 ones. So, okay, here we go.
And that happens over and over, we know.
No, Jerry. Never have we observed a population go extinct because it was too genetically diverse. Now, what some creationists do, and I don't know if Jerry is doing this, is they will conflate an extinction vortex or spiral with this concept, which he is not naming, but which is just genetic entropy, right? He's doing genetic entropy here. This is John Sanford's Genetic Entropy and the Mystery of the Genome, which is the book that in its original cover had a UFO flying over bookcases for some reason. Very, very weird cover. No idea who decided to do that. But anyway, this is just genetic entropy, right? So an extinction vortex is a separate thing. So if you remember when I said that the larger the population is, the smaller that no selection zone gets? Well, that's effective population size, which isn't exactly the same as just how many individuals exist in the population. But generally speaking, more individuals does mean a higher effective population size. So for now, we're just going to pretend that they're roughly the same. They're actually not. There are things like population structure and the degree to which mating is stochastic, which can then increase or decrease the effective population amount away from the census population, which is just if you counted up how many organisms there are, that's the census population. But for now, we're just going to simplify this down to say that those two things are roughly the same, even though that's not quite true. Also, Jillian Wren, who's been a member for 36 months, is at the Tetrapod level, says, it's 90 Fahrenheit, and I stayed awake the whole time. Good job. It is 101 Fahrenheit here right now, which I believe is about 40 or 41 Celsius, I think. So, not positive. Okay, so in the case where you have a very small population size, the effect of genetic drift is enhanced. It's bigger, which means that no selection zone where it's hard for natural selection to actually move beneficial mutations to fixation and to eliminate harmful mutations, that gets bigger. And this happens as population diversity declines. And so as population declines, more and more harmful mutations will become fixed in the ever-shrinking genome, because every time an organism dies in a very small population, there's a high chance that some of the variation in the genome of that population is unique to that individual, and it's just now gone, right? It's not coming back unless it back mutates or something. Ashley Loves Bahai, who's been a member for 15 months, is at the Tetrapod level, says Diogenes equals fake and gay because carbon-14 is fake and bi. Oh, okay. Oh, right. I did hear from Terrence Howard that carbon is bisexual. Yep, I did hear that. So, good for carbon. I do wonder, does that mean that all life forms are bisexual? Because carbon is the majority of the dry mass of all organic creatures. So, like, does that mean that everyone has to be bisexual now? Because I feel like some people don't want to be and just aren't. I'm not sure. Jillian Wren says, yeah, but remember, you and I have different temperature preferences. All right, yeah, that's a good point. I do like it hot. In fact, I think that most people will be very, very uncomfortable in a way that I'm not wearing this, whereas I'm a little bit hotter than I would like in this, but actually, after the second time I got a drink, not that bad. Okay, so, extinction vortex. Yeah, so as that population shrinks, genetic drift becomes the predominant force over all the alleles, no matter how beneficial or detrimental they are. And so more and more detrimental alleles can reach fixation in the population. Even new mutations can do that, right? Because if you have, like, I don't know, 6 members of this species, and one of them has a dangerous mutation, it's still going to end up being the ancestor of virtually every member of that population in only a couple generations. Let's see. Megan Fox's Giant Boob says, humans are weird for having exclusive orientations. So that's actually a thing that I do not think that we have reached the end of our understanding of human sexuality and orientations and how that interacts with environmental pressures and cultural pressures and genetics and all that. And so I am actually less confident that humans actually have exclusive orientations, especially since people are known to have shifts in their self-identification in terms of sexual orientation as they go through life. And it's not always just like, well, I just didn't realize. Sometimes there are actual genuine shifts in how people, what people find attractive in terms of gender or sex and things like that. And also, if you look through history, there's just a lot of cultures where engaging in things like, same sex or same gender sexual relations was just normal for everyone, or normal for a very wide group of people, much wider than the number of people who identify as, queer in some way in, like, the modern developed world. So I think that there is more to learn about that. I did read genomes as Diogenes. I'm sorry. Dapper's a professional. Let's drink some of this mostly ice water. I'm sorry, frozen water. No ice around here. So yeah, anyway, that's what an extinction vortex is, right? It's the exact opposite of genetic entropy. And it has been observed, right? So Jerry is conflating these opposite ideas, one of which has been observed and does not help him, and he's pretending it's the thing that has never been observed that does help him. Sorry, Jerry. I'm not sorry. Screw this guy. Like, basically, the hydrocephaly thing is that was my limit for giving Jerry any kind of charity. Yep, no more charity for Jerry.
Okay? The best example of that is aging. Why do people age? They age because they accumulate near-neutral mutations.
Oh my goodness. No, Jerry, they don't. That is not why. If you want to find a genetic basis, it's more to do with telomere length, because that shortens as cells divide. unless you produce a lot of telomerase, which happens in cases like meiosis, producing like gametes, which is why you can have kids that are born without Benjamin Button disease. But no, you do not accumulate a bunch of near-neutral mutations and then you just age. That's not how that works. In fact, when you accumulate a bunch of mutations, that can be the cause of cancer. But no, it is not because you accumulate a bunch of mutations. That just isn't a thing. There has never been any paper put forth that I'm aware of that says that mutations, somatic mutations in your body, are the thing that leads you to age. Some of it is also just things that you can't easily replace wearing out, right? Like, your collagen fibers in your skin aren't being continually renewed at the same pace throughout your entire life, and they just wear out. And then they get less springy and less tight, and your skin droops and gets wrinkly. Your teeth, you don't get an extra set of teeth. Doesn't matter how many mutations you get in your skull or anything. You're not getting more than the number of teeth you were born with. As a human, as a mammal, right? As a superior dinosaur who's merely wearing a human suit, I, of course, have an indefinite number of teeth, but you mammals don't. And so, if your teeth wear out, your teeth wear out. And if you're in a situation where you don't have food that you can easily eat without teeth, and you can't get dentures because maybe those haven't been invented, or they just aren't available where you live, doesn't matter about your mutations. Your teeth wore out. Probably going to starve. That's how most elephants die, who die of, not being shot by poachers. They only have 6 molar. They have 6 sets of molars, if I remember correctly, and they come in for like a conveyor belt throughout their lives. And once the last set come in and wear out, that's it. That elephant's going to starve to death. Petite Flower for $5 says, it turns out if you're a creationist, you can just say things and no one will question you. It's true. It's true. Which, by the way, I am so happy that I have an audience who will question me, who will come in and say, hey, Dapper, you got this wrong. And chances are, if you do that, you are going to get your comment pinned. Because the first thing I want anyone to see when they check on more details from my video is the things I got wrong and what the right answer is. So if I get things wrong here, please tell me. Because you know what? I'm doing this spontaneously from the top of my head, and I've been going for about 4 hours. There's a fair chance that I've got something wrong in the last 4 hours or so. Okay, more Jerry.
None of which are a problem, but when you get lots of them, you end up with system meltdown and you die.
No, you
and
don't.
that's what causes death for most cases. If a truck hits you, of course, that's not the cause. But my aunt died, who, as far as I knew, never was in a hospital in her whole life.
Bragwin for $5 says, speaking of teeth, I am the 4th generation in my family that was born without a full set of adult teeth. My great-grandmother had no adult teeth. No adult teeth? Jeez, I've never heard of that. Wow. That's wild. That's a new one for me. My brother Andrew was born without one of his adult teeth. And he has like a fake tooth that is set into like some kind of like retainer like structure that he can put in, and it like slots into the spot. But he doesn't wear it very much, so most of the time he just has a gap. But yeah, just because it didn't grow in, it wasn't knocked out or anything. He just never grew it. So I do know that not having a full set of adult teeth is fairly common, but I've never heard of anyone who just grew none. That's a new one. That's crazy. I hope she was able to get that, like, get care for that condition so that she didn't just have to eat mashed up food her whole life. Prixie Purple sends $1. Thank you very much, Prixie Purple. All right, here we go.
And when she died, she had a bad headache. She went to the hospital, and during the night she died. So I asked the doctor, why did she die? What was the reason? He said, well, there was no reason. Well, come on, she's dead. There's a reason.
Oh, Prixie Purple sends another $1.
There were lots of reasons. She was close to 90. Her kidneys were weak. Her stomach was weak. Her lungs were weak. Her brain was beginning to accumulate mutations.
I can almost guarantee... Oh, there's Prixie Purple sending another one. I'm not positive that those are... Oh, maybe they are. So I am very confident that it was not her brain was gaining mutations. Oh, and there's another one. And we just hit the goal. So thank you very much. We got that goal, which is appropriate because the World Cup is going, which is... I hear that sometimes people say goal during the football matches. Okay, so we're going to talk about the brain thing. And then... Oh... See purple for $2 says goal. And then Inquisitive Infidel sends another $1 in. So guys, give me a second. I'm going to set up another super chat goal. So just pause for a second while I do that. Unless, I mean, you can super chat if you want to, but I'm going to start another one. Let's see, 32 hours. Let's see. All right, so there we go. There's another goal. So I will finish talking about the brain thing, and then we will. I will go get some alcohol, put that in there because it's almost 6 for me, which is a pretty normal time for me to have a drink if I'm going to have a drink, which I don't most days, but it's my birthday. I'm gonna have a little bit of rum. Okay, so the brain thing. One of the things about the brain is that neuron cells almost never divide. We used to think that they just didn't ever. You never got new neurons after your brain reached its adult size, basically. And it turns out that's not true. They can regrow, but it's very slow, and they don't do it much. Which means that you don't get many mutations, because generally speaking, mutations tend to occur during cell division. And so if you have a cell that doesn't divide much, it's not going to frequently have mutations occur. And this is another reason why radiation affects you differentially with different tissue types, right? So one of the things that radiation does is it can blast through DNA and cause mutations and damage to the DNA. But that's most dangerous for cells that have a lot of DNA activity and that reproduce a lot, which includes things like the epithelial cells in your in your mouth, or the cells that line your digestive tract and things like that, which is why some of the first symptoms of acute radiation poisoning have to do with the GI tract. It's because those are the cells that are the most damaged by things like mutations occurring, because they reproduce the most. Whereas you don't typically have very many neurological symptoms if you have acute radiation poisoning. So it's also one of the reasons why brain cancer isn't as common as, say, like colon cancer or stomach cancer, because those cells don't mutate as much. So I can pretty much guarantee that nothing going on in that woman's brain that was a problem was a result of mutations that she had accumulated throughout her long life of having her brain cells mostly never divide. All right, so we are going... Yep, bone marrow too is another good example of a cell type that divides a lot and can be severely damaged by radiation. Not that any of your cells can't be, but yeah. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some booze. I'll come back, and I will also be cooled off a little bit because I'll step into the colder areas. And yeah, we'll be ready to go for that. So in the meantime, please stick around, keep hanging out, and we're going to do some intermission music, Beethoven music. Okay, I am back, and I have some rum and here. So we are now activating the drinking rules. Let's see. Another thing is, I have not received any word on the delivery of my Thurible, which was a gift from. I want to double check to make sure I don't get it wrong. Let me check my orders here from David Hercules. And so here's what I'm gonna say: if I do not get it in time for the stream, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to film because I promised basically a box opening with you guys for the stream because I thought it would be here by now. And so since that's now increasingly looking like it might not be the case, what I will do is I will film an unboxing basically with this setup, and I will put it up as a members video. The reason I don't want to put it up as just a public video is because public videos will affect my algorithmic standings. And when you deviate from your normal topic, the algorithm hates it, and it will reduce your channel overall. So, and then what I'll also do is I will upload it separately as just a video that's available for free on my Patreon. So I will make this anyone who joins the Patreon, even at the free level, will have access to this unboxing video. So, that way it does not cause a problem for the algorithm. And I realize I don't have my headphones on. So if I were to hit play for Jerry, I would not know what was going on, which would be an improvement for my well-being, but is kind of it kind of defeats the point. So all right, now that we are back, let's go back to Jerry. Here we go.
The best description, he said, of what she died of is everything. Nothing specific, just there was a massive failure because all her systems were weak. And then what do you put on the death certificate? You typically put...
You put multiple organ failure. Just put multiple organ failure, if that's what happened, right? I'm pretty sure that's what's on the death certificate for my grandmother. I could double check. I currently actually have it on a hard drive right now because of paperwork things. I'll say that, because of paperwork things.
Down heart failure. Well, the heart failure isn't what caused her to die. It's just that when she died, her heart failed, so that's what they put down.
I'm actually not sure that that's the case. It could very well be that the first organ to go was the heart, but like whatever. I don't actually particularly care about Jerry Bergman's aunt's cause of death. Whatever.
Heart failure. And that's commonly done. So often they didn't die of heart failure, they died of something else, and the heart eventually failed. And that's what happened. Sometimes they just say she died of old age, which is, I guess, the best way to go if you have to leave this earth for now. It's just old age.
I prefer death by snoo-snoo, but hey, that's just me.
So you're not dying of anything specific, just you get old. And species likewise get old. And when they get old, what happens?
Okay, this is dumb. I'm taking a drink. This is dumb. Okay. Okay. How do you measure the age of a species, Jerry? And even if you could measure the age of a species, since you believe that all species go back to the kinds that God created in like Genesis 1, wouldn't all species ultimately have the same age, Jerry? Or do you count by generations? So does that mean that like elephants, which their exceptionally long generation time, are a younger species than mice, which have a very high generation time? Or sorry, other way around. Elephants have a low generation time. Mice have a very hot. Jeez, I can't tell. Elephants have long generations. They reproduce slowly. Mice have short generations. They reproduce quickly. I'm going to say it that way because apparently my brain can't form words anymore, which I'm going to blame on Jerry. But yeah, anyway, does that mean elephants are a younger species than mice? How do you figure this out, Jerry? What does it mean? Jerry can't tell us.
They have failure. And we cover this quite effectively in our schools. Okay, how many mutations does Darwinism require? A lot of estimates, nobody knows, but a lot.
however many there have been, which is probably going to be like, I don't know, hundreds of trillions. Okay. Yeah, Michael Shermer. Another atheist who's a giant piece of crap. It turns out that being a piece of crap, not limited to extremist Christians. Lots of atheists too, like Richard Dawkins, like Michael Shermer. Yeah. But anyway, Shermer estimates trillions of distinct modifications or mutations, I suppose, required to evolve humans alone. I mean, yeah, probably. That sounds like, if I were to ballpark it, that sounds about right.
Shermer estimates trillions, and he's a evolutionist, by the way.
Eve of Everything for $5 redo says, not live, but have a good flag/birthday with a pride flag, a trans flag, and then a dark gray, a light gray, a white, and a purple heart emoji. Thank you very much, Eve of Everything. You know what? It is Pride Month, and it is, in fact, Flag Day, and so I'm going to take a drink for Pride flags, because I feel like that is very appropriate today. So for today, for the Flag Day celebration during Pride Month, I will take a drink for Pride flags. So thank you very much.
And de-evolution, we talked about this, the near neutral.
Hey, who said de-evolution? So I think it was Doc Dino. So Doc Dino said, is he going to talk about de-evolution? And he predicted that he would. And so here is a confirmed prediction for you, Doc Dino, even though you're not watching. I hope you come back and watch the rest of this, because cheers, buddy.
Accumulate, causing the species to age. So the organ.
Okay, but that's not what Shermer said. That's just you making that up, because that's, again, not a real thing that we've ever observed happening. And like, we have organisms where it should happen, right? Like, the mutation rate per generation is basically the same for mice as it is in humans. And their genome sizes are pretty similar. And yet mice reproduce way more often than humans do. So it should be accelerated for them, right? They should have more of this genetic entropy happening. When are they going to go extinct? When? When is that happening? Let's pick a nice mouse species, right? Let's see. Picking a good species. Sorry. Let's see. Where are we going here? Musculus, right? The mouse, basically, right? The least concern animal that is originally native to like the Mediterranean and Eurasia, basically everywhere except like the extremes of Siberia, but that has also been introduced to virtually everywhere with a temperate and many of the places with a tropical climate. Musculus. This has a gigantic population. It has basically mutation saturation, which means that basically every point mutation that can occur in the mouse genome has occurred in some mouse that's alive right now. Including ones that are immediately fatal, because they are occurring in mice that are still in embryo and have not died yet, of which there are just so many. When's musculus going to go extinct as a result of genetic entropy? Does Jerry know? Does John Sanford know? Does Donnie fucking Badinsky know? No. You know why? Because it's not gonna happen. Genetic entropy is made up bullshit. It's not real. I've already gone through a lot of reasons why. And at this point, I can just say, it just ain't real. Darth Studicus says, I'm late because you two told me this was 9 days ago. What? Which was sus. Today is also my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I pronounce it, Studicus, because English pronunciation is arbitrary. Darth Studicus. Okay, I'm sorry. Studicus. I will try to remember that, but I will be honest, there is a fair chance that I will forget at some point, and if I do, please just at me and correct. And I'm now realizing, is one of these... Yeah, this one is actually... This little bubble here, it's actually close enough to my green screen color that it kind of goes through. I might have to do something about that. Let's see. But then there's also a Godzilla, a Pride, and a trans flag, and we will take drinks. Thank you very much. All right. Let's go. Here we go.
Are less effective. Sight, smell is less effective. Hearing, skin. Best example I can think of is
hearing skin is less effective. What does that even mean? Like, is my skin less effective if it tears more easily? Is that, or like, what if I just don't have it? Like, do I just get an open spot? This is a sore, and now my skin is less effective. Okay, whatever.
When I go to a restaurant, the older clientele will take the salt shaker and turn it over and shake and shake and shake.
Yeah, but Jerry, that's an ontological thing. Loss of sensitivity to taste. It's an ontological, not ontological. What is it? Ontogenetic. That's the word. Words are hard, everybody. Especially when you've been streaming for 4 hours and you're starting to take some alcohol. So we're going to call that a Dapper's a professional, even though technically it isn't. But I'm thirsty and it's kind of hot. Okay, that's an ontogenetic change. That's something that happens as you go through life history. If it happens to an entire species, but it doesn't actually change throughout time in that species, that basically everyone in that species of about the same age has the same ontogenetic shift in sensitivity to taste, that's not a matter of evolution. And evolution doesn't happen to individuals. It happens to populations. So no, Jerry, that's not a factor of evolution. That's not a thing that humans are evolving less sensitive taste because old people need more salt on their food. Okay. I want to talk now to any creationists who might be watching. I'm not trying to attack you right now. I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm actually trying to be helpful to you right now. If you are someone who would like to defend your alternative idea to evolution, right? Whether it be young Earth, special creation, some other thing, whatever, right? If you want to be able to say why evolution is wrong, and instead this thing that you think you have evidence for is right, one of the first things it would behoove you to do is to learn enough about evolution that if you went up to an evolutionary biologist and described what you think evolution is, that evolutionary biologist would come away saying, yeah, that's about right. Yep, you got it. If you can't do that, you're not ready to argue against it because you don't know what you're arguing against in the first place. So that's step one. Learn enough about evolution that an evolutionary biologist would accept that what you're talking about is in fact the thing that he works on and that he believes about evolution. Erechamian just gives $10 with no message. Thank you very much. Erechamian, on the off chance that that was an accidental no message and you actually meant to leave a message, please just tag me with the message. You might have to do it a couple times because I might not notice because I do not always notice. But yeah, feel free. And thank you very much. If especially if there was no intended message, then that's it. Okay, here we go.
And I often think, just take the lid off and pour it all on. Well, why do they do that? They do that because, of course, they don't taste food much anymore. My mother-in-law now is...
That actually happened to my maternal grandmother pretty acutely. Eventually, basically, she just lost most of her sense of smell. And as a result, food really only tasted like the things that her taste bud could taste. So, like, she could taste sour, salty, sweet, umami, and bitter. And so, yeah, she would put a lot of things like salt and ketchup on things because salt and sweet were some of the things that she could actually taste. Yeah. And also, it made her much worse at cooking because she couldn't smell when things were starting to burn. And she was never great at cooking in the first place, if I'm being quite honest. Oddly enough, neither of my grandmothers were very good at cooking. They were both pretty bad at it. There were definitely days when my grandmother cooked for me and my siblings. And, you know, we would sit at the table and tepidly spoon whatever nonsense she had put into a pot and then into a bowl into our mouths. And then when she got up to go do something else, we would just dump it somewhere. And then, like, oh, we finished. Thanks for the food. And then we just wouldn't eat dinner that day because going hungry was better than eating, like, one of her favorite dishes was to just boil a bunch of leftovers in water and then just scoop that into a bowl. It was so bad. And when I say just boil, I mean, like, didn't add salt or seasonings or anything. She just boiled a bunch of leftovers and scooped it into a bowl. And it was horrible. It's just terrible. And yeah, my grandmother had the whitest white woman palate. She once complained that some steamed carrots were too spicy because there had been a little bit of pepper sprinkled on them, like black pepper. Yeah, and she was like, "Well, these carrots are very spicy." it's just steamed carrots with a little bit of pepper. Don't get me wrong, she was a wonderful woman, but cooking was not her forte. Yeah, as Breakwagon says, that sounds horrible. It was horrible. Look, Roshan says, was your grandmother English? She was Quebecoise. Yeah, so yeah, we did not like to eat her cooking. She was a wonderful woman, very kind, was a mother to like 12 kids, so many grandkids, all of whom she knew, and she could remember, well, while she could still remember most things, you know, she knew what things they liked and what their interests were, and loved to be around them, and was always kind. But her cooking was not good. It was not good. Nope. Not a good cook. The one thing that she did make well was cheesecake. I have no idea why it was that was the one dish that she made that everyone liked. But yeah, she was great at making cheesecake and nothing else. Nothing.
Is facing this. She just doesn't like hardly anything. She eats because she has to, not because she enjoys it. She's 95. And as a result, well,
the Plastic Mouse, who's been a member for 6 months and is at the amulet level, says, been watching much longer, but apparently hit a milestone. Hope the suit isn't too itchy today. Hippo birdie to use with a trans pride flag. Thank you very much. We'll take a drink for that flag. Thank you. And it's not too itchy. Although the degree to which this is uncomfortable has been kind of fluctuating throughout the stream. And it's getting a little bit more uncomfortable than it was, but like, it's not unbearable yet. I am going to be taking a shower after this, though. So there's that. I'm going to wash off this human suit.
they use a lot of salt because the sense of taste and hearing and sight and everything is going. So if they go with our bodies, they also, same thing happens with our genome.
So Ashley Loves the High says, is it physically possible to mess up cheesecake? Yes. For one thing, you can burn it. For another thing, you can just fail to sweeten it effectively. Yeah. You can also screw up the crust in various ways. You can absolutely screw up a cheesecake. It's not a hard thing to get right, but trust me, you can screw it up. She also often made her own, like, rather than putting like some kind of frosting or anything, she often made her own like preserve type toppings. And so she would, like, you know, reduce like some sugar and put in fruits and things like that, and that actually worked out pretty well. Sometimes she would use store-bought toppings for that, but sometimes, especially when my family's cherry tree was still producing a lot of cherries and had not been cut down yet, sometimes she would make like cherry preserves with the fresh cherries, and would also top them with like a fresh cherry right from the tree, like it was on the tree hours before you ate it. Yeah, that was really good. I was very lucky that my family home had a cherry tree, and it also has ruined cherries for me, generally speaking, because nothing tastes as good as a cherry that's been like picked and washed and then popped in the syrup for cherry pie filling, like within hours of that whole process. And no commercially available cherry pies are that fresh, and so they all taste terrible to me. So cherry products have basically been ruined, with the sole exception of basically like maraschino cherries, because they don't really taste like cherries anyway. Including the fancy Luxardo ones. Like, that doesn't really taste like cherry to me. It's like a different food. So, let's see. Ante-Zero Meridium, Meridium, I got it. For $5 says, the cheesecake was likely a recipe from a box of something that she kept using forever. Probably. A lot of family recipes are. Yeah, that's probably true. But still, for some reason, that was the one recipe that she remembered how to use and how to do well. So, yeah, I don't think this was like an ancient family tradition going back, you know, generations. But hey, she was still good at it.
Okay, found in mutations, we know that because if we go back in history, we find, for example, sickle cell anemia. Nobody had sickle cell anemia a long time ago, as far as we know.
I would like a citation on that, given that it is, as far as I know, a very simple mutation. I think it's even a point mutation, which means it probably occurred many times. And it's probably popped up in a number of different populations here and there. And in those populations that are under a lot of threat from malaria, which we know is a very ancient thing, it was probably fairly common in those places. So like, yeah, I would like a citation, Jerry. Let's see. Bray Win for $2 says also trans rights flag, then a dark gray heart, light gray heart, white heart, purple heart, demi non-binary. Woo! Thank you very much, and I will take a drink. Okay.
In fact, they have identified the area where the first sickle cell anemia came from, entered in the gene pool, and everybody since then who has sickle cell anemia is related to that one person.
Yeah, I'm going to press X to doubt on this because there are two major hotspots for sickle cell anemia. One is sub-Saharan Africa, and the other one is the Indian subcontinent. And both of those are the case because there are a lot of instances of malaria there. And so I have trouble believing that there was a single person with sickle cell anemia, or actually it would be sickle cell trait because it wouldn't have happened in both chromosomes at the same time in the same mutation. That's absurdly unlikely. But I don't think that there was one person with sickle cell trait who was born in either Africa or India and then became the ancestor to all the people with sickle cell trait or sickle cell anemia in both places. I don't believe that. And Jerry, if you want to produce a citation for this, then great. But otherwise, yeah, I'm calling bullshit. No. I do not believe that, Jerry. That sounds stupid. Sounds like something you made up or you heard from some other idiot who's probably a creationist, and you just believed it. Yeah. So I'm going to take a drink for that, because what the hell are you talking about, Jerry?
And that's called a founder mutation. And there are a lot of examples of these. Now, a lot of them, it's hard to trace them back that far, but sickle cell anemia, Tay-Sachs disease, hemochromatosis, there are a lot of diseases which we have been able to trace back that far. So we know that a long time ago, well, this is what the Bible teaches, Adam and Eve were...
Eric Hamian for $10 says, nobody was ever diagnosed with sickle cell anemia before the 19th century, so that means nobody had it, right? Yes, that is exactly what that means. Oh, thank you. That was, I appreciate that. Happy Birth Flag Day says, I sleep now. Carmen says, Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $2. Thank you very much. And Sapphire Big Swamp Light for $2 says, trans rights flag, then red heart, yellow heart, white heart, pink heart, purple heart. AIG is a bag of Jerry's. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And here is a drink. Petite Flower says, you are full of shit. I hope Petite Flower means Jerry and not me, because I feel like I'm doing okay. But yeah, we're going to go back to, the Bible says that Adam and Eve were the original ancestors of all of humans, which, like, okay, I don't... That mutations that are widespread now had initial members of the population where they started isn't actually, like, evidence in favor or against Adam and Eve. Like, that would be what we would expect either way. So, like, I don't know what the point of saying, well, the Bible says that Adam and Eve are the ancestors of all humans. Okay. Hit play.
Perfect. They had no mutations. And since then, mutations have been entering the genome until there are more and more mutations. And so what do we see? De-evolution. It's going backward.
Except that we don't see that, right? So humans have had a population that's big enough that humans have been at mutation saturation for a while now. And that's because basically, it's a little bit more complicated than this, but ultimately you can kind of think about it like this, right? There are more humans than there are base pairs in your genome. And if you do the math out, you can find out that the chances that that one person exists with any given point mutation that you can name, the chances of that are essentially 100%, right? They're super high. It's not actually 100%, but it's high enough that we can say with some confidence that every point mutation that can occur has occurred in a currently living person. Cool. Or I suppose a currently living human. So I don't want to get into philosophical discussions about personhood. So yeah, a currently living human. And yet, Humans are doing fine. Just fine.
And again, I'll skip a lot of this.
Oh, thank you, Jerry.
One other problem is this is a diagram of the biochemical interrelationships. It's like a circuit board. And the problem is, well, this computer here, which I think somebody already did this to it, but if you go in there and snip a wire, I bet the whole thing will fail.
Yeah, probably. I know that firsthand.
Any wire. Well, here we see when something is damaged, a gene is damaged, and therefore a protein is malformed. Often the whole system or a large part of it fails because it's.
And that's going to be immediately selected out, Jerry. If the entirety of your biochemical processes and pathways between different biochemicals fails, Jerry, you're going to die as a zygote. I'm taking a drink. Yeah, it does depend on which wire, but a lot of them are sort of mission critical, I guess. Especially if we generalize wire to be like any conductor path that would include, like, you know, printed lines on circuit boards that are conductors.
So highly interconnected, and since that's a bunch of gobbledygook, I got a better picture so you can see how it's connected. D-fructose and D-mannose, and these are the biochemical relationships.
Did he say mannose? I thought I heard fructose and mannose. And now all I want to do is watch Manos, The Hands of Fate, or play the video game, which I do own and have played. I haven't beat it, but it's a very strange but a fun video game. It's a 2D sprite platformer. But yeah, now I kind of want to watch Manos, The Hands of Fate, because it is more fun than watching Jerry Bergman, if I'm being honest. And I think it might actually be public domain, because I don't think it was filed with a proper copyright notice. So I think you know what? Let's check. Let's check. Is Manos, The Hands of Fate public domain? Is Manos, The Hands of Fate public domain? Let's see what we have. Manos, The Hands of Fate. Let's see. This is from archive, internetarchive.org. No, I don't want that. But oh, okay. That does actually help. So let's see. Manos, The Hands of Fate, publication date 1966, usage public domain Mark 1.0. You know, I should just download a copy of Manos, The Hands of Fate, and whenever I get too frustrated with the creationist, we can switch to Manos, The Hands of Fate. If you have not seen Manos, The Hands of Fate, one, you have to enjoy bad movies in order to enjoy Manos, The Hands of Fate. And yes, Manos is in fact a word that means hand. So the translation of that is hand, The Hands of Fate. But it is a horror movie. And basically what happened was this guy thought that it was easy to produce a horror movie. So he was challenged to do so. And technically he did produce a horror movie. Technically, it is that. But I'll give you a few examples of what's going on here. So one thing is, every line of dialogue is ADR. And it is not ADR by the actors who were on set. So every character has a voice actor doing ADR over the movie. There is no on-set audio at all. Just not. As far as I know, he didn't actually bring microphones to set to get on-set audio. Also, other than the lights that were in like the house and natural light, the only light that was used in the movie is a pair of car headlights. So every scene at night or in a dark room or anything like that, either unlit or lit by car headlights. Yeah. It's a very strange experience to watch it. And of course, it's a completely incomprehensible in terms of like the plot. Like there's something where like this ancient sorcerer man wants a new wife to add to his harem, but like the harem is being catty about it or something. And also they're coming back from the dead, or they never died and are immortal or something. and like there's a dog involved somewhere at some point somehow for some reason, and also a second dog that's owned by like the family that shows up. Also, apparently, in the universe in which Manos: The Hands of Fate takes place, it is illegal to kiss inside of a car. Nope, no kissing in cars. Cops will get you, and they will send you on your way, and you will be in trouble if you kiss in a car, and the cops find you. It is it's a very strange movie. And I'm just happy to get to talk about it a little bit because it's oh, Torgo. Yeah, we can't forget Torgo. Torgo is the deformed Igor character. And I say deformed because like he has a weird limp. And apparently in the original script, he was supposed to be like a satyr-like character who had like goat legs, but they couldn't super afford that, so they just put him in like long trousers, and like he still had some kind of something going on underneath that made him like have to limp around. But like that's never really made clear exactly what's going on there. And yeah, part of the plot is that he is also interested in the wife/mother of this family for himself, in addition to the master, who also wants to add her to his harem for reasons that are never really explained. I guess like just every time a woman shows up, the master just gets another harem member, I guess. It's not clear to me how this works.
But better is what they call the interactome. And there's the interactome. This protein here affects all of these proteins, and with all the lines you can see how many this affects. Now, some of these don't look like they affect any other proteins. The reason is we're still working on this. So once we get this worked on, then we find that the interactome among proteins is enormous. And this is why every medicine has a side effect, which means that when we take a medicine, it affects this.
I am not confident that is a claim that he can make. However, it's probably the case that that is the cause of a large number of side effects, maybe even most of them. So, like, sure, whatever, I don't care.
Which is what we want it to affect, but it also affects all of these things. So the interactome tells us that the whole thing is interrelated. The whole protein system is interrelated. So what happens if we have a mutation here? Let's say it causes a beneficial change here. So I have a mutation here, a beneficial change here. Ha-ha, we've got a beneficial mutation. Okay. But what's going to happen all over here? Probably negative effects.
Ooh, was that thunder? Did I just hear thunder? I need to double check the weather, because if there's a thunderstorm, that might be a concern. Let's see. Let's check that weather, because I do not want a surge to come through and then fry this laptop. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was thunder. All right, so I'm going to continue on for now, but if it gets really bad, I am going to stop the stream and probably unplug this laptop, because the last thing I need right now is another dead computer. And also, that would delay my shower. Gross. Whatever. I'll deal with it. Anyway, so here's the problem with this, Jerry. You've already given examples of beneficial mutations that are known to be beneficial. And so if the claim is, oh, any beneficial mutation is going to be offset by problems with other proteins in the interactome, we just know it's not the case. So once again, we're in a situation where Jerry has a model, it conflicts with reality, and Jerry prefers the model over reality. Don't do that. Reality wins. Whenever your idea conflicts with reality, reality remains right and your idea is wrong. And I don't care what the idea is. If it conflicts with reality, it's false. If it doesn't, maybe it's true.
So it's very hard, even if you get a beneficial mutation, to have an overall beneficial result, because this thing is so interconnected, well, just like taking drugs.
Maybe it is hard, and yet it occurs. It measurably, verifiably occurs. Unlike whatever Jerry goes on about with information, which isn't measurable because Jerry never bothers to define it in a measurable way.
Get a prescription drug, aspirin, for example. Aspirin is great to cure headaches, but it also messes up the stomach's ability to protect itself. Okay? And that's true with all drugs. There's not one drug that doesn't have side effects that's a problem.
Except for homeopathy, because it doesn't have side effects or main effects. Because it's just a bunch of sugar and water. So, yeah. Inquisitive Infidel for $5 says, for a surge protected uninterruptible power supply. So I do actually have a surge protector here, but it is not something I'm going to trust with a direct lightning hit. As far as a UPS, I actually did look into getting a UPS for like the computer power. And like, given how infrequently thunderstorms come up and how infrequently power goes out and the cost of them, none of them ever really seem to be cost effective. So yeah, I'm just probably not going to get a UPS. Although I do actually know someone who is a former like UPS salesperson, technician. I'm not sure. Also, a company I used to work for did sell UPSs, so I got a little bit of training on them, and they are very cool. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to bother. But I do appreciate it.
Problem is, can you deal with a side effect? Is it really bad, or is it just, can you get around it? And Sigmund will skip that. This again shows you the enormous interrelationship. And here you can see these are receptors. Something binds here, a hormone, for example, binds here. And you can see then all the proteins that it has to go through before it gets to the nucleus, which is what most receptors affect.
Okay, I'm taking a drink. Okay. Chris Decker says, buy a UPS for your UPS. I'm gonna be so protected. It'd be so expensive too. Okay, so this is actually an interesting diagram here, because one thing is, it is true, it does show that there's an incredible web of complexity to go from receiving a signal at a receptor to having that signal acted upon by a cell, right? But here's the problem with this, right? This looks like Rube Goldberg nonsense. It does not look designed. I mean, look at this. There are multiple receptors that branch off into branching paths that also have signals from different receptors that then come together again in different ways. That's just a bunch of nonsense. That's not a design system. Design systems don't look like this. Design systems are designed to have as few points of failure as possible and to be as simple as they reasonably can be without failing. This is the result of a bunch of random mutations and genetic drift doing silly things with the protein interactions. Siluf says, plus side with laptop, you can unplug preemptively and keep doing things for a while anyway. True. In fact, that is probably what I would do as an intermediate step. All right, here we go.
So if you have a mutation here, what's going to happen? Whole thing fails. Best example is...
Not necessarily, because we do have examples of animals that have mutations, or plants, or other things, in signaling pathways, and it doesn't mean that the plant or animal or whatever dies. In some cases, it can even be beneficial. Hey, Vish. Anti-Zero Meridium for $2 says, as a geneticist, can confirm Rube Goldberg. Yeah, right? And the thing that gets me is, like, it's so Rube Goldbergian in how complex and nonsense all this is. And the joke from Rube Goldberg is essentially no one would ever design a machine like this. You would be insane to design a machine like this. And yet that's the design principle, apparently, that God used. God was like, oh, hey, what's the least, like, well-designed option I could come up with that's still functional, though? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do as the omniscient, omnipotent creator of the universe. I'm going to go with the silliest option. The option that's a literal joke.
It's on here. Well, BRCA1 is a good example. And there's another one, RAF, RAF. When RAF is damaged, the whole system is damaged. That's important because that's a leading cause of many cancers. And the classical view of genes, where it starts here, we got a start codon, that's the gene, we got a stop codon, all done. Now we know genes overlap. You got some here, you got some here, and you have some inside of other genes. So now if you damage this gene or change it, you may get a beneficial mutation from that, something may be positive, but you're going to end up affecting many other genes. So even at this level, we find interactions important.
That's cool. And yet beneficial mutations observably occur. Like, okay. I think most people have heard of the idea that bumblebees can't fly, right? Like, there's just no physical way that they could actually be able to fly. It's a thing that's referenced in the Bee Movie during the opening bit. And it's a thing that people actually used to talk about, right? That they're, according to like entomologists, it doesn't seem like bumblebees should be able to fly. But you know what the difference is? Or what the point is, sorry, not the difference. But the point is that bumblebees do fly, right? So no matter how many reasons you can come up with for why bumblebees can't fly, none of them are right. And the reason we know that none of them are right is because bumblebees fly. So anything that you can come up with as a reason for why that's impossible has to be wrong, because it is possible, because they do it. Simple as that, right? Anything that you come up with reasons why this is impossible, if it happens, your reasons were wrong. So Jerry, I don't care how many different reasons you come up with for why you think that beneficial mutations are impossible. They observably occur, just like bumblebees observably fly. Therefore, your reasons are wrong. And sure, don't get me wrong, it could be that you're bringing up interesting problems that science needs to investigate to figure out why it is this way, right? What causes beneficial mutations to be able to occur, even though there are so many reasons that make us think they shouldn't be able to occur. That's an interesting research topic. But what it isn't is an actual reason why beneficial mutations don't occur, because they just do. Jerry just doesn't want to deal with this because he wants to pretend that beneficial mutations don't occur, because despite citing examples of beneficial mutations, he just changed the definition of beneficial and then excluded them by the fiat of him coming up with his own special meaning for the word beneficial in this context.
And we also now know that 94% of human genes generate more than one product. And I'll show you what that means. And that's a result, by the way, of alternative splicing.
That's true. Take a drink.
The best example is discam. This gene, you have 95 alternative spliced exons, so you end up with 38 possible isoforms, which means 38,000 possible different proteins.
Almost none of which are ever actually produced, by the way. So this, I don't know if this is a big number there for God, but it is the case that the vast majority of these potential proteins that could be formed from alternative splicing just aren't. So, like, I don't know if he's claiming that they are, but I'm clarifying that they're not.
So from one gene, you can get 38,000 different proteins.
But you don't.
And as far as we know, this is true with all genes. So what?
I mean, it's probably true in all eukaryote genes, but it's not true in all genes, because bacteria and other prokaryotes like archaeans, right? They don't do this. They don't have their genes set up with introns and exons that are, then they cut out the exons and they swap in different introns and different patterns, right? They don't do that. They have a continuous gene. It gets read, it gets transcribed, it gets produced. Done. Now, this is also a problem, though, for Jerry. And I'm actually going to take a second drink because he's defeating himself here. So if you remember earlier, when Jerry was talking about how the folding patterns of proteins are so specific and so complicated, and there's so few ways that you could arrange a protein in order for it to work, what Jerry is making the claim is that there is a very small fraction of protein sequence space that has function. That's the claim he is making there. He didn't say it with those words, but that is what that means. That's why he thinks it's a good argument. But there's a problem. If that's the case, then alternative splicing, which is what he's talking about here, should result in essentially only very tiny numbers of actual functional proteins. Because if you change just a little bit, just a tiny, tiny little bit, what the order is, according to Jerry, the protein doesn't work anymore. And here's Jerry saying, actually, you could make 38,000 functional proteins or something out of this gene. Which is it, Jerry? Are proteins so hyper-specific that there's no way that random mutation could ever stumble upon a functional protein? Or can you just get tens of thousands of proteins out of one gene just by swapping around parts? They can't both be true, Jerry. You got to pick a side. I mean, he doesn't. He's just going to lie to people, right? Because no one in his audience is likely to check on this. But that's what he's doing. He's making contradictory arguments across this video, which we're actually getting kind of close to finishing. We might actually get pretty much to the end of this.
What happens if we have a mutation here in this gene? Well, you could affect many, many hundreds or thousands of other proteins.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
That's true. Take a drink. My play button not working?
And complexity problem, I'll just skip that quickly. You can.
Good.
That's a bacteria flagellum, and you.
Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says creationism music in a word. Got it. Creationists in a world of pure. Inefficiency. I'm gonna get it right eventually. In a world of pure inefficiency. That's too many syllables, but I like it though. I like it. I see what you're going for there. World of pure imagination. It's also a world of pure imagination. So, and also I was not ready to start singing. Dan, what is up?
Hello. Happy flag/birthday.
Thank you. Happy Flag Day to you as well. Dan, you missed some sections that I think you would have been very upset about had you been here.
It's Jerry Bergman, right? We're still on Bergman?
Yeah, we are still on Bergman.
Yeah, he's awful about everything, so I'm sure it would have been terrible.
It was, in fact, terrible. For one thing, he seems to think that the fact that mutations... Well, the fact that not every amino acid has the same number of codons that are assigned to make it means that mutations aren't random somehow. He also... Hey, it's Vishanti. He also seems to think that the fact that certain mutations going from one nucleotide to another are more likely than others, that means that they're not random. And also that there are mutational hotspots. That also means it's not random. So actually, mutations are purely deterministic on the basis of them not being equal probable in all cases.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a good thing I wasn't here for that because some of my colleagues in grad school actually were some of the people that were they developed what's called the unrestricted model of nucleotide substitution when you're doing phylogenetics, which is where every rate, A to T, T to A, C to G, G to C, each forward and backwards mutation has its own independent rate in your model, which is an improvement upon the more common GTR model, general time reversible model, which is where the forward and back mutations are treated as equally likely, which is wrong, but it's the assumption most people use. But the unrestricted model is more realistic. And let me tell you, that doesn't make them deterministic.
Also, he confused
Not even a little.
extinction vortex with genetic entropy.
Sanford does that too in the book.
But now that I have traumatized Dan, Vishanti, how you doing? What's up?
Well, as you can probably tell, I've been out in the sun today. I went to LA Pride, which was a lot less corporate than the West Hollywood Pride. And I was out there for a couple hours, and I got myself the little Metro Pride card, which
nice.
some people collect these because there's all sorts of...
Put it back up.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, it's getting captured by your... There it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, so the stations, Hollywood and Vine and Hollywood and Highland, were renamed by the Metro for this weekend. And I think instead of Hollywood and Vine, it was Hollywood and Pride.
Okay.
And I think it's something similar with Highland, but yeah, you would just get out and see the parade and go to the little village and get swag. So, yep.
Nice.
All the Metro folks were giving out the collectible cards, and there's a whole slew of them, obviously, for the World Cup that's happening. So people will go around town and
Oh,
visit
yeah.
various events and pop-up things to try to collect all of them. There's like a whole culture of collecting and trading these things. So
Okay. By the
I'm
way,
not into that. I just wanted one of these. But
Dan, I think you might want to like adjust the microphone input because I'm getting a little bit of static from you, and it sounds like it might be a loose connection.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me check.
Okay. All right. While Dan works
Also,
on that, oh, sorry.
I did wear lots of sunscreen. I
Good.
had a hat to protect myself, sunglasses, and when I noticed like my shoulders were getting a little pink,
Still there,
I
Dan. Don't
have
worry
my
about it.
idea here and I just draped it around me to keep me from getting sunburned. So
Good.
smart. And I stayed hydrated.
Very important. All right, I'm going to play some Jerry Bergman to further traumatize Dan.
Oh God. Is that who this
See,
is?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's
Okay.
also already gotten wrong what hydrocephaly is, while also not showing any particular sensitivity towards people who have been affected by hydrocephaly, including like having kids with hydrocephaly. He thought it was a kid having a giant brain.
This is
Ooh,
the hat
cool.
that I wore. It
Nice.
just came in the mail. So for those of you who have seen Backrooms, you know.
You've got to have all these parts to work. For this to work, you've got to have every part. If you're missing this, it doesn't work. If you're missing the MS ring, it doesn't work. If you're missing the basal body or even part of it, it doesn't work. It's
Hey, we've had a theme today with Jerry Bergman, which is Jerry has a model. Reality occurs, and reality doesn't match Jerry's model. Jerry prefers the model. Once again, that is the case for irreducible complexity because, Dan, have we seen irreducibly complex structures evolve in real time in actual living organisms?
Why, Dapper, we have.
Sure
It
have.
turns out we have.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Which
Yeah.
means no matter how many reasons you come up with for why irreducibly complex structures can't evolve, they can.
They just
Because
can.
they do.
We can see it happen.
The example I gave earlier was like, people used to think that like bumblebees, like we didn't know how bumblebees could fly. And people came up with a lot of
Right.
reasons why they couldn't fly. But all those reasons were wrong for the simple reason that if any of those reasons were right, bumblebees couldn't fly. But they do fly.
can.
So it doesn't matter how many reasons why they can't you come up with. They can. So this is... It's been like 4 hours of Jerry Bergman saying, hey, this thing means that beneficial mutations can't occur. And it's like, okay, but they do occur, and you gave us examples. So...
And also with the flagellum thing, this has been, I mean, I'm assuming this is kind of an older video, but
is.
like the go-to example is specifically the E. coli flagellum. This is one specific species of bacteria. What all of those examples leave out is there exist prokaryotic flagella that are missing some of the parts present and required for the E. coli flagellum to work. But there are other ones that are missing this or that part, and they still work.
I also like to tell the story about how Michael Behe, who is, the originator of this argument about the flagellum specifically, said in court that there had not been any research on how the flagellum evolved, at which point the opposing attorney produced a gigantic stack of papers.
That wasn't flagellum. That was, I forget if that was blood clotting
might
or
have
the
been blood
immune system.
Either way, it was
Those
one
were-
of his
those are-
examples.
Yeah, it was because the big three he talked about was flagellum, blood clotting, and like an immune cascade. And I think it was the blood clotting one, but it might have been the immune system. I forget what it was, but it was like, so here's like a bunch of books and papers on how this evolves. You're telling me we've never like talked about this? Like here.
And
here
if
it
I
is.
remember correctly, his response was more or less, well, I didn't read those.
Yeah, it was something to the effect of those don't address the question I'm raising.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay.
okay,
They kind of do,
What an
though,
asshole.
but, yeah.
if you say so.
I wish it still existed because there was a stream that I went on where Michael Behe was there and I got to talk to him directly. And the big question I had for him is, hey, in the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial, there was like a set of criteria that were set up for what counts as science such that it can be included in classrooms. Now that it has been decades and I gave him the benefit of saying that, intelligent design has made all this progress and you've been working on it for so long. Do you think it currently would be able to pass the test of does this count as science such that we could include it in the classroom, and his answer was just no. Nope, it's still not
Yeah.
science.
It hasn't changed.
Yep.
It hasn't changed. And that stream, which was on, goodness, it was something Catholic, right? It was some like Catholic
I think so.
creationist channel, and Canadian Catholic might have been, but that channel doesn't exist anymore. And it's a great lesson, folks. In if you ever appear on anyone's stream, like immediately download it.
'Cause
Just
you were there too.
Immediately download it. I was not for that one, I think.
no?
I don't think I talked to Behe for that one, because at that point I'd already had Behe. Maybe I did. I don't remember.
Whatever. It was a long time
Because
ago.
I already had him on twice on my channel at that point. So yeah, I don't remember.
Wait a
But
minute. Is
always download.
Ashley Loves Blow High still in the chat? I just remembered something
think she is.
specifically. Sound off if you're still here, Ashley.
Okay. Shanti's got something for you. Actually, I sent Ashley something earlier today. Just a link to a video I thought she might like, but like still, I like to think of people, what they might like.
etc. And we already talked about this, so we'll just get through this quickly.
If new code not lethal.
Can I just go with that codon table thing? There's such a cool aspect to that creationists just have no appreciation for. And it's the degree to which selection has shaped the codon table. And it's so obvious if you take 5 minutes to look at it. Because what many creationists will tell you in the context of abiogenesis is that living things couldn't evolve because cytosine is unstable. That you can never accumulate enough cytosine, whatever, right? And there's one little bit of that they get right, that cytosine's half-life is something like 10 times shorter than adenine, guanine, and thymine, and uracil. Right? It's just much less stable, much more prone to a reaction called deamination, where an amino group spontaneously degrades into something else. And if you look at that codon table, there are 4 codons that are really critical for your translation to work. You have a single start codon, that's AUG, and then you have 3 stop codons. And those are, I'm going to get them wrong. I should know them off the top of my head, but I no longer have the codon table memorized. So
Are you even really an actual scientist, Dan?
I apologize. At one point in grad school, I did literally have the whole thing memorized because it was my thing. But it's like UGA, UG, UAA. It's all uracil because we're talking RNA. So it's all uracil, guanine, adenine. The start codon and the stop codons are all uracil, guanine, adenine. There's no cytosine in any of those 4 codons. Why? Because you need those codons to work, and if they don't work, your gene doesn't work.
Okay.
So you've been selected to not have cytosine in those absolutely mission-critical codons.
Right.
Like,
Checks
it's
out.
staring you in the face, creationists. It's right there.
I want to say we did, in fact, get Bent some pizza, so Bent will be able to eat today, unlike most days where he just curls into a ball and tries to expend as little energy as possible.
Languishes
Mm-hmm.
his hunger.
Well, he's gotten very good at slowing everything down. He gets very, very slow breathing. His heart rate goes down, into sort of a semi-torpid state,
Yeah. He just slips into torpor unless you give him pizza.
Yep.
Interesting point is how can we survive with all these mutations? They estimate now there are 5,000 diseases caused by mutations.
Jerry, once again,
We're surviving pretty well, I think.
right, exactly. Regardless of the answer, look around you. We're doing it. So there's an answer. And even if we don't know, even if we didn't know the answer, there has to be one because we're doing it. Also, Dan, you weren't here for this because obviously, but he also seemed to claim that a genetic entropy causing extinction has actually been observed many times, and as far as I know, it has been observed 0 times.
So I actually was listening to that part, and you did a fantastic job with that, explaining the difference between genetic entropy and the extinction vortex. And the way you described it was beautifully clear, saying how an extinction vortex is when a population loses genetic diversity and in effect goes extinct from having too little genetic diversity. And genetic entropy is the opposite, where you're saying a population goes extinct because it has too much genetic diversity,
Right.
which is not a thing that has ever been observed.
Ever.
Yeah. Yeah. They are
Extinction
direct
Vortex
opposites.
sounds like a new Asylum movie.
It does. I would watch that Asylum movie. I did earlier just say that Jerry Bergman is less entertaining than Manos, the Hands of Fate, which is public domain. And so it's a little tempting to just switch to watching Manos, the Hands of Fate. Which
I mean, I've seen people at DragonCon cosplay from Manos, and it's always
excellent.
just it's great.
If I
Yeah.
was gonna cosplay, I would do the master with that crazy like hand robe that like has like the big
yeah.
wings and
That's-
such. That's
That's it. That's the one.
A+ cosplay material there. I guess you could do Torgo, but like I don't want to hobble around an entire convention for the whole time. So yeah, I don't know.
This is why that one specifically, because it's very much a cosplayer's con. You have multiple like costumes throughout the day. So like you have one for like daytime, you have one for afternoon, you have one for evening or
yeah.
afternoon. So you got to switch it up.
Hey, Dapper, you're gonna love this. I found the link to the Canadian Catholic appearance with Behe. It is a private video, but I don't know if we can do anything with that.
You should send me that link because it is possible that I might be able to get around that.
It's in the private chat.
Ooh.
Well, I certainly would never use or condone the use of a program to download YouTube videos outside of the website of YouTube. So I certainly won't be doing that.
Definitely not.
Anti-Zero Meridium for $2 says genetic entropists need to explain strawberries. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for mutations that should be driving strawberries to extinction, and yet they keep, just doing the whole vegetative growth thing and spreading around. I don't know. In fact, my garden, well, not my garden, but the garden at the house that I grew up in, had strawberries for a while, and they liked to escape containment. They did not like to go extinct. The rhubarb, on the other hand, was always nicely in a little section. Rhubarb was great. Strawberries, much less well behaved. There were frequently strawberries outside of the strawberry patch because my grandmother, whom I already mentioned, loved to garden, and she grew rhubarb, strawberries, and a cherry tree. And so we had a lot of pie, because if you don't know, those are all pie fillings. So growing up, we had a lot of very, very fresh pie.
That's cobbler.
Yeah. Cobbler is
Yeah.
great stuff.
Fresh, like blackberry cobbler in the summertime.
All right, here we go.
How can we survive? Well, redundancy. So if we get a mutation, which, for example,
Okay, Drake, because technically that is true. That is a big part of how organisms survive, is that they have redundant systems. So, like, not wrong, Jerry. Take a drink. It doesn't help you much, but, like, you're not wrong, Jerry. You're right about that.
a kidney fails, well, you got another one. You got a backup.
Or if you're Adeptus Astartes, you have 3.
My favorite example
And this is
of
true in
redundancy.
many structures.
Oh, sorry.
All right. I'm trying to pause it.
It
It doesn't seem to be working.
Back.
Jerry, there we go. Okay.
My favorite example of redundancy is in elephants. And it's the reason why elephants have a rate of cancer that's approximately 1/10 the rate of cancer in humans. And the reason this works is so cool, and it's one of these beautiful things that doesn't make sense outside of evolutionary theory. Like, this makes no sense in a creationist paradigm, but it makes perfect sense in an evolutionary framework. And the reason that elephants have 1/10 the cancer rate of humans is that they're a lot bigger, which means they have more cell divisions from zygote to adult. More cell divisions means more spontaneous mutations and copying errors, which means a higher likelihood of cancer.
Okay.
But elephants have about 20 copies of a tumor suppressor gene called P53, which is mutated in almost every kind. There are a couple of exceptions, but it's mutated in almost every kind of human cancer. And the reason that elephants have all of these copies of P53, you can do the genetics on it. It's clearly a series of gene duplications. Right. And normally a gene duplication is neutral because you have one copy of a gene, it does its thing. You have a second copy, what doesn't help you doesn't hurt you. And if one or the other gets damaged or changes function, there's no cost to that because you have the other copy, right? So that's how you get pseudogenes. But in elephants, because they get so big prior to sexual maturity, having the extra copies of P53 protects them from childhood cancers. So they have a much higher survival rate that tracks with the number of copies of P53 that they have. Because instead of having to knock out 2 copies to get cancer, you have to knock out 10 or 15 or 20 copies, right? So whereas humans, because of just the number of cell divisions and the way mutations and probability works, most human cancers don't affect us until after we've reproduced. So there's no selection to decrease the likelihood of those cancers or the frequency of those cancers. But in elephants, those same cancers would operate prior to reproduction. So you're under selection to decrease the likelihood, which means those gene duplications, which are neutral in humans, are strongly beneficial in elephants, which leads to elephants having like 20 copies of this it's called a tumor suppressor gene.
So I gotta say, I now wish that mRNA vaccines worked the way that the idiots think they do, and that it can copy the DNA in. Yeah,
yes.
you could just get the mRNA for the P52 gene and just. Now I got 20 copies.
That's the promise of CRISPR, though, right? If you could do germline editing with CRISPR, you could do that so your kids are cancer-free, right? That would be the idea. Yeah. And that's what we'll be able to do. The question is, are we going to do like, hey, cancer vaccine that we just give away for free, like the COVID vaccine? Or is it going to be the kind of thing that costs $200,000? We all know the answer to that question. That was a rhetorical question.
Yeah. Okay, I did see Ashley Loves High in the chat, so I just wanted to let you know that I keep forgetting to show you that I do, in fact, have my own Blue High. It's very soft.
It looks very soft.
IKEA's very, very soft plushies.
Nice.
So.
I feel like that's the main thing you want out of a plushie is for it to be soft. All right. Let's see if I can actually hit play and it'll do what I want it to.
Backups.
Okay, there we
And
go.
for the genes, for example, most genes you have a pair. So if one's damaged, you got a spare. You have another one.
Okay, do you think he means that you have one on each chromosome, or do you think he means that you have multiple copies?
He thinks no. He's talking about diploidy. Oh, God.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a drink.
Yeah, that's painful. That's really bad.
Cool.
He's just straight up like, diploidy is a design to, oh my God. Okay.
And a lot of redundancy factors. And eventually you get mutational meltdown from mildly deleterious mutations. And this...
Jerry, if you want me to believe in this, give me an example. Because remember, this is supposed to be something that occurs to all genomes everywhere, if it occurs at all, right? There is no genome that is immune to having mildly deleterious mutations occur, right? There is no genome that has a no selection zone that is so small that it doesn't exist in places where like there's nothing that's so little deleterious or so little beneficial that genetic drift can't be more stronger than selection for that particular allele. So everything about genetic entropy, if it's true, should be the case for all genomes for all populations across history. Give me one example.
And Sanford is very clear about that in the book, that this is a universal thing. That's why he called it genetic entropy. He very specifically analogizes it to the thermodynamic version.
Right. So all I want from any creationist, if you ever want me to believe in genetic entropy, is one example of mutational meltdown causing extinction of a population. And no, the Spanish flu or whatever it was that was in that paper doesn't count because it didn't go extinct.
2012. Well, not only did it not go extinct, my favorite part of that is that they, one, didn't measure fitness. They never at any point did they measure fitness. And then two, Dapper, also they counted the mutations wrong because most of them were due to recombination, not point mutations.
I do remember that part.
So, good job, guys.
Oh.
That is my favorite bad paper to this day because it's wrong for like 9 different ways that are like very specifically like, here's a thing that makes this paper completely wrong, and then here's 8 other completely independent things that make this paper completely wrong. Yeah.
Didn't you write or co-author a paper refuting that? To which
that was a
he has
different
still
paper.
not responded?
That was a different paper by one of the authors. It was Sanford is on both of them. And that was the 2018 paper. So it was the
Sanford
2012 was the
right?
H1N1. Yeah, so it was Carter and Sanford was the 2012 H1N1 paper, And then 2018 was the Basner and Sanford paper. That's what Zach, it's like Zach and I co-wrote that paper. That was mostly
And
Zach.
he still hasn't responded because
Nobody has responded to
He's
it.
wrong.
No creationist
Oh.
has even tried.
Don, as far as I know, there was a 6-hour live stream over on Donnie Badinsky's channel that definitely talked about it.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah. Here's a fun thing. As far as I can tell, my recent video, which is basically a compilation of you, me, and Erica, just pointing out all the shitty things that Donnie has done. And actually only the shitty things up until like 2022 or so.
Yeah,
So-
it was like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
More maybe.
And then
Yeah,
I
it was
added
a while ago.
I added in a little bit after that to help bring us up to date a little bit. But that one video currently has more views than basically anything on his channel, and as far as I can tell, the last few years.
That makes me so happy.
Yeah, so
That makes me so happy. That's
More-
exactly how it should work.
more people
Yes.
have now seen why Donnie Badinsky is a piece of shit that have seen anything from Donnie Badinsky.
That is how we're going to win this, right? Like another example of that is the Professor Dave Discovery Institute series has way
yeah.
more views than anything Discovery Institute puts out by like an order of magnitude.
It's crazy. Actually,
Yeah,
that video
exactly.
does have an order of magnitude more than most of the videos on Donnie's channel. I've been finding that as I'm
Yeah.
looking back, most of his videos don't get to 1,000 views anymore.
No, they don't, because he doesn't host Kent and he has no big name debates anymore. And like the Zach versus Paul thing was like the only big debate this year, and we all remember when that was like ground zero for when he'd have like every couple of weeks there'd be like a big thing and there'd be hundreds of people watching, and like that's just not a thing anymore.
By the way, thank you. Vishanti has sent me the Sal Bitchmade timer. Sal has been officially bitchmade for 1,154 days, 7 hours, and 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's sad. That's a really sad, trajectory.
Yep.
It's like how the Supreme Court was good for like 10 years. Right? They were like
Ever.
reactionary, civil rights movement, reactionary. It was like kind of like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I don't approve of bullying in general, but I will say it was probably beneficial to have an absolute bully for a president when the Civil Rights Act was being passed, because LBJ literally would just tower over people and be like, do this thing.
Yeah. No, LBJ was an awful person and also one of the greatest presidents. So, and like other than Vietnam was a whole thing, but like domestically, so much stuff got done. I have a whole theory about how that wouldn't have happened if JFK hadn't got assassinated. A lot of it was like, we have to legacy, whatever. I have a whole theory about that. But the fact of the matter is,
Dan was the
LBJ
one.
strong-armed.
Dan was on the grassy knoll.
The thing is, LBJ strong-armed a lot of that stuff through Congress, and like a different president would not have done that. And
While also exposing himself to staff members. So it's like, wow, we really do contain multitudes.
I mean, sometimes I know he was an awful person. I'm not going to defend him, but he was on policy. He was one of the great presidents of the 20th century. I just like, other than Vietnam, because you got to like grade, Vietnam is a whole cluster, right? But domestically, look at when progress was made. It was FDR and it was LBJ and it was Joe Biden. Those are the three great expansions of the United States social safety net occurred under FDR, LBJ, and Joe Biden. Like, that's just true. History is weird.
Speaking of which, Depraved Ambience just says, "Hey, Dapper Dinosaur, what's your opinion on people learning history? Useless? As a dinosaur with a history degree, I would really like it if people were a little bit more conversant with some history. You don't have to learn
really
all the
good.
history. There's a lot of it.
Just like, who were the good guys in World War II?
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Like, just know that.
Honestly, there's really not an answer to that other than some people were less evil ontologically.
Name a side in World War II that didn't put people in internment camps.
Fair, but also is very clearly who the good guys were. Is very clearly who
I'll
the
say
good
this.
guys were.
There were some people who were like, we're not trying to do a genocide all over the place, nor do we have conquest ambitions for an entire continent. And then there were some other people who were like, we do want to do several genocides.
We do want to do those things.
And we do want to take over whole continents.
Right.
And the United States' defense for genocide, it had already carried out its colonization and genocide.
Yeah, they did it. Yeah,
we had already done the
we don't need
takeover
another
continent with genocide thing.
Yeah.
That's true. We had already done it, yes.
About half of a continent.
Okay, yes. We didn't get the whole continent.
Yeah.
We spanned the continent.
Yeah. Canada got to do their own genocides on the other half of that continent.
That's true. To be fair to Canada, they were the first jurisdiction to legislatively abolish slavery. Good for them.
Hey.
And here's a fun fact. If anyone watched the historical drama Turn about espionage during the Revolutionary War, which it was fine. I enjoyed it. I enjoy Revolutionary War, espionage drama. The bad guy in that show, the villain in that show, the British dude, he became the governor of Canada. And he was the dude, he was like a really strident abolitionist. And he was the guy who, he was the LBJ who forced it through to abolish slavery in Canada.
Was that?
Hey, didn't Canada just get a new Lord Governor?
I have no idea.
I think they did. I thought
it was
about that.
Simcoe, I think was his name, but I think it was Simcoe. And he was actually historically, he's one of the great good guys of history in that he was one of the most militant abolitionists during the colonial era. And when he became governor of Canada, it was we're done. We're doing this. So good for him.
Yeah. June 8th of 2026, Louise Arbour became the new Governor General of Canada. So Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Louise Arbour, as of 6 days ago, is now the Governor General of Canada, which, by the way, is pretty much entirely ceremonial role. It's kind of like being the President of Israel or the King of England. You don't do a whole lot, but you're there, and sometimes you show up for functions. So,
whatever.
But if I remember correctly, because I did read an article about it, she had this long list of accomplishments working for the Canadian federal government, and this was sort of a hey, you've done all this great stuff. We have an opening here for the ceremonial role, and in honor of all the great stuff that you did over the course of these decades, it's you now. You get to be the one who shows up at the ceremonies. Olivia Williams, Purple Fairy, says for $2.79 beaver bucks, less than half as Canada's larger and Mexico exist. That's true.
And Mexico also abolished slavery before the United States.
I'm
40 years or so.
I'm rounding to the nearest half.
Can we? So a couple quick things. One, what did you call those? The currency? Beaver bucks. Okay, and it's beaver bucks for Canada. It's dollary dues for Australia.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Australia.
Just to be clear. Second thing is I am going to call it, because you may have noticed I'm in a different location now. I have moved my office from my basement to my attic. I have moved from the dungeon to the penthouse. And while I have more space, which is great, my sound is a little echoey, so I got to work on that. The other problem with the attic location is that it is currently dapper. It is currently 25.7 communists in my location right now. So I need to figure this out right now because I'm very warm at this moment. Okay. So I'm going to call it. Right, but I want to just say happy Flag Day and happy birthday before I go.
I'm going to give you one piece of advice, right? Okay. Do you have swim trunks?
I do.
When you're here, because the camera isn't going below mid-torso, let me finish. Swim trunks with ice in the pockets.
That sounds, as somebody, so I am a certified indoor cat, and that sounds awful.
Okay, but when it was here in Tucson, and it was 42 degrees, and the air conditioning broke.
That's too many.
The air conditioning broke. I sat here with a bunch of ice from the grocery store dumped into a cooler, and also additional ice in the swim trunks, and I put my feet in the ice, and I kept the swim trunks with the ice on, and I streamed, goddammit. I did not miss any streams, but I did cover a large portion of my body in actual ice.
That's That's dedication, is what that is.
I'm also an indoor cat.
Yeah, so I gotta
right.
figure out my climate control situation here. But Vishanti, great to see you. Dapper, happy both days.
Thank
and
you.
I'll see all of you lovely people at some other point, I'm sure.
Bye. All right. I think it's time for a little bit.
Tucker's right. Or
Oh, sorry.
sorry, Daniel OS. A damn brag on the back of your neck. That's also very helpful.
Yeah, it's also
Use
good.
that in marching band a lot.
All right, I'm going to hit play. We're going to get a little bit more Jerry Bergman in because we're basically done with him, right? Like he's getting to the end.
Fact is widely acknowledged as an important source of extinction for asexual. Lynch concluded it's also an important factor for.
Okay, I'm going to take a drink because it's not. And I'm going to give an example that I wish Dan were here for. Dan tried to do it with viruses. That was a big part of Dan's doctoral dissertation, was trying to induce a mutational meltdown in viruses, seeing if he could get viruses, bacteriophages specifically, to mutate so much that they went extinct. Couldn't do it. He did manage to get one population of bacteriophages to go extinct, but he could not actually show that it was because of all the mutations. And he was inducing absurd amounts of mutations intentionally because that was the whole point. Is this even a thing you can do? The answer, it turns out, is not that he could demonstrate. So, no, it's actually not a well-recognized reason for extinction in asexual species.
Sexual populations.
I do like that I unpaused just in time for him to say sexual populations. Thanks.
And good reference due to contamination of the genome by very slightly deleterious mutations. Why have we not died 100 times over? Well, medicine.
No, Gary. Okay, this is a famous paper, right, by Alexei Kondrashov. I probably mispronounced that. I don't know. How'd I do, Vish? You speak some Russian.
Let me make this bigger so I can read it. God, this is like
It's low res
144p
anyway. It
quality.
is really bad quality. So good luck.
Kondrashov.
I'm going to say that
I
that
think-
is close enough to what I said that I'm okay with it. So, what is the point of this paper? So Kondrashov noticed that the models that he was using, are you ready for this? Didn't match observation. And so the point of this paper is to say, hey, our models say that humanity should have died off and has been around for long enough to have died off hundreds of times, according to our models. Why that not happen? Why human exist? And the answer is that Kondrashov gave in the paper is actually, it turns out our models are wrong. Which has been Jerry's whole thing this entire time, is saying, hey, this model says evolution can't happen and everything should be extinct. Then we say, okay, but reality doesn't reflect that. And then Jerry says, I take model. Reality can get out of here. Model is what I'm going with. And he is citing a paper that the entire point of the paper is to say, hey, our current models of genetics, of population genetics, aren't working because they don't match observation. So we need to come up with better models. And you know what has happened in the, 30 years since? Shanti, you want to guess what's happened?
Well, knowing what little I do about the scientific process, I'll bet you $1. They came up with better models that match the things that we see in reality.
How did you know? You're a genius. You should be giving this talk instead of Jerry.
God. Ridiculous. Also, when papers ask questions like this, they're gonna answer it in the paper.
That's the point of the paper. It's like this is worse than reading just like the first paragraph of the abstract, right? This is just reading the title. And also, I love how he's like, "Oh, you should go check this out. It's a great reference." Do you think he actually expects any of the churchgoers in the audience that any of them are going to pick up this paper?
No. No. He's just got it there so he can go, see, I provided scientific sources.
But I think this is also like the second or third citation in this entire hour-long talk.
Yeah, and when they read the abstract,
Okay,
the abstract will like lay out the problem, and they'll go, see, it's a problem. They admit it. They're about to address the problem, you
Yep.
dork.
The whole point of the rest of the paper is addressing what was brought up in that first bit of the abstract. That's how papers work. Anyone who cites just the abstract and then says, see, it's a problem, that's someone who doesn't know how scientific papers work, and that's someone that you should not listen to about science.
The example they use in my medical biochemistry textbook is each generation has 100 more mutations than the previous.
Jerry, I don't believe you that this was in your biomedical textbook. But okay. Jerry has said a lot of things that I just straight up don't think are true. Like I just think he lied. Or is telling lies.
Children have 100 to 200, actually, more mutations than you do.
Okay, no, because all of your genetics are from mutations. But it is true that at each generation, about 100-ish mutations are introduced in humans. So, like, I'll take a drink because 1, I'm thirsty, and 2, that was kind of true. It was truthish.
Their children have 100 to 200 more. So your grandchildren may have 2 to 3 to 4 to
What's
500
the name
more.
of the super nerdy scientist on The Simpsons?
I can picture him.
This guy sounds just like him.
He does kind of sound... Actually, Chesh and I, at the beginning of the stream, were talking about how he sounded kind of like a Looney Tunes character. He's got like a nerdy cartoon guy sound. But yeah, I don't remember that guy's name. If anyone does know, tag me or Vishanti. Olivia Williams, Purple Fairy for a 279 Beaver Buck says, read the damn conclusion of the paper. Yeah, they never will. They won't do that. In fact, if I'm perusing a paper and I don't have time to read the whole thing, that's the part I do read, is the conclusion. Like, okay, sum it up for me.
Frinkle, something like that.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
Professor Frink.
He sounds very
okay.
similar to that.
I wonder if I could pay Jerry to go, which is something that the professor does.
Like Rodney Dangerfield?
Yeah, but the professor does things like that too. Or he has he's like, yep. I think it would be fun.
More mutations than you do. So the human genome is accumulating more and more mutations, and as is well recognized.
Scientist ass voice.
Also, I want to say he is wrong that you can simply linearly add these mutations over generations, because mutations also are eliminated, which means that the rate at which mutations accumulate in a population is lower than the rate at which they occur in a population. And if you want to say that that's not true, then you have to basically say that both genetic drift and natural selection and sexual selection just don't occur. None of those occur in any population, in the population under consideration. If you can find me a population that has no genetic drift, that has no selection of any kind, then I will believe you that you can add up this mutation rate just as is, and that will be the accumulation rate of mutations in that population. But if anything occurs that can reduce mutations, then sorry, you can't just add those numbers up.
Therefore, we are going backward. So evolution is true, but it's going backward. There really is no question that evolution...
Yeah, it's extremely stupid. Yep.
What?
Evolution just always going backwards. Just grabbing that passenger side seat, just go backwards.
Just if you don't get these mutations under control, I will turn this evolutionary process right back around.
Which also would mean, like, evolution going backwards, it sounds like what it would actually mean is reverting to ancestral forms, which is not what he's talking about also. So, like, even if everything Jerry was saying was true, calling it evolution going backwards is really not a good way to describe what he's talking about.
Did not occur, it could not occur, and that's the result of science. I at one time was an atheist, and doing this research convinced me that evolution is not the explanation to how we got here. It's
Hey, Jerry.
I'm going to call bullshit on that.
Yeah, I'm too. I'm going to take a drink. Because that's a story that didn't really happen.
I'll put cash money down on him probably just being a not interested cultural Christian who didn't go to church very much and just didn't care.
I also happen to know, because I've listened to him other times.
An atheist, and then evolution or something convincing. No, that's all.
So
that's all
I've also listened to his testimony other times, and that's why I took a drink for a story that didn't happen, because the actual story that he tells when he goes in depth into it is that first came his conversion to a theologically conservative version of Christianity that involved a young earth belief. And then he found that his scientific ideas in conflict with that theology that he had already accepted for other reasons. And so
Every
that's
time.
when he started doing the whole young earth creationist nonsense. So it was not, oh, I was an atheist, and then I found out that the earth was young and evolution is impossible, and I became a Christian.
Nope.
Not what happened. In fact, I have yet to find a case where that's actually what happened, where when I dig, I find that that's the actual story. It is always, oh, I, for other reasons, which I'm not going to assess because whatever, they're your reasons, decided to join this particular group of Christians. Okay, cool. A lot of them didn't like evolution, so I started not liking evolution, and I went to try to figure out ways to justify that, which means that all you were doing was picking a conclusion and using post hoc justifications to make it feel like you got to that conclusion by reason, but you didn't.
Simply not true. And therefore, once I realized that evolution isn't true, what other choice do you have? We either created by intelligence, or we evolved as a result of natural law, natural selection.
That is it's a false binary, but it's also like, that's not the null hypothesis.
Right?
Even if all of the evolutionary model, like descent with modification and things like that, were proven wrong and falsified in the next 2 hours, that would not then demonstrably prove that creation by an intelligence happened. That's not how that works.
Correct. All right, we only how much? Got very little time left on this guy.
This guy sucks.
Mutations,
Oh yeah.
copying errors, etc. So once I eliminated the one possibility, the only other possibility was we were created.
Okay, thanks
No,
Spock
you're
slash Sherlock Holmes. Whenever you eliminate what is impossible, what remains must be true, however improbable. Thanks Spock slash Sherlock Holmes. Who, by the way, apparently actually exists in Star Trek canon because Spock cites him as an ancestor. And so I'm going to have to say that Star Trek takes place in the Sherlock Holmes universe, and that's just how it is. In Star Trek, if you were to go to, what is it, 221 Baker Street? Or 221B Baker Street? Yeah, B, okay. But that would actually be, you know, they built that after the books as a place. Yeah, okay. But in Star Trek, if you were to go back to there, that would actually be the actual historical home of the real Sherlock Holmes. So
I would love to smoke up with Sherlock Holmes.
you know what? I think technically that means that Sherlock Holmes cosplay counts as Star Trek cosplay. Someone should do that at a Star Trek convention. Just dress up like Sherlock Holmes.
People have done that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
There was the whole episode with Moriarty getting out of the holodeck, right?
Oh, yeah. But don't dress up as Data dressed up like Sherlock Holmes. Just dress up as Sherlock Holmes in like the original. Which then also makes me wonder, because Data was doing holo novels based on the books. So are the books fictionalized versions of the actual events, or are they just like autobiographical stuff by Sherlock Holmes? What?
See, this is what I wish the reboot timey-wimey mess up crap had addressed. Like, go back and fix that little canon
holes
plot
about Sherlock
hole there, bud.
Holmes.
Yeah.
When I was an atheist, as we often said, evolution is the doorway to atheism.
I've never heard anyone say
And
that.
as Megan Fox's giant boobs correctly notes, in the Marvel universe, Sherlock Holmes was Mystique in disguise. And happy Pride Month because she's canon gay.
She is. She married a woman. Destiny, right? That's the name of her wife?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then Destiny died, and she got real pissed off that no one would bring her back. Even though they were bringing back most of the other mutants.
It's comics. Just wait long enough. No one stays
Yeah,
dead.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she did come back eventually, but like, whatever. Also, I was looking through stuff because I got a gift card from some family members. And as I was browsing, one of the things that came up was an audiobook of like, what if Dr. Doom took over the multiverse? And I'm just like, wasn't that just the second Battle World? Didn't we already have that line?
Look, they already did a one-shot about this. It was when What If Dr. Doom got the powers of the Beyonder? And he eliminated war, disease, famine, and all that shit across planet Earth. And then the galaxy, and then he did it across like the entire universe. And when everything was done, he was like, well, shit, I'm bored. What the fuck? This sucks.
Yeah. It turns out Dr. Doom taking
And
over...
Alexander Ruffin, there were no more worlds to conquer.
Yeah, it turns out Dr. Doom taking over, not that bad, really. It's like it's mostly
You know
fine.
what, dictator? I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure that everyone in Latveria has free healthcare and that the internet is nationalized. So
Well,
if
when
I
he,
were to just have to say that like Doom is like a god emperor, I don't care. Give me healthcare, man.
like,
Just
yeah, actually, my most recent post on Blue Sky is literally me realizing that the dystopian Earth ruled by Doctor Doom in Marvel Comics, where he's the Sorcerer Supreme, better than current day USA.
honestly.
Like it's not actually all that close. Like, could I have Doom, please? I'll take the Doctor Doom.
I've said this for years that I would absolutely live under a Doom dictatorship
Yeah.
because he gives people free healthcare. So
Yeah. It's like I won't go bankrupt if I have a heart attack.
exactly.
Olivia Williams,
And that's
Fairy.
what he can consistently shit on Reed Richards for. It's just being like, hey, you're supposedly the smartest man in, like that's ever lived, and you won't solve any of these problems. Get good.
Well, see, Reed Richards was just waiting for Sauron to do it. Because he could
Sure.
cure cancer with
Seriously,
this
though.
technology. He doesn't want to.
That's why there's an entire TV tropes page called Reed Richards is useless.
Yeah. Couldn't even deliver his own daughter. Had to get Dr. Doom to do it.
God. Did I know that? Is that why they named it Valeria? I don't know. I'm not as up on
Dr.
Fantastic Four
Doom
lore.
named her Valeria after an old lover.
Valeria. Yeah, like I knew that. Yeah.
And that's why she calls him Uncle Doom, is because he delivered her and promised her to protect her, and she's too smart for
And he will.
any of the Fantastic Four to stop her from contacting him. So sometimes she just FaceTimes with him, and sometimes she just fucks right off to Latveria and hangs out with Uncle Doom. And there's nothing anyone
just
can
saying,
do
listen,
about it.
You could say what you will about Victor Von Doom. Megalomaniacal, sure.
Absolutely.
Vain, absolutely. But he's a man of his word. If he tells
Mhm.
Valeria that he's going to protect her, he absolutely will do that.
And he has. And
Mhm.
also, based on a comic book cover I saw, I believe that she's currently also in contention for being the next Sorcerer Supreme when Doom is like, I'm tired of this now. You
I won't
want it
even
to
go
go back to Stephen Strange, don't you?
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Olivia Williams for $6.99 Beaverbuck says, a side note, this reasoning is the reason why Sir Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies, because he didn't know how to explain a fake photo. Oof. I'm going to take a drink for how dumb that
Also,
is.
this is a story that you'll like. This one time, Dr. Doom got sent back to like the Cenozoic era or something. And
That's
he's
now.
narrating, or whatever megalodons lived, whatever era that was.
Okay, it was
He
earlier in the Cenozoic.
And
but yeah.
there's a panel of him like swimming alongside a megalodon, and he describes how he was at the formation of the most ancient magics the planet has ever seen. And they're like, how in the hell did you survive millions and millions of years? And his response is, my hate sustained me.
It's just a 40K line.
So hard.
I'm going to hit play and we're going to get the last little bit of Jerry in.
In our atheist magazines, we talk more about evolution than practically anything else. Because we realize you sell them evolution, and many of them, or most of them, will select Darwinism and atheism.
Bro, that's not something you want to tell people, because what you just said to everyone is, when you actually follow the evidence, apparently you become an atheist. But okay, yeah, I guess that's what he wanted for us. And oh, Shanti's doing stuff. What do we got?
Sorry, I need more water.
Ah, okay.
But also, I think it's funny, in our atheist magazines, we just talk about atheism and science.
And evolution. We're talking about evolution. This is evil. Yeah. Well, that was Jerry Bergman talking about mutations, and it was atrocious. Also, this is a man who doesn't know the difference between mutations and conjoined twins, which is something I think you missed there, Vishanti.
Wow.
Yep. He gave an example of an 8-legged calf, which is in fact a result of failed twinning and not the result of mutations.
Damn, we almost had like a bovine Sleipnir. That would have been cool.
Yes. But what are the chances that Sleipnir is actually just a horse-looking spider instead of a horse with 8 legs?
I don't like that.
I wouldn't imagine you would, no. But I'm just gonna say, I don't think we can rule it out that Sleipnir is actually just a spider that kind of looks like a horse.
Does that mean that Loki has spider DNA? Because isn't he Sleipnir's parent?
Yeah,
like he's sired Sleipnir, right?
No, he was the mother of Sleipnir. He gave birth to Sleipnir because
that's right. So
yeah.
does that mean Loki has spider DNA?
Was gonna have something weird going on because when he mated with a stallion, he gave birth to a horse that had or something that had 8 legs. So like, it's probably not the horse that's doing that. So like, something about him is popping out 8-legged babies, or baby, I suppose, the one. I don't know. Maybe we should ask him.
Dear Tom Hiddleston, do any of your children have 8 legs?
And are any of them horses?
Yeah.
It would be a very strange thing to say to a man, yeah. Yeah, hey, that time you gave birth, Tom Hiddleston. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I bet his wife would love that. She'd probably think it's fun.
Probably, yeah. I would hope that she would have a
They've
good
both
sense of
been in
humor.
Marvel movies, so
yeah.
I think Tom has a pretty good sense of humor about it.
I would hope so.
Because he and Charlie Cox dressed up as each other's characters for Halloween one time. That was pretty cool.
Well, I think this might be the first time that I downloaded something for a show and then actually got through the entirety of it during the show before the show was over. So, like, we did it, everybody. We went through the entirety of the Jerry Bergman talk. Olivia Williams, Purple Fairy, for $6.99 Beaver Bucks says, also, he had a half corpse girl and a giant snake child. Yeah, Loki's pretty weird. Did either of them have 8 legs, though? Or 8 limbs, I suppose? I don't think so. We need an investigation. Where did this 8-leggedness come from with Sleipnir? Was it the stallion? Was it actually secretly an 8-legged stallion? We just don't know that? Because that could be it, right?
Where were they hiding the other legs?
Yeah. Here's a question. So, does this mean that Loki had to stay in the form of a pregnant mare for the entire gestation of Sleipnir? Because I feel like it would mean that, right? Like, he can't...
The questions no one's asking for reasons.
These are the real questions. We need to get...
I could almost guarantee you that someone has written about this on AO3.
Probably.
I'm not going to go look for it, though.
You know what? We need to get, like, J. Jonah Jameson to stop worrying about Spider-Man and start asking the Asgardians, hey, I have questions about this whole Sleipnir thing. Could you come in for an interview?
Comics are weird, man.
I mean, that's actually just regular old Norse mythology being weird, and it applies to comics because they were just like, what if we just said that these were all real? Because one of the things about Marvel is, like, basically, if you've heard of a deity from the real world,
they're all true.
It's real somewhere out in the multiverse. That guy exists.
That doesn't get addressed often enough is that basically all the afterlives are true, because Black Panther's like spirit plane exists, but also the Egyptian like fields exist, and then also like Valhalla exists. So you're just like, okay.
Whatever religion you believe in, that's the afterlife you get stuck with.
Mm-hmm.
So choose wisely based on which afterlife you like most. Yeah.
Man, I really miss to wear it. I wish they would find reasons to bring her back. She was great.
The model for her in the Moon Knight show was really good. Also, I need to talk to whoever put the extra H in Khonshu way back in like the first instances of him, because there's no H in that word. It's Khonshu.
Those things like comics. I don't know if if the writer misheard it or they were just trying to like avoid some weird thing. I don't know.
Toasted Dave is here.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
How's it going? I'm so glad that you popped in.
It's so good to be here. Hello, happy Flag Day.
Happy Flag Day. Thank you. This is not a birthday thing. In fact, it says that it's not a birthday thing if you look up there.
Is that a Mechanicus?
It is. Yeah, I even got this right here. And also, this was a gift. This was a gift. Here we go. It is a nice Mechanicus bell. It makes very loud ringings on my microphone, so I'm not going to ring it. But yeah.
Let's see if I can find here. Here we go. Well, here's some of them. We'll just grab a couple. I am a fan of the whole
nice.
40K.
I also have those books on my bookshelf.
Yeah.
But also I've got right next to me here.
This is ooh, yeah, Imperial. Oh, yes, the Mallet, yes, good stuff.
And
Good
I've got
stuff.
Wrath and Glory on the coffee table back there that you can't see.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I love putting nerd friends together. I'm very good at it.
You are. Yeah, and actually I think this is the first. Yeah, no, this is definitely the first time you've ever been on this channel, Dave.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been in chat, but
like on in the show on the panel. Even though we only got like 50 more minutes, and then we've been going for 6 hours. So like,
well, that's fair.
Sweet.
That's a long time even for me.
Yeah,
You
well,
know.
it's my Flag Day stream, and every year I do a Flag Day stream, obviously, right?
Right.
Ignore the thumbnails and titles of those previous streams that might imply that they're birthday streams. They're definitely
know anything about that.
Yeah, they're definitely Flag Day
I
streams.
see are those the Big Trouble in Little China things up on the shelf, like
Yes.
directly above your head?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dave,
Excellent.
here's another thing. So see this background?
I do.
I
Yeah.
made this earlier this week, and let me turn off my video camera so you can see the whole thing.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah. Now it's mirrored
Praise
for
the
you, but it's not mirrored for the people on the outside. So just mentally flip it horizontally.
I'm very good at mentally flipping things.
Good.
So it's gonna be-
But yeah, so this was basically I'm going to be running a Wrath and Glory campaign on my second channel after the Star Trek campaign wraps up.
Oh,
And
nice.
so yeah,
Good.
I've been slowly accumulating digital assets that I've made to help with this. So this is going to be my background for when I'm running that game, and this is part of what I'm going to be wearing. I'm actually hoping to upgrade to an actual cloak on which I've sewn some like cog patterns here. And
Nice.
Allegedly, I have a Mechanicus themed thurible coming, so that I can make sure that the machine spirits are appeased with holy incense from Mars.
As they must be.
Yes, if you don't appease your machine spirits, they can get ornery, and you don't want to deal with an ornery machine spirit.
Not if you got some Xenos you got some heresy you got to take care of.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be plenty of it with Wrath and Glory. Plenty of heresy and some Xenos.
I'm gonna need a plasma gun for this heresy.
I am planning for there to be traitors, Xenos, demons, and that, yeah, basically all of the things. Not all of the things, obviously. Like, I'm not going to bring in every Xenos species and every traitor legion or something. But like, there's going to be parts of all of those. And y'all want some slight spoilers for season 1 of the show?
I want all the spoilers.
Okay,
Tell me.
I am going to have a Nurgle cultist leader who is actually controlled by a demonic worm in his brain, and he is going to speak exactly like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I was about to say, is this Robert F. Kennedy with the brain worm?
Yep, that is my actual plan. I'm even planning to make for like purposes of like trailers for the show, like a 3D model of this guy's face with like a hole with a demon worm poking out.
I have to show you I was gonna send this to Kip, but I didn't get an opportunity for him to wear during your Star Trek game. Give me 1 sec. I gotta grab this. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Carry on.
Okay.
Let's see. Vishanti said, "Oh, yeah, that's just you." It says, "I'm full of glee listening to the nerd out about 40K." Well, thank you. It is fun. It is fun. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this bell was a
One thing
gift.
I will do is when I know that enough people in my circles share interest and have similar temperaments, I will absolutely push them together like action figures.
Okay.
All right, what we got?
If you can, I don't know if you can read it.
I will make you big.
Expendable crew member, if found dead, return shirt to USS Enterprise NCC 721.
Right.
Very cool.
Nice.
The
Very
red
good.
shirt.
I love that.
Excellent.
I was gonna get a Kip, and then I'm like, no, I'm gonna keep this. I'll get it in bigger size, and this is just my shirt now.
Yeah. Actually, if you want, hold on. I will take this off, and I can show it to the camera so you can see this in more detail.
Happy Flag Day to me. It's all coming off. All right.
Yeah, seriously. That's the next super chat goal.
This is how you get me coming back every
Dapper
time.
goes topless in his human suit.
Ooh.
Hey.
There you go.
Isn't that nice? Look at that.
Very neat.
Have you ever played the actual mini game?
Not since 8th edition.
Okay. You're much more. I played in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
I played.
haven't played since.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Okay.
So
yeah, it was. I still sometimes will play tabletop miniature games, but 40K is a little rich for my blood these days.
It really is. Jeez. It's so it has basically become the case that at this point I only really engage with the franchise from the standpoint of video games or TTRPG, or like sometimes I will sometimes a friend of mine will go out and find Warhammer Plus videos that he is illegally pirating and then describe them to me in great detail. But I would never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I'll just say it right on here. I pirate the hell out of that. Screw PW.
Honestly, the fact that they siloed all their in many cases really cool animation projects into their own streaming service is just so dumb, because one of the things that I really don't like about Warhammer is how few good entry points there are for people who are unfamiliar. Like, if someone comes up to me and they're like, "Oh, hey, I heard about this Warhammer thing and I want to get into it," I don't have a good answer for how to get them to do that, right? Like, because I could say, well, like, pick a faction you like and buy their codex. Well, those are like $50 now. I'm not going to tell someone to do that.
If you want to play the actual miniatures game, I would just...
Yeah. Or if I say, like, oh, hey, pick a faction and pick a novel about them, because that can be, like, you know, you can get it for, like, a few bucks on Audible, or if it's still in print.
I feel like there's good ways to onboard into the 40K universe in the lore. And there's some really good YouTube channels and some good, like, especially certain video games. There's certain video games that, like, this will get you in. You can play Space Marine, you can play Adeptus Mechanicus, you could, like, depending what type of game do you like. Okay, this is like, well, there's what's the Fleet Command one? I can't remember where it's just
Battlefleet Gothic and Battlefleet Gothic.
Yeah, the Battlefleet Gothic Armada games are really good if you like that real-time strategy or the so there's lots of games. This will kind of get you in if you like it. Oh, here's some books, and you can go, and there's YouTube channels with lore videos. Some are good, some are bad. If you want to actually play the miniatures game, my onboarding point is fucking play Trench Crusade, or there's so many games you can play for dozens to hundreds of dollars that
thousands.
Are better mechanics, and the figs are just as good. They just don't have the decades of lore.
Yeah.
Right?
Plus, the art for Trench Crusade goes really hard.
It sure does. Depraved Ambient says, it's not plastic crack. Too expensive to be crack. Yes, it is, in fact, plastic cocaine. Powder cocaine.
You're absolutely right. This is plastic cocaine. This is the prestige.
Yeah. I'll never forget the time I showed Dapper this picture from... he's a famous writer, C. Robert Cargill. He co-wrote Doctor Strange and the Black Phone. Anyway, he is a big, giant nerd like most of us, but he has an entire garage full of 40K figures. Yeah. And when I showed Dapper that photo, he was like, that's tens of thousands of dollars sitting right there. That man like
really
didn't used to be, depending on, like, he might have spent quite a bit less than that.
Yeah, if you wanted to buy it right now, it would be tens of thousands. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like single character model, like single infantry character models, like $30, $40 US.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, man. Come on.
Which sucks, because, like, I have had a lot of fun over the years playing Warhammer. And, like, it would be something I would enjoy. But I'm mostly priced out of that market because I just can't justify dropping thousands of dollars.
That's where it's like, they're still kill team, right? Like, there's still a game that you can play in that world with 20 models, 10 to 20 models instead of, right?
Yeah. Although, one thing I do appreciate is that because the TTRPGs are just based on a miniature game, if you want to play in person with miniatures, every miniature you could ever want is either going to be just available right now to purchase, or easy to convert if it's not immediately purchasable.
Yeah.
So that is handy. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm a Space Marine from the Space Wolves, and I'm in the Death Watch. It's like, all right, well, look, if you want a miniature, just buy the Space Marine character and slap this spare Death Watch shoulder pad that I have in my bits box on it.
So I don't know if we want to get into this, or if you want. So I saw Disclosure Day on Friday.
I have been hearing that it didn't stick the landing.
It did not stick the landing. I would say that is accurate. I enjoyed it. Thought, it's like, well, I got my money's worth. But when the credits were rolling, the very first thought in my head was like, Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a much better movie.
Okay,
And
but
Yeah.
that's kind of a high
40 years
bar.
But that's the bar that he was going for. It's this
All
guy.
right, all right,
He's
that's fair.
deliberately trying to recreate that sort of feel and thing, right? So it's like that's what he was shooting for, and it's
All right, yeah, that's fair.
right. You're right. That is, but it's not like this is just some guy. It's like, no, this is Steven Spielberg making another movie very much in the same themes. And
Dave, if you are interested,
I am.
I have started this adventure. This is from the starter set for Wrath and Glory. It's Trader Sam. If you are interested, you can see 1 3-hour session over on my second channel, and we are doing the second session on the 26th. So if you want to see us struggle through our first, this is my first time ever actually using this rule set ever, is on my channel. I went in fresh after I've read the rules, right? But like,
Tell me, Dapper, if I subscribe to your second channel and hit the notifications, will I know when new episodes of your Wrath and Glory campaign start up?
yeah. Actually, so that's
I
just
think
like a
maybe you should
a prologue
like, join
thing.
a campaign
Yeah.
sometime.
I do not currently have my completed roster of players. So if you were interested in joining an actual play series that happened,
I would be interested. We can talk about it. The time commitment might not be possible.
Well, you have a
and
lot.
I don't want to commit to something that it's like, and then flake.
You have a
2 out
lot
of
of
3
time,
games, right? Yeah.
But you have a lot of time to figure that out, because right now I'm still finishing up. Well, if I say finishing up, I still have 22 sessions at least of Star Trek Adventures to go, which means I've got probably about 6 or 7 months before that whole thing is done. Because I have basically I did one shot set in the Enterprise era that was sort of like a prequel to the whole thing. Then I did about 13 sessions, I think, of a TOS era series that ties into what's now a sort of just after Voyager gets home era thing that has 4 seasons, each of which is designed for 12 sessions, but most of them have gone to like 13 because sometimes, we go a little bit long. We have to split up a episode into 2. So like, I've done a lot of planning, and I still have 22 sessions at least left to go. And so even assuming if we just never skipped a day, which we're going to on the 26th, obviously, it would still be like more than 6 months until. So, but yeah, if you're interested, what I can do is I can send you a link for that Discord, and I can add you as one of the prospective players in that, so that when I talk about it,
right,
you can get updates. And that is full of people who I do not think will all be there, because that's just hey, this is a very early planning stage. I'll share stuff like assets I'm working on so people can see it.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Shandy just looks so fucking smug, pleased with herself. Oh, look what I've done.
She should be. Let's see. Fits of Rage 23. Welcome to the Amniote level. All right, guys. So it has been about 6 hours total, given that I started a few minutes early. So I am going to say it is time to wrap things up. Once again, I want to say thank you to everyone who has been here.
Listening to us talk about games.
Well, for one thing, I might need to change my costume at some point. This is getting very hot.
Getting hot and thing.
Yeah.
We might just have to have another chat sometime.
Yeah. It's
possibly
about
on stream, possibly off. Yeah.
It's about 40 degrees where I live right now.
Ew.
That's too hot.
Yeah.
That's way too hot.
Hey, Inquisitive Infield just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. I will make sure to finish this in your honor. Thank you very much. But yeah, we're going to get out of here. Again, thank you to everyone who has gifted memberships, who is a member or a patron, or who has given super chats or anything like that. It really does help out, because as you guys know, this is the thing that I have been doing as my gig. This has been the main way that I've been making money for years now. And it is only because of your generosity that can be a thing that I'm able to do. And my parents still don't understand it. They have no idea what happens, how I get money. But it's you guys. You are the answer to my parents' question of, wait, how does this work?
Strangers on the internet. The people you told me to be scared of.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. All right. Goodbye, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And also, ice must be abolished. And there's the actual video I need to be on. Okay. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Sealoof, Ben Tovand, Tapioca Weasel, The Plastic Mouse, Mikhail Dominiak, Sphincter of Doom, Regios, Landon Knoll, Ian Chen, Eleran Teller, Phil Rivera, David Hercules, Joshua Geese, Dan Sheedy, Pega Jace, Arrow Dodger, Gordon Love Science, Ember Athelian, Prixie Purple, Agricola Sequa, Me, Myself, and I, Ian Kiambi, Edwin M., Kenneth Swenson, and John Ackerman. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 15% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos months before they come out for the general.